Are you?
Well, how are you saying that different than
Indentured servitude is not slavery. That's
Yes,
on
Oh my
you.
God.
That is the
My
most ignorant
ancestors
thing
did not
I've
choose
ever
to
heard.
come over here.
But you said your ancestors started
No,
here.
they didn't. They were literally upheaved from their homes, stuck on boats with a
indentured servitude.
certificate that they had to take to the new American masters, who then signed the certificate, and you had however many years that certificate said. And the person who held that certificate could change it, extend it, do whatever they wanted to for years. So yes, sir. Indentured servitude was absolutely slavery.
it was
just had a
nothing.
Hold
prettier
on, let her
name.
finish though. You can argue her point, but I can't hear, and you guys are all yelling. I don't like it.
It's literally, it was just as equal, if not more evil. It just
No,
had a prettier name.
no. I mean, first of all, it was illegal to beat your indentured servant. So that right, that just that part of it alone. It was.
You know
If
what
you were found,
flogging is?
do you know what would happen if they were found? Man, it's not. It's not even. It's nowhere comparable. It's not.
Do you
even
know what
comparable.
flogging is? Or have you ever read the book The Irish Maid? These are all
I've heard of
historical
it.
facts. I'm a history teacher, by the way. These are all things that you can go look up and read. Yes, they
How's
flogged,
indentured-
they beat, they burned.
How was
they
indentured servitude illegal though?
It wasn't. It was absolutely
It wasn't.
legal.
Absolutely.
I mean, but to compare indentured servitude, when you make the choice to come, see that there's a
didn't make
choice
the
in this
choice.
one.
That's what I'm saying. They were uprooted from their homes by their kings or their princes or their in Irish they were clans, by their clan leaders. They were stuck on boats with a piece of paper that said we're giving the American colonies these individuals for X amount of years to work for them. That is absolute slavery. They didn't have a choice. That was not up to them.
Okay, let me go.
As I said, if you want some historical references, go read The Irish Maid.
First of all, before I would just believe something, I'm gonna look more than just one book to show me that. So
Okay, honey, to read any history book, period.
But indentured servitude was nowhere near the same as slavery. That's not even.
That is your opinion, but it is
That's not my opinion. That is a fact.
That's your
no,
opinion.
that is an opinion.
Historians will tell you that it's not the same. This is
No, they wouldn't. I'm a historian.
No.
Thank you very much.
no. You're a history teacher. There's a difference between being a teacher and a college.
No, a
professional.
historian is someone who spends their life researching history. I am 32
goddamn!
years
So we're
old
going to
and
use the call to
Hold on,
authority.
you're not even older than me, so I already know I done seen more. And you 32 trying to tell me something that I learned in school? Come on now.
Yep.
When they were actually,
Apparently, I'm more educated.
see, I got taught when they weren't trying to tell people like the government is doing in Florida, trying to tell black kids that black people benefited from slavery.
Hold on, didn't you say that your parents taught you a lot because you didn't trust the school to teach you? I just want to make sure that I heard.
No, my parents had books. My parents had books. We had encyclopedias. I didn't have. When I was coming up, the internet it was just coming along. It wasn't nothing like it is now. We had to actually read books to learn stuff.
The books that were written by the white people that enslaved you?
You say what?
The books that had been written by the white people that enslaved you?
I didn't just read books written by white people.
I mean, I'm saying that would have been at the time frame.
There are more than white authors. You do know that, right?
There are also white authors. I learned from the black authors as well, but I'm saying if we're gonna, we're justifying certain things that we're not putting in the whole entire perspective here.
So what are you saying? I'm not putting in perspective. I just chose to learn my history. That's what I did. I chose to learn my history.
There were two 16-year-old.
Well, I think you learned history pertaining to you, so I don't know why you can say that no one else learned history, right?
No, I'm not saying other people can't learn history, but when I've learned history, what they taught, I learned way more outside of school than I ever learned in school. I'll tell you that now.
But history that
Absolutely.
pertains to you is what I'm saying. You're probably well versed.
No, I've just read it. I like history. I like knowing. If you don't know your history, you're doomed to repeat it. So I like to know history. I'm big on history.
Are you from the New Orleans area?
No, I'm not.
Mississippi, any of that? Like not Creole, or what are the two, Creole and
It's Creole. And you got okay. See, in New Orleans, Mississippi, and like the Alabama area, you have Creole. Like in the Carolinas, you have Geechee. Like in Savannah, Carolina area, you have Geechee.
Yeah.
there's one other. It almost sounds like Creole. I always mix the two up.
I know what you I know what you're talking about. I just can't. It's not coming. I know what you're talking about though. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Cajun and Creole.
Yeah, Cajun is more.
I said it, but I might not have been loud enough. I apologize. I said that a second ago. Yeah.
Cajun is more. Cajun is more. I don't even know.
It's more on the French side, but it's like
It's more. It's more on the French side. Yeah. That's more on the French side. Yeah.
It's like French hillbillies.
Like I've been watching a lot of the lives and reading about what the indigenous Americans, or I think they actually call themselves American Indians, have been kind of battling on this app with so-called pretendians. And I've been reading a lot about it. And I think that they do. I kind of have a soft spot now for the whole Creole argument or Cajun argument, because they do have a point. Like the darker skinned Indians actually were wiped out more. Like as they set up reparations, they were a lot quicker to set up the lighter skinned indigenous people than they were the darker skinned ones, which is one of the reasons you don't see many of the darker skinned groups. So I'm not going to run with the whole pretendian argument, but I think there is some validity to it, because I keep finding actually registered American Indians that are actually black, because they really are proven vote. And they got a lot less. Like they got a lot less than anybody else.
My friend who got reparations is white like me. You wouldn't even know his whole family.
Yeah, but we
got paid first.
Them here in Canada. You got to remember, it's very different between Canada and the U.S. and so how we determine.
That's why the topic says, is racism different between the countries?
Absolutely, and I'm 100%.
It is.
I think it is very different.
I mean, I'm gonna just be honest. I'm from the black people. Go ahead. I was just gonna say that. Go ahead.
Is there anyone from Canada on this panel?
Yeah, me and S both in Canada.
And so you actually believe that? Can I ask why? And I'm not. This isn't a negative. I literally just want to hear why you feel it's different.
We've been watching a lot of lives.
Yeah, you go first, SL, and then I'll give my 2 cents.
No, you can go. I'm making lunch for my son. I just was gonna say we've been learning a lot. Like, go ahead.
I think it's different, but not like it's a tough one, because I've upset a lot of kind of black communities while I'm trying to understand CRT in these discussions when I say that it's different. So I want to at least be careful and say that, yes, racism of all forms exists in both. They are not different, but I am trying to quantify it, and I'm not doing it to try to make excuses. If we're going to talk about reparations, we need to quantify it. And in a socialist country like Canada, quantifying it becomes even more important. So what I mean by different is that, again, from my experiences, just looking from outside, but spending time in both the US and Canada, I see larger groups of indigenous people living in poverty and on the street than I would see, say, other communities. While as when I go to the States, I see a bit of the opposite. I'm not saying there aren't indigenous, but I see large groups of blacks in huge poverty.
And Hispanic.
I can even pick specific groups. Like the most recent one that I found, and is massive, say in Florida, is the Haitian community. And I don't even know where they fit within the slavery model. But when it comes to modern day slavery, I would actually argue that Haitians in Florida are modern day slaves. And I've been there and seen it and lived with them in their communities. And it's wild. I spent days in areas where I never saw another white person. Like the segregation there is really, really weird.
Yeah.
That's something else that never really changed.
Oh.
I spent a lot of time in Florida, about 4 years, and I would have to agree as far as the segregation goes. Like I've lived in a lot of places in America. My parents were in the military, so we traveled around a lot. So I've grown up in a lot of different cultures and communities in different areas and things like that across our country, across America. And one thing that I was kind of alarmed about it too, just the huge amount of segregation. Like I'd never seen that before. And I was pretty young when I lived in Florida. So it was kind of appalling to me that it was so apparent. But after living there and getting to know some of the people and getting to know some people in these different groups, I ended up learning that was more of a choice.
Yes.
They were trying to preserve and keep their culture, so they choose to kind of close the doors and keep to themselves in their areas, and they intentionally do that to preserve their cultures. They're not trying to keep people out. They're just trying to maintain their culture. So that was just a perspective that I found, like, okay, so this isn't just
I came to the same conclusion. It was doing research that made me start to understand this, because like being a Canadian and being educated here in Canada, we used to get told, and I'm in my 40s, so I'm sure things have changed, but we were always taught that Canada was like a tossed salad, while as America was a melting pot. And I think that's a big chunk of that reason. While in Canada, we encourage people to both hold on to their previous nationality and be Canadian. In America, historically speaking, it was about, melting,
becoming American.
Becoming American, yeah.
So the only choice these communities had was to segregate. And when you're dealing with racism at a much higher level, they were also doing it for safety reasons. So like I thought, like you, CJ, I really, really did. That was my first way of kind of reading it. But the more and more I look into this, no, it is a choice, but it's not a choice. When you make a decision for your own life and the safety of your family, is that really a choice?
But I mean, it also depends, because in some places in the U.S. it definitely is, and some places it's just almost like a construct to keep I can't even explain what I'm trying to get out. So like, yes, like what you're saying, like in Florida, that makes complete sense. But then you get somewhere like Memphis, right? They separate themselves purposely for the fact of, no, we need this and we need this, like the reparations thing, for instance. And I'm not trying to diss on anything, but I'm specifically saying they'll band together, and then all of a sudden you've got it segregated for a racial reason specifically, like not anything about just
Now I'm just gonna say you brought up Memphis, but you do know why Memphis is like that.
Yeah, I do know why Memphis is
okay.
Like that.
I just want to make sure you know that.
No. I was trying to think of somewhere, and that was what came out, and that really wasn't a good example. But like, I want to say East St. Louis, or but that's another.
Okay, yeah, you could have used. Okay, you could have used that. Okay, yeah.
That's what I think I was going to use.
That's essentially nationalism, though, right?
Right. And that's what I'm saying. They're using that for that push, for that reason. It's not even really, if you take it's the blacks or the whites or whatever. It's against whatever that that organization is trying to push, whatever they're trying to push. It's
you're seeing more segregation-like behavior within the United States as you're seeing kind of new forms of nationalism. And again, I found it really hard looking at it first, but I kind of get it that, within, because they're segregated and they have their own communities, in a sense, they are being kind of, it's weird. They're liberals, but they're acting conservative in as much as they're attempting to conserve what, I think like the Black American is almost like a nationality within itself, because they have.
It really is. It honestly is. And that's
it is. I can tell you it is. As a black man, I can tell you it is.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I don't feel like that's a disrespectful thing to say. I mean, I'm a rapper, man. I'm in the Black community for real. I'm in there all the time too, and it's whatever. But these guys are awesome. There's nothing. But they are definitely a different type of person than if you go to Toronto.
Yeah. I mean, it's just
what I'm talking about.
It's just a different experience. It's like, and since you're a rapper, I can say this just real quick. It's just like the Drake effect. Drake, he can touch worldwide, but there's a reason why, like hardcore rappers, and like just like he got into a little spiff with Mos Def. Anybody in the rap community respects Mos Def.
Absolutely.
But it's people like him. It's like, okay, yeah, you can make good songs sometimes, but it's like we don't really. I mean, he's Canadian, so, and like I say, it's just a different culture that, like I say, it's Black people in America. Like I say, we're totally different, probably from any other. Like that, what most people don't understand, and this is what you got the like you speaking on the Haitians in South Florida. See, they have a totally different history than we have. So you got to understand that Haitians come from they were actually one of the first in Western Hemisphere's countries to abolish slavery when they overthrew the French. But you can see why Haiti has always been and always will be punished for conquering the French.
I actually agree with that after spending time with them, like that poor country. You know, they're the worst off country basically in the world is Haiti.
Absolutely, man.
It's right off the coast of the Americas.
And they get wiped out. The whole country gets destroyed like every year or two.
Like, that is one tough group of people. Like I developed a huge respect for the Haitian community.
Absolutely, man.
Like I say, Haitians are totally different from America. Just like Jamaicans are different from it's a large diaspora when we start speaking on the. Like I say, I'm just speaking on America. That's why I try not to go to Haiti.
No, and I really appreciate you guys not yelling at each other because it's good to have a conversation. It's nice.
Oh no, I don't like yelling. I don't like to yell. The only thing about me is if I just hear something that I guess what the keyword now is triggered. I don't necessarily get triggered. I just like to correct the if we're gonna.
No, I know, but like the reality is you can't talk about these things in a lot of times because people get so upset. Even ask questions where like Moise said, so I just appreciate it.
Like I am not one of them black people that looks at like there's a lot of blame to go across the board.
I'm not even just saying black people, like indigenous get really upset, like it's a trigger thing too, right?
I'm a loud person. I have 7 children. I'm a teacher. I am a loud individual.
Well, I'm loud too. It's okay to be loud.
Yell at anyone.
But like I say, I like to. I see people ask, well, why do you even talk to people that don't even agree with stuff? I just like to hear their opinion because if I don't never listen to them, I'll never know what their gripe is.
I like to understand and like educate myself on both sides. Like I want to be able to sit here and argue. I want to argue the black side on racism, knowing which side and how I stand. Whatever's right or wrong. So that way I understand both people's points of view or both sides' points of view.
Yeah. And it helps you better understand.
It does, and when everybody's educated on it, even if we don't know something, like I learned a couple things from Big Al. I learned some things from Moise Cake, but also at the same time,
you're not gonna learn a thing from me.
But the thing is, like it made me research things like we were talking about earlier about the 14-year-old boy. I know for a fact, I knew there was a white kid that was younger. There was two 16-year-old boys that were killed basically for capital punishment in 1956. So I knew that was the same too, but.
I think there's a separate part of education. Like if I learn about this and I go through the emotions myself, something I'm enjoying doing is talking to other white people because like them, when I first heard a lot of these arguments, I took it as offensive, right? Because it's like, man, I know white people that are just as hard done by as black people, and I can't afford the money to come out of my pocket. But as I've learned more and more about what reparations can actually look like, it's not about coming out of my pocket or white people's pockets. No. In many cases, when you look at systemic racism, it's actually about restructuring the system. So like a pet peeve for me now that I look at this is New Orleans got absolutely wiped out and yet have this huge black community. There's absolutely no reason as they rebuilt that they didn't restructure it. And yet they didn't. And so just based on, I've got to say, hey, you know what? There is something systemic here. It's not about.
But you know what? Sorry, Morris. No, I just wanted to say something because it was an interesting point that me and Mark were talking about, and or maybe it was you. I can't remember. It was you actually. Remember when we were like, is it actually like white privilege or is it Canadian like privilege? Because America is so different than.
I don't like the word white because it simply means too many different groups of people across too many different regions. So I think we've got to pull away from that. It creates a lot of confusion.
Well,
I think Canadian privilege would be a good statement, honestly, don't you think?
The reason we talk about versus the whole within the study of systemic racism, there intersectionality. And one of the benefits we have, even if we're poor and from another country like me, I'm actually mixed race. So I should be able to sit here and start screaming. Like I was literally kicked out of a country because of racism. So, yeah, you know, I actually technically get this, but because I present as white, when I came to Canada, I immediately assimilated into the white kind of society. While even though it's not as bad as I think it is in the States, had I been Black, would I have got the same opportunities? And at first,
Yes,
it's like,
you would have.
but when you really look at it, no, I see where they're going with this argument.
But
So
not in
here's a
Canada, I
funny
don't think. Like,
like
indigenous, but it's indigenous that are affected. Like the way that that I find anyway, listening to the conversations, I find that indigenous in Canada are treated similar to
they are
Black people
they
in
are.
the U.S. Mm-hmm.
So I was in the Canadian algorithm for the last almost year, right? So just knowing, and I'm a U.S. citizen, so just listening to what goes on in Canada and just being in the different groups, 100% what you just said is correct. The
Well,
indigenous
I'm
people
from
in
Thunder
Canada,
Bay, like, and that's like the murder capital for indigenous in the world, like
same.
literally. Like it's like it honestly is
The
a
stories
genocide.
and the
Like
way that
they're
everybody
like it's
talks
for
about
sport. It's disgusting. Like
it
and
is.
the white
It's
people get
gross.
off of things. It's fucking disgusting.
But like just even then though, just showing like listening to what everybody says and how they go through it and the ways that the indigenous people speak about what's happened, it's nearly identical to what the Black, the African American, we'll say that, not the Black, that African American group, the ones that had to deal with slavery and such, those people, like it's identical. It's nearly identical
Yeah.
the way they're treated. Yeah.
Saying Black people is okay, right? Like I can confirm.
Yeah, I know it is. It is, but there is. But that's
I
also
mean,
a general.
I'm Black, and I don't feel offended. So
yeah, because there is a difference to me between African Americans, which I feel like was a forced term anyway for people that were brought over for slavery. I mean,
well, I think it's more offensive when you just say like Black on its own or white on its own.
and that's why, like, I mean,
on the
there's
end,
a
right?
reason we in the U.S. don't say colored people, or that we don't do that anymore. That's ridiculous.
well, technically we do because the NAACP,
yeah,
but
and they use that themselves, right? I just like to call them people, brother. That's what I like.
I've been long. Like, why haven't we changed that name? Like, we done moved several times since colored. Like, why?
Absolutely, dude. Like that NAACP. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, but you know what? Now that the kids are saying bro every 5 minutes,
let's just call them NWA.
I'm like, I'm calling everybody bro.
Kids grew up in small town, like literally teeny tiny. We have like 125 people, and my kids are running around going, bro.
Like, one that I catch myself saying it, and I'm like, oh my god,
culturally not you.
I mean,
that's actually crazy enough. That's the whole like civilization culture now, man.
That just. I mean, you got to blame that on the not blaming, but I mean, music, TikTok. I mean, all these apps, like you get to see other cultures, and you get like, let's say there. I can say for a fact, I know there's not a large population of Black people in Montana. But
right, no, you're probably right there.
You can
go out on a limb with that one.
Learn about the culture in Montana and not have to be immersed in it. So, like I say, I think that's just where we're at now. Because I think technology actually might be the be all cure all for the eventual end of racism. Because
technology is 100% for us having one culture. That's it. Like the blending of races, everything. Because the next civilization we have on this planet will be a complete mixed race. Yeah, there's no way it could be racist anymore.
Well, that's good. That's like I was talking about that last night, and like that's like bringing in like immigration and stuff. Like,
absolutely. I mean,
my son's like the minority at his school, like, and
it's kind of crazy
because everybody's mixed and growing up together.
And I'll look it up.
Segregated.
Right. I believe, and I'll look it up just to find out in a second. But statistically, I believe white people in the United States are actually minority now. I'll have to Google it.
I would have to disagree with saying they are a minority.
Yeah,
they are
not. The rate of people.
No, they're not. They're not.
I'm saying by the rate of like.
They're not the excessive point anymore. There are not more white people.
It's just not.
No, I mean, I'm actually saying like I've seen this. I could be completely wrong, but I've seen this where it was like the stats were literally that there were less white people than there were anybody else.
Like than everybody. Like
yes,
but if you're gonna just go like Black people and white people, no.
No. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I'm just saying like in general, like the white is a minority now. It's not just a
It was a U.S. census on the number of different cultures in there, and you are
That could
correct.
have been.
The white people were not leading
It's
any longer.
32%, I believe. I can't remember. We did look it up before.
It was definitely down though, or a different number for sure than what it had been, and like
Yes.
the rest of the time, yeah.
So
for sure.
I do have a question, just trying to kind of like piece all of this together. As far as like culturally goes, I'm not sure if you would call this segregation or nationalism or whatever, which is why I'm asking the question. So I don't know if many of you know kind of what's gone on in Oregon, but okay, so that's where I'm originally from, kind of where I spent most of my childhood.
I don't know what's going on. Can you give a brief?
I about to say I
so
heard
briefly,
something.
Oregon passed a bunch of laws where essentially drugs in all
Decriminalization Act
forms are completely legal.
You're allowed to
we
have
have
so
that
much
as well
on you.
in British Columbia.
It's exactly the same as BC. Yes, same.
Okay, I didn't know that. So in doing that, so Portland is kind of the big city area, which is on the east coast of Oregon, or sorry, the west coast of Oregon. Eastern Oregon are a whole bunch of really, really small kind of communities. And on the very, very edge of Oregon, Eastern Oregon, there's a border town called Halfway, and that's where I grew up. They have essentially, even though the state laws are that drugs are legal and like you can sleep on the streets and there's no public indecency anymore, all of those are gone. Well, in Halfway, those are all very much in effect and you get fined by the community. What they have found is they can't actually take it to a state level and charge these guys. So what they have done is they exile them. If you break the laws of the community, you literally have to leave the community. And I've tried talking about this a few times in some forums, and I get like way backlash, like really, really hard. And I'm trying to explain, like, we're a small ranch community, and we have old time kind of country folk traditions. We don't believe in drugs. We don't believe in rap music. We don't believe in
those thugs.
We're very biblically oriented.
Wait a minute, you don't believe in rap music?
We don't believe in them. I just made me think of the Thuggish Ruggish Bone. I don't know why.
No, and I know that sounds silly, but
No, you're right.
in our culture, we really truly, or I've moved away from that, but they really truly believe that rap culture or the rap music is dark and ominous, not necessarily evil.
Like how Kiss used to be the devil's music and like
well, not necessarily the devil's music. It just promotes that you do bad things. You call women bad names, you do drugs, you pull guns on your neighbor. It essentially, they believe that it gets people to do bad things. It convinces them to. So that stuff is kind of like put out and away from the community because they have these beliefs. But then
my friend was just talking on that, actually. I hope he comes in.
So then I try and explain this as far as like what their culture is like and what they're trying to hold on to. And then you get all this backlash of, well, you're trying to keep your kids in a box and that's not the way the world works anymore. And those old traditional good home, wife at home and husband works, that doesn't work in this world anymore. Well, it does. I know it does.
It does. It absolutely does.
Your home community lives like that.
Talking like a stay-at-home mom right now.
How much
do you? Stay-at-home mom. I'm a teacher.
How much do you know and like understand?
But I've been a stay-at-home mom my whole life.
I am as well.
How much do you know and actually understand about that decriminalization law? Do you like know it down pat? I'm not like shitting on you. I'm just asking like literally. Like.
As far as decriminalizing the drugs? Quite a bit.
Because I actually wrote a policy for a presidential candidate this year, and I wrote his decriminalization policy up. So that's why
I'm kind of curious about what yours is.
That was a question I posed to you. Is do you think that is more trying to put your community in a box, or is that literally just upholding their own culture? Is that wrong?
So the truth about it all is like, if this is thinking of a national federal look at it, right? Not just like Oregon or Kansas City, Missouri, or Memphis, Tennessee, like saying the federal level. So the look at it is for it to be a proper thing that can be used correctly in the United States, it needs to have levels. So it needs to be able to, it's going to benefit the medical system. So it's going to benefit like rehabilitation. It's also going to benefit the
Sorry, the
justice
legalization is going to
system.
benefit rehabilitation. Is that what you said?
No, decriminalization, not legalization. Decriminalization. There's a difference between those two words. And yes, it would, because think about
jails, right? Instead of putting them in jail, you take that money and you put it back into helping the people.
Exactly. So here's what my stance on it was. Here's what my stance on it was, and this is how I wrote it up. Like, there's a lot to it, so I'll just get a brief of it. So there's gonna be, you have your rehabilitation centers. Right now, I can tell you as an ex-addict, getting into rehab if you are poor, it's not happening.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, you're gonna be on drugs because there's no way to get in. I mean, Medicare, Medicaid, all that shit, it don't matter. Like, so, but what about all Americans? I'm not even listening to that because we're talking about a whole different thing. So the gist of it is, if you get pulled over, say the whole decriminalization decriminalizes you having it, but does not make it legal. So you are able to have a certain amount on you. If you have over that amount, you get charged a criminal charge. If you have, we'll say 2 grams, okay, you get pulled over in your car, you get treated as if you are you have a speeding ticket. The police take away the drugs because you are not legally able to hold those drugs. They give you a ticket. So my whole purpose was, when they give you this ticket has the option on it where, say it's a $400 ticket for this drug. You could pay that fine and be on your way to go to court, pay that fine, or you could take this ticket as, here's your entrance to the rehab center. You make the decision on yourself. Yes, you make that decision right there. You have the option to get out or the option to continue. So what happens with that? It starts to our prison system is going to start to decrease the amount of people in the prison system.
Okay.
So the issue that I have with that here,
it's not enabling at all.
It is. I just want to say here, like, it is enabling in Canada. Well, because now we are because we are allowing the MAID program, which is assisted,
so that's true.
Assisted unaliving for addiction.
Have you looked at the actual the statistics on your drug, like how bad the drug use, or how up or how down it's been? It's definitely not enabling.
Vancouver. It's crazy there.
Because I actually had to look it up in Portugal, Vancouver, and Portland, Oregon. I had to do it all to make this policy work. And actually, other than Oregon right now is starting to fail at it because they did not set it up properly.
No, we have a massive fentanyl problem.
Terrible thing for
Oregon. The whole world has a massive fentanyl problem.
We in Oregon
I don't understand how that's not enabling though. And then you're saying that if you want to unalive, you can get assisted suicide for.
I didn't get to finish though.
Addiction and stuff, but in Canada you don't have that in America, right?
Yeah, you should finish your point there.
Yeah, I mean, I got cut off completely, just stopped.
I know. I just wanted to ask you if you guys have that there.
Addiction?
What if we have
the assisted unaliving for addicts.
No, in fact, there's laws against that.
That's what I'm saying is that we have. So when something becomes okay to use, and you're not supposed to use it, how often are people going to they stop using it as much? Not saying addiction is an actual issue, so they're going to continue using, but it also does cut down the street corner drug dealers. It cuts this all out because these people are allowed to have this stuff on them. So you got your big ass dealers that are bringing pounds in. Those people are going to prison. They're not. They're not getting away.
Can I ask you a question? Where are you getting that evidence? Because my feet have been on the ground in Portland. And we now refer to Portland as the toilet bowl of America.
Yes,
because it is disgusting what this drug policy has done to that town.
Right. Portland didn't, Oregon did not set. Oregon is failing now at it. It started at the beginning. It was working. It did not work properly. Well, California is not 100% decriminalized though either.
Yeah, but what you're doing is you're decriminalizing the small offenders, like the addicts and stuff. They're not going to stop using.
No, the addicts are the small offenders, and they will. So what will happen with it is they actually start at this point getting options. The ones that are going to be there forever and are not going to stop, they're not going to stop. I mean, alcohol, yeah, absolutely. Alcohol is exactly what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm
alcohol.
Trying to say.
Yeah. I mean,
is that if you're allowing them to unalive themselves with assisted medical, whatever, if you're an addict, that's essentially sounds like they're just trying to get rid of them.
But do you think it's wrong that, say, a community in Oregon, even though the rest of Oregon feels like this is how we should treat our citizens, my community in Oregon went, fuck you, we're not allowing that shit in our town. Do you think that's wrong? Because our town is getting a lot of backfeed, like our governor's trying to sue our town because we won't submit to
I don't think that's wrong. I don't think that's wrong. I think that's the same as when we have you know, this you have what are they called? Not like ordinances. It's like an ordinance type thing. I mean,
Okay.
it's the same.
he dropped.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to, like, I really do. You guys are all talking very casually and openly, and it seems like a genuine discussion rather than
I mean, exactly.
a flying amount
My
of
whole
opinion.
point.
So I was just curious on what your guys' point on that would be.
There's like, so the decriminalization.
Sorry,
thing
did
that
he
I'm
get
looking at-
upset? Is that why he left or no?
Who?
Well, I think he just got bored, to be honest.
No. We're talking about
Well,
relations.
and that's probably my fault because we stopped talking about racism and I was talking about
that's
No,
you know what it is.
You're actually keeping it on topic, to be honest. This is, if you look at the back, it's the differences
going right
between
with
Canada and the US. You know, it's, and I think that's
Not
where
just
he's
about
now
US
going.
corporations.
Right.
Yeah,
And
but
even this decriminalization talk goes right with both because Canada's doing it kind of right now. They're like it's early on in it, but it is like, so if I read the statistics,
and
you would see
Vancouver's
like
your example.
BC's doing it, it's working, but it's
and
slow.
has for a while.
Yeah.
But Moist, you see what I'm saying though? The addicts are just like, it seems like they're just trying to get rid of the downtown problem, right? They took out the tents where everybody was because that's like a great place for them to put in fucking government buildings and charge up the ass for like rent or whatever. And then they'll decriminalize. Oh, my mic might be dying. The smaller offenders or whatever, or the drug dealers, I guess, but the addicts, it just seems like, well,
and it is.
you can't get help. You can find yourself.
That's where.
So also
I think
the more.
Partisan problem.
Well, hold on, let Moist finish.
Yeah.
I think it's the partisan problem because what's essentially happening, because I did this too, like you, I would look at it, I would see the failings of the system, and I think CJ's actually, which is saying, oh my God, this is actually having the opposite impact on my community. And I'll look at the bigger picture, but oh my God, this is a disaster. And because of the failings of my government, I was quick to start judging what I saw as liberal policies, when in fact it's really forms of socialism. And if you take a step back from the government 100%. And just say, okay, here's what's going on. So like my answer to CJ would be like, based on what I've seen, yes, you're going to take a whole lot of backlash, but that's part of kind of learning the problem. And so what you're now you're hitting in your town is also, and already was, happening in a lot of other communities, particularly marginalized ones. So what it is it's about determining how nationalist can we be without being, systemically racist, and it's balancing these back out. So very quickly, I think the best thing your town can do is start, and I'm not saying this for political reasons, I'm saying that you guys have the same socialist issue, is aligning yourself with other towns that also have this problem, which happen to be also marginalized. Because as they fix one problem, they just move it into another bloody town, right? And that's really what we're talking about. So by kind of learning from these mistakes and messing around with this, yes, it probably caused more issues than it fixed. But in order to find a solution to this, we're going to have to fuck shit up. So
that's 100% right.
All right.
But it's okay to be kind of little nationalist, like especially if you understand the system. If your town was to stand up and talk from like the stance we're making, which is understanding systemic racism, but then saying, like without looking like white, I think they call it. I can't remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But without looking like you're kind of abusing the situation, coming in and pointing out the situation, you'd actually go from people on the other side being mad at you to actually supporting it. Because in fact, a lot of these Black communities are like, hey, you know what? We want to be part of the system, but we want to hold on to a bit of our own community, which is essentially what I hear you asking.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They're just not
100%.
Their old country, and it's old country, kind of traditional, barefoot in the kitchen moms. It really is. And some people take to that, and that's fine. Don't move to that community.
Absolutely. See, I live in
But at the same point, I appreciate hearing that, because it does make me feel a little better, because there is a ton of backlash, and there's some of our community members are literally struggling with well, now the governor's coming after us. Should we just cave? And then, of course, you've got the old timers that are like, hell no. Like, so it's neat hearing from not only other people from different parts of the country, but from other countries as to whether or not, they think this is a good thing or a bad thing, and kind of getting your views. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
My advice, being in a socialist country, is basically ignore the politics, because it's just going to flip back and forth and everybody's going to hate each other. It's just like TikTok, right? Most debates are
absolutely
not like this. While if you focus on the people, and I mean both groups of people, focus on your community and say, hey, you know what? These are old people. The times are changing, but yeah, let them have their space. They're not going to change. It is what it is. Make the best of it, and understand that other groups like the Black communities are feeling exactly the same way. And if you focus on the people, the solutions that you'll find for your people will be the same solutions that they can find for their people.
Absolutely, absolutely, man.
It's a personal movement for people themselves. That's the benefit. Like, I'm not totally pro, but I get it. Socialism and communism do have that benefit in as much as the people are working together. So if
there's a reason they worked at one point, somehow, like, and that's what it is. Like, yeah, like there definitely was benefits to these different types of society structures, but ultimately we know what happens.
Because if they're allowed to do it, you're allowed to do it. And then all of a sudden it takes the stigma off the table, and it takes that group of angry people where you're a sensitive, touchy topic. And that's why you'll get jumped on, right? Because you walk in and it's all going to be anti-white and all white people are racist. And this is proof.
Exactly.
It's awful.
No, it really is.
And I seriously, I went in one like Black people space, and I wasn't allowed to talk. It was like, you mute until you don't talk over a Black person.
Yep.
And it was
a good example of that,
and the white privilege, and I wasn't allowed to comment. Like, you're not allowed to comment.
A super good example of that I saw last night, and it outraged me. It really outraged me. Like, so there was there was an interview on a podcast called, I'd have to look it up for sure, but Charlemagne, like the rapper guy, he's the host. Well, it was Vivek Ramaswamy was on it, right? Man, they wanted to know his opinion on stuff, but then immediately when he starts to answer it, no, you listen to me, shut up, listen to me. They wouldn't let him speak at all.
It was awful.
I just watched this and I'm like, what the hell? Like, they're dogging on him. You don't know shit. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a pile of shit. You're not letting him answer the question at all.
But the thing for me, it was like, you can't ask questions because I'm not here to teach you your history. Your white privilege is showing because you haven't looked it up. And I'm like, your background is baiting white. It's all about white people. And and then I asked a question. It's not my job to educate you. And I'm like, oh my god, like. And then, it was.
How can we come together as a community if we cannot speak as a community on these issues that you find offensive? Like, if I'm offending you, or if I'm doing something, or if my people, or however you want to word it, are doing something.
Well, the problem is,
it is your job.
Intelligence.
Well, hold on. I just want to say one more thing, and then I have to mute. I also went into an Indigenous one they were talking about all these things. And I went in to say, like, I really like this platform. Like, no one's really talking on this. And they fucking dogpiled me. And they come in here and they would rant at me and tell me how racist I am. And I'm like, oh my God, I was just saying that I think it's great you're speaking out on it. Like, it's wild.
Yeah, and that's the point. That's what I don't understand. I had to take a break from TikTok because of that. Like, I cannot understand how we're supposed to fix our communities and come together as one people if no one is willing to sit down and talk about these issues. If you never explain to me what your grievances are, how the hell am I supposed to help you?
Well, all I hear is reparations. Like, white people are evil. They're born evil. And like, white women are responsible for Schmittler was one background. I was like, oh my God, this place is crazy.
It does. It gets crazy. They really do.
And the division is so, you got to remember, like, ignore politics, but look at the political problems. The very companies which are, like, again, where I was talking about white people, and I did too, thinking, hey, this is bad, this is the money coming out of my pocket, not realizing that this is really more of a fight with the systems themselves. So when you start looking at that side of it, the system itself, Hold on 1 second.
You're right.
Like I was like not knowing much about the States. My husband goes there, I don't. But when I came in, like TikTok, it makes it feel like the US like people hate white people, like hate. And it's very uncomfortable.
It makes like the US what?
That like people of color in the US like hate white people, like all of us.
It very much comes across that way in
Holy
general
crap.
lives.
It sure feels like that in the lives. Yeah.
But it's not. The truth is, it's not that way. It's not. But
no, but it's hating a person and being that emotionally involved with an argument and actually wanting to do something about it are two very different things. And I think we have to, in a sense,
you're right, Antonio.
learn to be okay. You know, if they want to be mad, and in fact, they verbalize it, because that's where the argument is that, black people can't be racist. White people don't get that argument. What the real argument actually is they're just kind of taking on that word racism and really running with that and really understanding that word. So the prejudice still exists. They're not saying that they're not being mean or unreasonable. What they are trying to do is separate the systemic aspect of it. So that's why I think it's okay for people to get that mad. But what I do hate on both sides, and that's what you guys were just talking about it, is when you get the group that won't talk about it. They are just there to hate on and laugh at white people, right? And there are.
I don't get the feeling they want to end the systemic racism.
They don't.
From a lot of
people.
They don't. And that's what I was trying to ask you, Mike, earlier. When he said the money is coming from the banks, etc., is there currently an active, like, moving forward of actually getting these from that bank? Like in those
he was also referring to conspiracy theorists.
Well, that's what I was wondering. Like, is this something that people are involved in, or is this just like an idea? Like, this sign.
So what he was coming at was like he was coming at this whole like globalized banking, like the Rothschilds. Like that's what he was coming at, which he's not wrong in the aspect necessarily, but he was going from like a conspiracy side is what he was doing.
Yeah. Okay.
I know where he went with it.
He's on both sides, and unfortunately, he is. Although in a sense, he's still willing to chat, which is the cool part.
He was awesome to talk to.
Yeah,
but
he's almost like a Trump supporter of that group, if that makes sense.
So when you got it to actually listen for a second, he understood.
Yeah, what's your question?
I have a question. One more. So is there actually a movement? Like, will Black people be getting reparations in America?
So
like, is this in the?
They already can apply for them. They are already able to apply for reparations, right? I don't believe so. To be honest, I don't think that's going to be a thing. I think.
Well, I've never talked to somebody who's sent in any of the testing stuff.
Me neither.
Well,
Antonio, like I want to know his thought, but
because our chieftain told us.
Antonio's my buddy. Get your ass up here.
Yeah, he's got it. Like it's like he just said, nope, we shouldn't. And I want to know what his thought, because as him being like, I assume he's an African American or a black guy. We'll say one or the other. He seems like he has the view on it. Like we want to know. You know what's
yes,
your view,
yeah.
Antonio, I'm curious, bro.
Yo.
Oh yeah, Antonio came up.
Yo, what's up, Sonia? What's up, guys?
Hi, honey. Where you been?
What's good, bro?
I haven't been on TikTok in a few months, so just been chilling.
You better smarten up with them, okay?
But no, I don't think black people should get reparations. No, we shouldn't. It's not. It's not going to do any good.
Why don't you think so, though? What's your reason for not thinking so?
Because, like, as a black person, I understand the culture, and I don't think that we're there yet as a culture to be able to put that money in a good place.
Exactly.
It's like selfish
reason. I think you just hit it right on the head, brother.
Exactly.
Yeah,
what if the money is handled for them?
Like, don't get me wrong, there are a lot of good people.
Generic people.
Hold on, you guys. You were doing so good, but now you're all going over each other.
We're getting excited. We just need to chill. Let him talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Whoever was speaking, like you.
It will go to like a personal gain, right? Not a community, like
exactly. And I think that like back in the day, like, you know, my grandmother, she was a Black Panther, so like I know about everything, and like back in the day, yeah, that would have been a good option, but today it kind of like it kind of veered away from the culture, and like now it's like everyone is for themselves versus the community, and so it's going to be a personal gain versus like giving back to the community and like doing good for it. So I don't think we're there yet, and I think it'll do more harm than good.
Because
personally, do you believe that as like just your culture? Because honestly, I could honestly say if the government was to go, you know, every indigenous person, period, everywhere gets $5,000 in reparations for whatever may have happened to your culture. I don't think there are very many people at all that would make good long-term.
Like I said, my friend bought a house with his out here in Alberta. That's what he did.
Well,
It was
that's
for
You'd be
him.
surprised how many people would just turn it down.
I'm not saying every person, but I do think that I don't necessarily think it's a just a group or a culture. I think all people, if they were just handed money,
it didn't affect him, and he put it towards himself. It was a handout to him. He didn't go through any of that. It didn't get put back into anything to help any of the, like, I get pissed off in Canada with the there are a lot of rich chiefs, and then you have the reservations that don't have running water. Like,
right.
Oh, sorry. And like, giving it to him to buy his home is so silly. It didn't do anything good for the shittiness that's still going on.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, even if you break it down a little bit more, right? Like if we're going to answer that question, right? Like if we go into different cultures, like, you know, it's not all people, right? And there's going to be, you know, some bad apples, right? But like as a culture, I think indigenous people or natives or, you know, Hispanic people, like they buy a house, right? Like their family's going to live in that house. So it's doing good for the community, right?
This guy grew up in a fucking suburb. Like, I just can't. No, he's the exception.
Like,
are you Canadian or American, Antonio?
I'm American.
Chicago area?
Yeah, I was born and raised in Chicago. My family's from Central America.
Question.
Okay, cool.
Do you believe in generational raising of families or individual raising of families?
No, it takes a village.
Thank you.
Yeah, it takes a village.
Absolutely, ma'am. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't have anybody.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry.
I apologize.
No, we have grandparents, but not a lot of help, you know. It is a wish that we had.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I like it. That's my belief, but I didn't grow up that way, right? Like I have, you know, me and my mom. My mom had me at 20 years old, you know, and we moved halfway across the country, just me and her, and so basically we grew up together, you know. But you know, there's some part of me where I'm like, you know, I wish I would have been closer to my family because it does take a village to raise, you know, children.
That's like me. I was just me and my mom, and my family lived in another province. Like we'd go at Christmas.
Yeah, you know, and like, you know, it and that's how we got here as a society, is because it does take a village, and you know, our ancestors and everything, like that's how they raise kids and make sure they're safe.
And they grow like they're always, I don't know, I find like they're like my husband, very close family here, and just like how you're brought up, your morals, like just everything is just different.
Right? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, there's a part of me that like wish I was brought up that way, but like that wasn't reality, and that wasn't, you know, so I had to adjust that way. But like it does take a village, and
it sounds like you took a good approach at like becoming educated and informed. Like you sound very intelligent.
Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
He's the sweetest guy in the world.
I can tell. I can tell.
The reason I asked that was because for me, I was raised generationally. I literally grew up. My grandparents lived next door to me, both of them. My aunties and uncles, I have 5 on my mother's side. I have 7 on my father's side. I grew up with everybody, cousins. I'm the oldest cousin in our family, so I grew up helping raise all of my little cousins. And like I would say, like, even though so my grandparents on my mother's side are 100% Indian. Now our tribe, essentially, our genetics branch off to quite a few different tribes. But as far as like staying as one people, my grandparents really kept that. But my mother, her siblings, none of them did. And now our kids, we don't qualify. Our chief required us to go in and try and apply, but we don't qualify because we're so far removed from the tribe, if that makes sense. Which
from what I know, like there's like a test, you know, like you have to like speak from a council and everything, from what I know at least.
You have to get a blood test. They do a blood test.
You have to be able to make fire Indian tacos.
They've been able to target genes, so they know like this gene goes with this tribe, this gene goes, like you can see it. So you have to go get the blood test, and then yes, you've got to go before the council and plead your case to the council. So we did all of that, and none of us cousins, none of my generation worth of kids qualified, which was totally fine. We were totally cool with that. But what I have heard is I would say I hear all of these, oh, you're privileged. Now, whether it's white, black, and I present as, Scandinavian almost. I'm very, very white.
Me too.
I have indigenous blood on both sides, and on my mother's side, it's 100%. You look at any one of my cousins from that side of the family, they all have dark hair, dark skin. I'm like, me and my sister are really.
Your mom's 100%, and you didn't qualify.
I'm sorry.
I'm confused. Your mom's 100%, and you didn't. When you got your test, you didn't.
No,
qualify?
we did not qualify.
Wow.
Because my grandparents are technically what they consider 100%. Because my mom married outside.
Okay.
She is not. And then because
American
our
too,
blood
right?
is diluted enough, we don't have one tribe, we have multiple. We didn't qualify for any particular tribe. Does that make sense?
You. Yeah, I got
no,
you.
that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like just to go off that a little bit, right? Like, and I do get it. And, I grew up in a very diverse part of Chicago. So I grew up around a lot of different cultures and religions and everything like that, right? But like at the end of the day, right, when I think the message that has been missed is when you talk about white privilege, it's not that straightforward, right? Like it's perception is reality, right? So like even though like in the back of your head that like you're not 100% white and you're native, right? Like that, right? But like when people perceive you a certain way, like it's like even going back to like what you were saying about rap music, right? Like people perceive rap music that way, but that's not exactly what it is. So like
exactly.
Yeah. And I've heard tons of rap music that was absolutely beautiful and had a beautiful message.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying though? Like it's not like straightforward as that. Like so when people talk about that, it's not straightforward as that,
Like, can I say something? And I'm just wondering, like, would you say like how they say white privilege is like coming? You have more money, more opportunities, etc. But when I think of like a black family, they are about like their community, right? And a lot of family being together and helping out to raise like the family, right? The family values and that kind of a close knit. Like, is that not a privilege in itself that we don't really have?
Some.
Yeah, no. So here's the thing though. Like I think more so. Like I think it needs to be worded differently because it's more so classism. It's more so classism than anything.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's more so classism. So I think it needs to be changed or worded differently. I don't really know, but like it's not like white privilege like that, like because listen.
But does it make sense what I was saying, like that being
privilege,
like like that, like being in you, because like to us, like my sister-in-laws, I have 3 here and a brother-in-law. They don't call my kids. They don't hang out with my kids, and it's really fucking sad. And I think because like the black community comes together, like that is a privilege that I wish I would. I try to get these fucking people together, but they just don't have that in their bones. Like I don't know.
And that's what I was saying. Like in the chat, like I don't go on these like pro-black TikToks because it's annoying, and it's like you're not even like trying to talk about a solution.
That's what you meant.
You're not even trying to talk about
a
solution.
You're not trying to help a situation. You're just trying to
you're
argue
not trying.
a situation.
Yeah, you're just like talking just to talk. And if
Remember
you want to argue,
Antonio?
that's fine. But like,
remember that live we were in together, Richie's, and that girl was like talking about privilege and this and that, and like she was just totally selfish to herself, and you were like, Jesus, like you are making us like this is fucking crazy, and that's what it's like.
Oh no, Sonia already knows. Like, I'm not going for that. So
this is something I was gonna say a little bit ago when we were talking about like the whole like white privilege and all that, and like the rapper thing that came up, right? So like I said, like I'm a rapper. I'm a white rapper. I grew up in a trailer park and struggled. Right, normal.
Not Eminem 2.0 up in here.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
It is what it is. I mean, there's a reason. Eminem grew up in the projects for white people. That's what a trailer park is. You know what I mean? It's the same thing. So that's why he did this. That's what has happened. That's where I'm at. So here's the problem though: is I go play a show in the city. I live near Kansas City, right? I go do a show in the city, and 98% black people and me. You think I get treated like I'm completely equal like person there?
No.
I get treated like dog shit. Horrible. Like I'm in there and I'm out.
Yeah.
Like I'm getting shot at and shit.
I
For
did just
real.
want to say hi to Gamer. Hi, Gamer. Hi, Gamer.
So like
How are you?
when we talk about like how
sorry,
people do
buddy.
treat people equally or not, I'm completely respectful. I love everybody. I'm completely about that. If you listen to my music, you hear that, and I'm completely not. But I get treated as if I'm just like a freaking German Nazi. Like it's ridiculous, man.
You're invading their
hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. I just want to say hi to Gamer.
Oh.
Hi, Gamer.
Oh, we have a new person. Hi.
Yo.
What do you think, Gamer? Gamer's in the States. Huh? What did he say? Did he say that's W for Sonia?
No, I thought you asked what do I think.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I was asking what.
About what we're talking about. Is racism different in the US, you think, compared to Canada? Were you not listening or no?
Is it different? No. It much higher in volume? Yes.
Okay.
Are you from the US or Canada?
I'm from the US.
Okay. And why do you think it's different?
Well, I said different in the context. I mean different in quantity.
Can you explain that?
Yeah, I would say because our laws and legislations allow us to have freer levels of speech and expression, to such a degree, we're able to perpetuate these ideologies out further than we are, and than you guys would be able to in Canada.
I would also say, like, I mean, just number wise too. Like, just number wise. I mean, of course, we have like, we have more land, more states, more cities, so more populated. So I mean, of course, there's going to be, when everyone's living on top of each other.
Yeah.
Just my thought. Yeah, it's my 2 cents. But yeah, I agree with you though, for sure.
I just wonder, like, I wonder, I guess, like, it'll never change, right? And that's kind of the shitty thing, like, that white privilege and that animosity, not that's the right word, but, like, the problem with white people in America just seems like if they're not going to get the reparations,
so that's the thing,
it's not going to stop, but I don't think it would stop with them.
It's systemic. So I think as the systems change, the potential for it to change is absolutely there. Will it improve? Will it get where? Who knows? But I think, yes, it can change. The systems can.
I guess, hey, because that lady said last night, she had a really good point, hey, like in like 2 generations, because everyone is kind of, what we were saying, like white people are the minority now, kids are growing up, not segregated. So there should be some changes over time.
I think my opinion, like honestly, and it's just my opinion, it's not going to change. It's not going to change. And you know what I mean? There's always going to be some way because history repeats itself. And I mean, we've shown each other like what we do to other human beings. Like it's not going to change. I don't think so. I mean, and it's a horrible feeling and like a horrible realization, but I hate it
because I'm like, are my kids gonna have to deal with it? Is it gonna get worse? Like,
well, here's the thing too.
Of course it is. I mean, our kids, honest to God, I saw one of the coolest things I've seen in a really long time in our classroom. So there was a little girl who lost her mother. And dad was a wonderful, wonderful father, doing a great job, but she lost her mom. We had a new student come to town, and said student had 2 moms. So this little girl goes up to her on the playground one time, and of course the girl explains like, hi, I'm this person. She introduces herself to the class. I have 2 moms. She's excited to talk about her life. So on recess, the kids go out, and this little girl goes up to this other little girl who nobody else is playing with. And she goes, hey, would you like to have a play date with me? And the little girl's like, yeah, I'd love to have a play date. And she goes, okay, because I don't have a mom. And so I think it'd be cool to be able to go over and see how you have 2 moms and what's that like. And then you can come to my house and see what it's like to have a dad. It was the coolest thing I've ever witnessed. I cried my eyes out. I called both parents, like, get your butts in here. Your kids are amazing. Like, they don't see color.
I'm not gonna
They
lie,
don't
that's kind of
see
weird.
Sexism. They don't. Children are literally the most innocent molding material. They don't find hate until someone explains to them that they need to hate for a reason, in my opinion. And from what I've seen, I have 7 children.
I agree with you 100%. So this lady that we were in that live with Antonio and I, she told me straight up, like, she was like, straight up, my grandfather told me, like, all white people are fucking terrible. And I'm like, oh, well, that's awful.
I was like, my best friend is white. I was like, my sister's half white. I was like, what the fuck?
Who is that, Dom?
Hi, most hate from children.
Sorry,
hi, how are you?
Dom?
Yeah, no, it's Dom. It's Dom.
How are you?
Hi. I want to say, like, most hate from, like, children, and I want to say most hate in general. A lot of hate comes from not having the education or knowledge on a situation, right? Not having an understanding, because I feel like as a society, when we don't understand it and we see a group of people hating something, we automatically just fall in suit, right?
That's not how kids work, though.
I feel like it is. You know, when
do you have kids?
Parents, when let me just finish speaking, okay?
I'm sorry.
When people have children, right? And, you know, speaking of experience, what I've seen, a lot of children are like, you know, like, they like to mimic things, right? They like to mimic things that they hear. They like to mimic things that they hear their parents, you know, they hear what their parents say, and, you know, they mimic it somewhere, right? And, you know, even though it might be a hateful thing or a hateful word.
No, that's 100% facts.
When I was younger, I had at least 2 different kids who called me the N-word in my knowing that it was wrong. I was in what, like, grade, I want to say 4 or 5, and I got called the N-word from children, not just adults.
Well, they heard it at
home.
home.
You too?
So they heard it at home, right? Mm-hmm. So this behavior is, unfortunately, it is learned, right?
Well, it's crazy, because so did I.
From hearing their parents.
Because my kids didn't learn it at home. They learned it from their friends, because their friends call each other that. So then they brought that word home to my house.
That's exactly what I was just getting at.
Hold on, guys, one at a time. I think that the like, that's where you could talk about the music too. They hear the word and I don't know, but like, my kids copy everything that I say, and it's quite funny but annoying. And even if I think that they don't, they copy their parents in a sense, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
just in mannerisms and words and what have you.
Because where do you think those friends got it?
Like I said, they didn't hear that word from me, but they came home saying it and got their butts walloped for saying it, because it's not okay. But their friends do it. And then literally they invite their friends over to my house, and I can hear them using that word down there. So I went down there and explained to them that that's inappropriate. I don't care what you believe. You're in my home, and we're not going to talk like that.
Right. No, and I agree. But what I was trying to say is, like, you know, even if, like, the parent is, like, listening to music that has, you know, explicit language, or, you know, might be talking with a friend, you know, some kids are freaking nosy, right? Kids like to eavesdrop and listen in on shit. And, like, even when I was a kid, I loved to listen to my mother's phone calls and shit. I was such an eavesdropper, right? So, you know, it's just like, this language is it's usually picked up from home, even if it's unintentionally. And then, you know, even if you have friends, like, where do you think they learned it from, right?
But also, I wanted to say too, like,
it's okay. I was just saying, it might be even unintentionally, right? Like, it's not intentional.
Yeah, and like, that's one good thing about, like, I think with, like, the TV programs being so, like, making, like, biracial couples, you know, like, an okay thing, because a lot of, I know, like black families, especially in the U.S. I hear like they don't want their kids to be dating or hanging out with white kids and like the bloodlines and all of this kind of shit. I'm like, that's got to go too, because that's just
I mean, 30 years ago, yeah, it's not really that way.
No, it sounds like it is.
It's very much not. The majority of our country is mixed are mixed relationships.
Some people are trying to change that, though. I can agree with
thank
that.
you.
Yeah, some people.
Some people are trying to change that back.
Yeah.
Saying it that way, yes, absolutely.
Like white women tokenize black men, and
Yeah.
like
yeah.
babies is a fetish. Like that's crazy talk.
No,
that's
and
true.
Sonia knows this about me, right? Like I again, like I typically don't say this, but like my sister is half white. But when I go on pro-black TikTok lives, I don't say it, and I don't say it for a purpose, because I'm like, I want you to expose yourself, because like
my mom is.
What do you not say that you did it with?
Like, I don't say that my sister's half white, because they're like, oh, I don't want to mix race, I don't want to do that, and I'm like, talking to them, like, how can we find out why you don't want to do that? Like, what would be like, what are black people going to go extinct? Like, what are you like? What is the like, what's the purpose of it?
What's the term that they use though? There's a term for that when you're not fully. It's awful. Anyways, it'll come to me.
When you're not what? Sorry.
Like when you
You're tokenizing.
You're half. Like
you're tokenizing. You're using that.
Like when you're
if you're half
blended, like a blended religion.
Blended, half white, half black. That would be biracial.
Biracial.
If you have,
it's like a slur. It sounds like.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know what she's talking about. Yeah, I can't think of it too.
I mean,
but
there
I
are
know
slurs. I'm not going to even say it out loud. So, but yeah, there are things. For
also,
that.
hi, Craig. Welcome.
I'm not going to say it because there's no point. But like,
no, it's a word that those things shouldn't even be used anywhere. But it is, yeah.
But it's to like it's to basically say that you're not the same as me, even
yeah,
right. And it's wrong.
But that exact like culture itself, right there, is what we are coming to in the world. Like that is what it will be.
Well, and the bigger problem is like, like how do we fix it? Like, how do we get to the middle to understand why that's a thing? Like, I think the biggest thing is like no one's asking why.
I mean,
and like
to me, my point is that the way I look at it is that we're not really realizing how, like, we see what the media shows us, and we see like what we see around us specifically. Okay, so we could say, yes, this is happening, but it also shows that even the fact that me and you are all able to sit in here and talk right now shows that racism has been getting, like, the situation has been changing. If it didn't, we wouldn't be sitting here having these conversations. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I just want to say hi to Craig. Hi, Craig.
How y'all doing?
Okay.
How y'all doing? I'm just waiting for my turn. How y'all doing?
Oh, you got it, Craig.
I'll just type it.
Yeah.
No, you're fine.
You got it, Craig.
No, he can talk. I'm just waiting much patiently.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi to see if your voice sounded like you were, underage or.
No, I'm 30 years old.
There we go.
I just can't wait to jump on this topic.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
What do you think?
I don't. Okay, I came to this. I was born in this country, right? But both my parents are African. And remember how the lady was saying how the parents can try, because my parents didn't teach the N-word. But like she said, our friends, hey, what up? Hey, what up, Nee? What up, Nee? How you doing, Nee? That's how we greet each other. My parents used to look at me. Why y'all do that to each other? That's how we talk.
Thank you.
So, you can't, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I say today's now. I feel so hard for sorry for parents, because the parents are trying out here, but it's too hard to control. My parents would be mad at me. My brother had a kid. He was albino. I used to just call him, "What up, albino?" My dad used to look at me, "Why you do that to him?" I just let him know he's albino. He got to know. He got to be proud of who he is. I know it's mean to do. My dad be, "Why you do that though?" I'm like, "What up, albino? How you do?" I just let him know he's albino. I don't feel like there's no shame. Like in America, and sometimes I think sometimes it's okay to be. It's not wrong being racist. I'm like, "What up, white boy?" It's not racist sometimes. I feel
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah, it's
not racist because white people like to look at me. Oh, and how's your kids doing, man? And is your family doing good? I still look out for you. Oh man, you jumping good. There's nothing wrong with it. But when I be surprised if they say the N-word, I'm not gonna fight nobody ever saying it. But
it really depends on
the context. It's the context.
I'll never fight nobody saying, but the other black people that would, and that's the difference. Because in this country, to me, I live in America. I never really experienced racism as a black man. The only thing they say to me, "Oh, you tall? Exactly. Do you play basketball?" Am I gonna hate white people for that? Is white people evil? Not every white person is evil. I always say that. They're not.
But they like you mean. Yeah, even thinking about it like that, right? Like if someone's like, "Oh man, like you're tall, you're black, like do you play basketball?" Majority of black people play basketball. Like, I mean, is you know what I'm saying? I'm like,
am I gonna be mad for saying that? Because I knew a white lady that helped me out when I got it, like when I had it for smoking weed. I almost lost my license for a year. This nice white lady came in with her card and said, "Here's my card. You don't need me." I just paid her $200. She knew the judge and got me out of the whole situation. Am I gonna call her evil? No. But it's like, it's not okay. It's not bad to be racist. Like, I remember when Black Lives Matter thing started, I used to wear the shirt. And white people be like, "Hey, how about my life?" I'm like, "Look it, man, it's not about your life right now. It's about our life right now." Even though
Nasty, you didn't have to drop.
Even though I'm not, and they know I'm not racist, but I'm still saying this shit. I'm saying this stuff so I can say, "Hey, there's nothing wrong. I still like you, white man. I still like you, Asian guy. We still can be friends."
Well, and the funniest thing about it is like, you know, when I went to work, right, and I started my job years ago, right, I would show a picture. I'm like, "Oh, here's my brother. He's blonde hair, blue eyes." I grew up with that man. Like I talk to his mom. Like I check up on his younger brother. He checks up on my sister. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I'll be like, "Yo, this is my brother," and like just like as a joke, but he's blonde hair, blue eyes. Like my best friend, another one of my best friends. I held this kid. He's Mexican. I held his baby. That kid is now like 13. Huge. And I'm like, I didn't grow up around that. So I'm like, for people to do that, like you just have to listen to other people's struggles and their culture and everything like that. And like just listen. And I mean, you have to have some empathy. Like that's what makes us different from anything else on this planet is the empathy.
True. We're all different people.
It's really hard to have empathy though if something jumps down your throat when you're asking questions. Like you also have to be able, like, I'm not teaching you, that's your white privilege. Like that's
I
such a
get
thing to look at.
no, I get well, and that's the empathy part. Like that those people that are telling you that son, like they don't have empathy. That's why you're frustrated. And I get it.
Ever lived outside the United States before?
To try and fix the issue, because if someone is asking questions, it's because we want to learn what you view as the truth, so that we can change
exactly the truth
if it really is offending you. Because I think most people generally give a shit if we offend another human being or not. So
but
when
we're also
you
being told
question,
constantly
why
that
is
what
this
they teach in school is incorrect.
Is the world a nice place?
How can we ever learn and not be offensive if you're not willing to talk about it?
But is the
CJ,
world a nice
hold on
place?
just one sec, Craig. I just want to say one thing and then I'll mute. I've also heard a lot that what's taught in schools is the incorrect information. So it's like, okay, if I can't look it up and it's not going to tell me the right story or what have you, the history, like, why don't you want to tell me?
Hey, but listen, you know why? Because the books are always written by the winners.
True.
So that's why. That's why. It's the same thing in America. It's always going to be written by the winners.
True.
I cut off Craig. I'm sorry, and then Dom has his hand up. So,
I can go.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you and I'll let Dom go.
All right. So, like you said, people always say, "Is the world evil, or is it good?" Like I said, the world is both. It's evil and good in this world. Evil and good in this world. Because, like, have you ever lived outside of America? I feel like America's the greatest country ever. I've lived in like Africa before, and that's a whole different place than come back to live in America. Like, whoa, America's so much easier than other countries in this world, and stuff like that. As long as you like feel like if I want to be rich, I can just work on it, go on YouTube, and I can work hard and be a rich person if I just and don't blame the system. Oh, the white man got me down. No, there's black people out here rich. There's Spanish. There's people that just come to this country, come to America, and figure out a way to get rich. There's no excuses.
Honestly, you're right. Like, I do believe that there is systemic racism, right? And like I don't know. I feel like racism is racism and it's everywhere, you know? Like it really is. Like it happens everywhere and it's going to continue to happen, right? Just like, you know, because people are going to continue to use like slurs against people to get at people and shit like that, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the only thing that I can really say that the difference in between the US and Canada is that in the US it's more televised, right? It's more put on the news, it's more out there for the world to see than it really is in Canada, right? You don't really hear quite often, you know, unless it's towards Indigenous people, or
Yes, no,
this.
totally. Like
I'll
that's
say
all
this.
I
It's
grew up
American
with,
culture.
right?
It's American culture.
It's true.
Racism is American culture.
I don't know. Did some people think is bullying wrong to some people? When I first got to the people, used to make fun. Craig, you're African. Your parents used to hunt lions and elephants. Whole class laughing at me. I used to go home, cry to my mom. Like, Craig, those kids don't understand their culture. At least be proud of who you are. I used to have to wear African clothes to church. My mom, but these are lessons my mom was giving me when I'm growing up. I understand. When Stephen so see the last name. I know where you from. No, okay, yeah, you understand. I have a history. I have a great history. Huh? Damn.
I haven't heard that in forever.
You're in
Who
a
played
Canadian
that?
live. It doesn't work. Rena, I saw you interrupting already. I'm not kidding. I'm giving you one try.
I haven't heard that song in so long. I forgot I'm old.
Hey, I had a question just to touch on what you had just said. So are you saying that you believe that children are because one of our conversations was that we constantly hear that children are inherently racist in America. So is that what you're saying? Like they're brought up within this? Because we've literally just had conversations where
yes,
these racist terms and these words and these things that are happening are being corrected at home.
I believe
but
that
they're being introduced to our children in the schools and by their friends and from people of these cultures that essentially these terms are offensive too, but they're the ones that are literally exposing our children to this because they sure as hell aren't hearing it from my house.
it's American culture.
But I do.
That's not American culture. That's individualized culture.
But I do.
And you're allowing
what's the American culture
in flood the rest of our culture and then whining about it.
No, it's embedded in American culture. I mean, it since we got our independence. I mean, it's been a thing. It's been a thing since then, and it's 2024 now. Yes. If we haven't gotten past it at this point, I mean, when are we?
Yeah, speak your mind. That's what I think it is.
Exactly. That was my question. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? I'm just genuinely like I'm not trying to be like disruptive to your question or like your opinions or anything like that. I'm just just to answer it. Like I mean, if we haven't gotten past it at this point, 2024, no, I mean it's going to be a long road if that was an option, and that's a big if.
Do you think that Donald Trump's come back?
Oh yeah, 100%.
You said what? Donald Trump?
Oh fuck, of course he is.
Probably.
Really?
I mean, yeah, he's rich. It's America.
She said.
Donald Trump.
Is Donald Trump going to be elected again?
Oh, elected? I don't know about elected. I don't know about that. I'm not too sure about that.
Hold on, you guys are all going at the same time.
My bad.
I'm
Craig, why did the kids why did they make you cry? Like you said, you used to come back home crying.
Or when I was younger, because I was wearing an African outfit, I didn't understand it because I was growing around American kids. Why are you wearing a dashiki for? Like go to church, stuff like that. But you're not understanding this is part of my heritage. You have to tell the kid. Now I know how to rebuttal it. Your name is Johnson. You don't even know where your family comes from. You don't even know your bloodline. I can join and hurt their feelings too. Because my parents have an understanding. Because everybody grows with different household. Like some of my brothers told me, Craig, we had our dad. Some people don't know what it feel like to have a dad. That's why they don't respect their dad. Like what? Oh yeah, you're right. I gotta understand. I can't imagine not having both my parents in my household. I can't imagine it.
So you dress different at school and you were picked on, yeah?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, sometimes my mom, like with church, they pick on me, but I started. But they're still my friends. Were they racist? They're still cool. Like, Craig, you want to hang out, play basketball? Yeah, man. Come on, let's bring the African over here. You feel me? But is this a little racist? But is it okay? I'm not saying there is mean to do it, but I was like, all right.
Honestly, Craig, bro, the most racism I've ever felt is growing up in America. When I go visit my family in Central America, yeah, I'm black, but like they don't like it doesn't matter. Like like it's just not a thing. Like you're just whatever. But like in America, it's like, oh, you're a black man, da da da, and like like in other cultures in America, in the Americas, like it's not really a thing. No one cares.
No one cares. Like Someone can go.
You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you're white in Africa, no one cares. Like, you're still African. Like,
they care. Have you ever been to Africa? I've been to Africa before. It's a whole different culture. They call me Americano. What up, Americano?
Yeah. I'm
super culture than America.
My family
I
makes
spent
so
a
much
year
fun of
down
me.
there on a relief mission. Yeah, that is very, very untrue. They're very, very.
I have a question.
Culturally racist.
It's truly a beautiful experience because it makes me appreciate America. But I still love the culture out there. I started like understanding. I even went to school there. They really whoop kids if you don't get a certain grade.
I feel like America doesn't have a culture actually.
Yeah,
it's a mix. It's a mix.
It's a melting pot. Everything is different.
Pot.
You guys are really over talking.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
I just can't. I like to hear. You don't think America has a culture? Oh yeah, we looked at that.
Yeah, but my favorite memory, like I feel
America's
like
culture is like fucking patriotism. Like no one loves their country more than America.
In fact, we have to. I love this country.
Your amendment for the pew-pews. You know,
but I feel like people will make fun of it, like they'll say you're not a real American or like that because only, you know.
Yeah.
Well, that's because of the immigration, though, right? Like they're not even getting them to do it properly.
But I'm not an immigrant, though.
Okay. Do you experience?
But it's okay to be proud. Just stand on it. I'm a black man, and I'm proud on it. I love America. I can carry my gun when I want to. I have the right to bear arms. Other countries can't. I can eat when I want to.
I have a question.
Well, that's the right there.
I have a question.
Pew pew.
Is Rena an American? Were you born in America?
Yes, born and raised. Why?
Well, then why would they call you an immigrant? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Because I'm Muslim.
Doesn't mean nothing. Still American.
Doesn't make you.
As long as you're born in this country, you're automatically American. You could be born in Puerto Rico, Hawaii. Puerto Rico.
Well, then
Puerto Rico, Hawaii.
Yeah,
no, then
you
are
an immigrant.
Then you are an immigrant. If you're born
Me?
then you are an immigrant. If you are born in this country, you are a Jew.
So my father has been deported since I was 5 years old. That's an immigrant.
Why?
Like he's not. Yeah, he doesn't have rights as an American citizen, so he got deported.
Correct.
Why?
But I can't get deported because I was born in America.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm not an immigrant.
You gotta get your green card if you want to come stay here for a long time.
Yes,
Really?
and that's how it should be.
Yeah, but then you have to work hard. My dad worked hard.
Oh my God,
No, exactly.
Citizenship. If you work hard, you pass the test, you get your citizenship. But if you're born in America, you don't have to go through all that steps.
Yeah,
but aren't they? Hold on a second, please. Aren't they not? I'm pretty sure this is the thing. Please help me out because I'm losing my mind. Are they not just not getting the proper documents and stuff filled out with the immigration?
They're not even trying to fill out the documents. They're
okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
But CJ.
Yes.
So like, if somebody wasn't born there, could they become like? Could they become
American citizenship?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. You go through the immigration process.
Yeah,
you fill out the documents.
Are you
take
illegal?
the test,
My uncles and aunts did it.
You do the blood test, and then you're approved, and now you're an American citizen with a green card.
Boom, done.
And then they're gonna consider them a non-immigrant.
Yes, then you are considered an immigrated American. You immigrated to America, but you are now an American citizen.
People still go to
judge.
judge.
Make my parents an immigrated American.
Did they go through the test and stuff? Because if they didn't, then no, they're illegal.
Huh.
So if they didn't go through the test, if they didn't get their citizenship, then they're here illegally. And that's not okay.
Didn't you just say you were born in America?
Me and all my siblings, yeah. But
that doesn't
parents.
actually mean anything because immigrants have been coming across the border for centuries having babies, and then it takes years for us to find them, and then we ship them back to their country. But the babies stay here because they were born here.
But do you?
Okay, I was just gonna ask you. Maybe she has dual citizenship or something. Her parents.
Oh yeah, that could be.
SL.
That's a thing.
Yeah. Yes.
I have a question for you. Sorry, not to put anyone off.
Sorry, I didn't see you come up. No, I wasn't.
That's okay.
My phone.
What is your take on your topic there?
Okay, so
you guys, do you know something?
And that's it. Mop it. Yeah, Rena.
CJ.
No. Like I can't. I'm sorry. You know what?
Oh, wow.
I just can't. No, it's the wrong
Bye, girl.
Merv, I
long
apologize.
history. It's just too much for me.
Please answer the question, SL.
Yes, I will. Okay, so I think that like the way I look at it, like people of color in America experience like racism different than in Canada, because to me, I believe like the indigenous experience what Black people do in US.
I would. Okay, so I would.
The US is crazy for me. Hold on, just let her reply.
Try Texas.
I would branch off from
Yeah,
that.
Texas is too fucking hot.
I would branch off of that and just say that I do agree with that. But what I think what it is that the racism against the Indigenous people in Canada, again, like America, is more televised, more out there.
It's
for the
not
world
televised.
I feel like it's a topic that's that's brought up in media quite often. I feel like
We talk about it. You've heard about the genocide. You've heard about the genocide of Indigenous people in Ontario.
I mean, I've heard
murder for sport, basically.
we literally learned about
white
it
kids are getting off
in high school history.
Well, how old are you? Maybe because maybe you're making me feel really old. Because the documentary Thunder Bay is out now.
You're young at heart.
I'm 20, but we literally learned about it in like
I'm like almost 20 years old. I'm 17 years older than you.
So
that makes sense.
I don't know. I think that it's more. I don't know. It's more out there. Just like so is the racist shit that goes down in America, right? It's all out there and televised, and it's constantly talked about. And I feel like the shit that happens to Black people in Canada isn't as talked about because it's not as out there, right? It's more. What I do see is it's more, Black on Black hate, Black on Black crimes that are happening, right? Schmurders and shit like that, right? It is from what I've seen.
I don't know if I agree with that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean that's
because
proximity.
we're pretty integrated now. So like, if we're
that's
talking about
proximity.
like the gangs and stuff, like everyone's all like spending together.
I don't know. In
Right?
Toronto, like
that's proximity.
Around.
Oh, in Toronto, it's different. Toronto, I will give you that. It is.
Don't even get
it is
me
Black
started
on
on Toronto. It's messed
I
up.
have a question. The people that live in Canada, do you like living in Canada?
No.
I know. I already knew it. I've been knowing.
Yeah,
I heard that country sucked for men. I heard the country sucked for men. Maybe females is different, but her for men it sucks over there.
Why?
That's what I heard.
Well, in what way? Like
hard to get a start. Like, unfortunately, socialist countries are rich. So even like, you know what I mean? Comparatively speaking, if you go from poor to Canada, it's tough in this country now to get a start. There's more opportunity in the US. If you're trying to, play the system and make a buck, man, there's way more opportunity in the US. But we have the socialist
men, though, babe? I don't get it. Like in what way?
Because
Just
of
like
the socialist system itself, right? So especially, God forbid, you're poor, you come over and immigrate and then break up with your wife with kids. Oh my God, a young man in this country is screwed, especially a young Black man.
It sounds like California.
Oh, that's what I was trying to say. Are we talking about Black men coming here, or are we talking about like men that are like my husband?
Any man, anybody immigrating into this country, and I'm speaking as an immigrant, it's tough for young.
That's what I'm saying. But is it only immigrants that we're referencing, or just men that grow up here? Yes, babe.
Oh no, I think it applies to both. Absolutely.
Interesting. I don't see how it would be.
And I heard the laws favor the females over there. That's like he's saying. I heard it favors really well. Like California, I heard it's different. I live in Georgia, so the rules are different in Georgia, but still.
Oh man,
so we have gender-specific laws in Canada. Literally gender-specific laws.
Yeah.
Which means the
I
laws
would actually say that it's harder to be a woman right now in Canada with these laws, right? We're losing a lot of things.
Heard it.
Actually, you know what? I've got to agree because the pendulum is now switching. So I'm speaking as a 40-year-old guy and life as it was. So it's still bad for a young. That's why I was saying a young poor man. But yes, the pendulum is switching back, and now I think it's getting tougher and tougher for women. But this is reasonably recent.
I don't find it tough for me, to be honest. But I don't think it's. I think from an immigrant coming over to try to like it's going to be hard for young men and the expectations growing up. Yes, like, but that's going to be for everybody. But everyone thinks men should be providers, right? Like I'm traditional.
Right.
To go to school, to come out, to have a car, insurance, gas, food, out of with your student loans, to buy a house. The average cost of a house here is fucking crazy.
Oh my god.
So just to get ahead, if you don't have your parents like helping you, I don't know how any kid here is gonna.
Hey, SL, man, I'm not gonna lie. Like my ex fiance is from Toronto, right? And I tried to go there, and I had like an immigration lawyer, everything, right? Like it's hard to get into that country. Like,
if you have,
they were
a
like,
speeding ticket, they won't.
yeah, no, like, and I've been to jail, so they were like, oh no, you gotta like, you have to wait, and then I had to get a lawyer, and I was like, I'm not even a felon. I was like, I just been to jail, like I'm not a felon. And they were like, no, you gotta wait, and then they were like, oh yeah, you need someone to make sure that you are able to like pay your bills and all that. And I was like, no, I have a job, I'm going to transfer. They were like, yeah, no. I was like, what the fuck is all this? I was like, yo, this is crazy.
Yeah, I don't think it's harder for men who grew up here. I think we have equal opportunities, but for immigrants, like for it to come over with nothing. That being said, come on, we friggin' give out so much social aid. So I don't know how I feel about that.
What do you mean by that? Social aid? What does that mean?
SL, they just read the cost of rent in this country is absolutely psychotic.
Yo, no,
and
listen,
so
I was looking at an apartment.
Job won't pay for a place to live in Toronto. It just won't.
Listen, I'm a single woman living in fucking, in the city, right?
Are you in Canada?
Yeah, I'm in Canada. I'm a Canada girl.
I didn't know that.
Are you in Toronto?
I'm near Toronto. I'm not going to say exactly where because we're on.
No, that's fine. So you're not paying the full bill, but it's still fucking expensive.
I'm in Calgary.
How much is rent over there? Because I pay like $1,000 over here.
Let me tell you, for a 1-bedroom, for a decent fucking 1-bedroom, minimum is like 1,800.
Oh god.
Sorry, what'd you say?
God.
1,800 for decent for just bare minimum decent. You're gonna get a very small like square footage amount, like probably like 600 or 700.
It depends which neighborhood, I think, though, too, right?
Well, where I live specifically,
Rena, I'm not letting you back up.
For like a 1-bedroom, it's fucking ridiculous.
Yo, what?
And for a regular family-sized house, it's anywhere between like 2,200 up to over 3,000.
No, it's not over 3,000. Like, come on.
Yeah, no, SL, you're wrong. SL, you're wrong. You're in Alberta. You have a totally different real estate market.
No way.
Totally different real estate.
If you're living
market.
downtown Toronto, sure, 3,000.
No, not downtown.
They don't even live in Toronto. Ontario's. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose it. If we don't know where they are, I'm gonna argue that. Yes, I am.
Okay, I'll
they
tell
did
you
say they said they're just outside Toronto.
Yes, but that's not true. Come on now,
I'm in Hamilton, Ontario. I live in I live in Hamilton, right?
Ontario's not more than Alberta. Are you lost your mind?
Yeah, yes it is.
Oh my god, yes it is.
We literally
purchasing a home.
We literally considered moving back down west because of how much fucking cheaper it is. You in Saskatchewan alone,
I guess maybe
you can get a 4 to 5 bedroom house in Saskatchewan with an indoor built pool for $399 or less.
What?
For like $399 or less in fucking Saskatchewan. Here in Ontario, that same price would go up tenfold and would cost about between 1 million and 1.5.
Yeah.
What do y'all have going on over there, bro? Because those are crazy numbers. Those are crazy numbers.
A cheap house in Toronto now is $1.4 million, according to the MLS system. That is the cheapest house in Toronto.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. I'm never living in Toronto.
Do any of you that are living up there in Canada, I keep hearing rent, but do any?
Oh, you cut out.
I was asking, do any of you actually own your own home, or do you all just rent?
So my parents.
My second question is.
My home.
Sorry,
sorry, I didn't cut it off.
My parents own their home, so they paid.
They're millionaires.
It's a 3. No.
I own my home.
It's a struggle because the mortgage actually continues to go up, and it's fucking ridiculous.
Hey, Sonia, listen.
Holy
Hey,
fuck, my
Sonia.
mortgage has gone up, hold on, $950 in the last 2 years, a month that I've been home.
Okay, just if you're rich, like that's cool, but you don't gotta flex on us, okay, Sonia?
No.
Hold on, no, we bought our starter home 10 years ago, 15 years ago, right? And my husband flipped it and we had a solid down payment, right? So we moved to a nice neighborhood, we have our house. And my husband, yes, we built our life since we were kids. And
that's pretty much
I wouldn't go, whatever.
That's pretty much what my parents did. My parents, they purchased a house in Alberta, and they rented it out for a few years, and then when the price got higher, like real estate, right? They ended up selling it, and they were able to have a pretty decent down payment on a pretty decent house. I mean, it's very, very outdated.
That's
right?
mine too. We've been renovating, but then we had 2 kids, so now we're just waiting to burn it down.
This is a couple years ago. I mean, and there's 4 bedrooms, including the basement.
Hey, SO, can I get a job? Because y'all seem like y'all balling.
If you were going to sell that, what do you expect you would get for that? That was my second question, where if you all rent, what are your average home prices for a decent size? Say you have a family of 4, for a decent sized home for a family of 4, what would those prices in Canada look like?
In Ontario, in my area, minimum $1 million.
Yeah, so
no way! Oh my God, Thunder Bay houses are like 400,000.
Yeah, but that's
in my area.
The Canadian average is almost $900,000 at entry level. Again, MLS statistics. That is the Canadian average.
I'm trying to answer the question though. So our neighborhood is the best. I think I live city center. I can see downtown, like Stampede fireworks. And we live on a park. We got a good. And that's why we'll never leave. But people are coming in and buying the houses and flipping them, and they're selling for average like 1.2 to 1.4 when they're done.
That's nice.
But so when they're fully renovated, right? My house is not fully renovated. It's good though. We're halfway there.
So when my house is fully renovated, unrenovated, it has already gone up. The price of the house has already gone up, unrenovated. Like even with just a fucking coat of paint, like the house has already gone up. In like what it would be if they were to sell it now. But if they were to renovate it, this house alone would probably cost minimum like, I want to say minimum like $950.
So my house, where we have a large lot, and what people are doing, because we have those, like it's just a single level, but all the houses are going up, right? Not all. So the ones that they're building an extra story on, oh my gosh, like I don't know, once that's done, they'll probably be closer to like 1.8, I think, to 2, because the lots are huge, like, and I don't know, it's cool. I want to do it now, but children.
But also in Alberta,
destroyed everything.
It's pretty fucking difficult because you have the recessions that happen and the fucking.
That doesn't affect me really.
That's why you need money.
No, but like my dad, he was working in the oil fields when we were living in Alberta.
Yeah.
It really. That's why we had to move back here, because it fucking hit hard.
Yeah, my husband's job is always going to be, it's like high, and anyways, I don't need to get into it. But
I'm just saying to like, my Canadian brothers and sisters, can I get a job? Because y'all sound like y'all are fucking rich. Because this shit, I'm hearing these numbers and I'm like,
no,
yo,
you know what? My husband is excellent with.
I'm like, yo,
doctor,
Canada.
I'm damn good with finances. I own 2 homes. I've done a really good job since I started working at 16. But even now, even had I saved all my money, there's no fucking way I could buy a home for $990,000. Like, not only wouldn't I, like, that's just a stupid investment.
But that's a brand new
because it's
home.
not
You
actually
get a starter
worth
home
that.
for.
You realize that
give us one.
to build that home, it is not actually $900,000 unless they use steel or, I mean, I guess there's a few materials they could use that would make it worth that. But it doesn't make sense to me why people are going out and buying these homes if they're $900,000, $1 million.
They're not.
You can flip real estate.
fucking worth
They're
it.
not.
Hey, Craig,
No,
I
because
got a
nobody's
question too.
buying, you guys. This
Oh,
is the
okay.
thing you have to remember.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
everyone's trying to rent because you don't have the
Oh,
down payment because the
okay.
fucking who has that? Like, unless you did like what we like, you know, I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, but I know that I'm privileged.
We have a housing shortage of 1.5 million homes in Canada. We are short 1.5 million homes.
You're not actually sure you have these homes. They just have them listed as ridiculously underpriced. Is that correct?
No. So yes, we do have a lot of people that own more than one house and leave one vacant, but we're already starting to hit them financially so that they can't do it anymore. And even if we pulled them all in, we'd still be at least $500,000, $750,000 short. And the problem, being in a socialist country, the cost of the red tape in this country is mind blowing. So when you look at, say, the Toronto area, and we'll just pick the number 1 million, I think it's like just under 900. Of
For
that,
Toronto, downtown is like way more than
yeah. I'm saying the greater Toronto area, the GTA. So when you're looking at a place in around that million-ish, which you can still kind of do for basically it's like a condo, but a poorer one, so to speak. So you still got condo payments on top of that. But of that $1 million, i.e. the cost to build it, $250,000 is in red tape.
And your appraisal.
You're only
and we
spending
pay like
750 on the
38%
bill.
of our yearly income to taxes. I think it was, or no, it's higher than that.
Government is taking so much. We need to do something. That's why the people need to stand up and tell the government we need to stop.
Actually, I'll tell you right now, I'm gonna get my husband's thing.
But you can't in a socialist taxes in order to pay for the infrastructure because we give everything away when it comes to healthcare and stuff like that. So unfortunately, it's a catch-22. That's why our
healthcare is expensive over there, and it takes a long
Healthcare's
time.
not free.
Yeah, it's not. It's expensive over there. It takes a long time. It's not good in Canada like they try to make it seem like we get free healthcare. No, y'all don't.
No,
No,
we
y'all
don't get
really
dental.
don't.
We don't get prescriptions. You have to get your
No,
own
y'all really don't.
insurance that you buy.
After 25, I mean, there's OHIP, right? Medication is covered under like. Most of my medications are actually covered under OHIP until you.
Under what?
But right, I'm pretty
Under
sure OHIP.
What's covered?
My medications are covered by the government.
No.
Yeah, so
I mean, mine aren't.
Yeah, so from what I know, and I could be wrong, and I'm just asking, you know, the fellow Canadians, like my ex, like she's a psych nurse, right? And you know, so she knows about it, and she was basically saying like when it comes to healthcare, you pay it through taxes, right? But like it's a long waiting list. So like if you have money, you usually come to America.
Exactly. People don't.
That's what she was. Yeah, that's what she was telling me.
Yeah.
The wait list for things like it's my
Yeah.
mother-in-law. It's really sad. She's like got early dementia. Like it looks like she like failed the clock test and stuff. She lost her license. She can't get in to get her fucking brain test done thing for like 2 more years. It's ridiculous.
That's
like,
what.
and
Yeah, that's
she's
what I
young.
heard.
That's why you need money.
Mhm.
You need
You
help.
can't just pay for it. It's not an option. You know,
Yeah, you can go somewhere else.
That's what. Yeah, that's what
You're
she was
right.
telling me. And like her parents, like have you know a little bit of money.
Oh,
Like
I
she,
see.
you know, she lives in Gulf. She lives in Gulf, like right outside of I guess Toronto. I guess.
Oh,
I don't know.
well. Yeah,
Guelph,
yeah, yeah.
Guelph. Yeah, she lives there, and so like her parents, like they cross the border, like they need like immediate healthcare.
You
It
got it.
depends on what you have, like the severity though, honestly. Like when
I'm unsure
I have
who
a spinal
Sonia is.
surgeon like for my herniated disc and I get in for my stuff right away. But I can't walk. Like I couldn't walk for
Can I ask who Sonia is?
I'm Sonia, host.
Oh, okay. So SL. The Rena lady is telling me to ask you to rise. I don't know how to respond to this. It's not my life. If you don't want to raise her, that's on
Yeah,
you.
she said no already. She said no
Okay.
already.
She said no, Rena. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Rena.
It's
She said
her
no already.
life.
I'll let you up for Rena. I swear to God. Last chance.
I apologize.
She'll be like, "How's the weather?"
Unfortunately, Rena's not good at that.
No.
Oh, okay. So this is what I was gonna ask. You know, everyone
Hello,
that's
Sonia. My
in
question is
oh shit. Okay.
because
what's
she's
your
gonna drop me.
You're up
I
there
don't-
already. Wait your turn.
I don't think
It's
so.
not. Hold on a second. You're
Okay,
interrupting again. Somebody was talking, Reina. Fuck.
Go ahead,
Wait,
I'm talking.
You'll get your turn.
Yeah, hey Rena, real quick. I just got I don't forget. Oh shit. Damn, son, you dropped it. No, like for everyone that's in Canada, like, is
No,
it
that
the
was
same?
nothing. I didn't see what I was on.
Like, god damn. Is it the same like here, right? Where like you buy a house, but that you also pay property taxes, so you actually don't own it.
Yeah, you have to pay for
You actually,
property taxes.
yeah, you actually don't own it because let's say you in
Exactly.
40 years you buy your house, right? But you still have to pay
You
property
got it.
taxes, and they could put a lien on your house, so you actually don't fucking own it.
It gets better than that. It's built
When
into our
you're done paying it
constitution.
off, you own it.
You cannot own anything in this country according to our existing
I own my car.
legal system.
I
Well, when it
own my
comes to land,
children.
I mean
Well,
land,
yeah,
land.
Not
yeah,
really.
You
yeah.
can't own land because of the taxation system and the legal system. Yes, you can. You never own it. You basically have the right to control it.
Right. So like if you know, let's say you buy your house, right? Like down the line, and then you buy your house, that's your house, but the land isn't yours, and the bank can be like, hey, I'm gonna put a lien on your house
Yeah, like how often
because
does
you
that
didn't pay your
happen,
property
though?
tax.
That happens sometimes.
I don't know.
Yep.
It doesn't affect, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't happen a lot, but it's like it's a scary
It's
possibility
a
though.
scary thing to happen though. That someone can come and just take your land. It can happen to people.
Yeah.
So,
No, they
so-
can't just come for no reason and take your land.
Well, to give you a type of money to try to like
No,
They're
give
not gonna come and take my home. Like that's
No, not for no
ridiculous.
reason. They're not going to take your home, but like they're going to put a lien on it and be like, "Hey, listen, you owe us. Now
Oh,
we're
if
going
you're
to
not
increase
paying your bills?
your property tax." So let's say you buy your house and then you stop paying your property tax because you bought your house, right? They can be
Why
like
would you
the
stop
bank.
paying your property tax? That's stupid.
I mean, you already own your house. Like, I mean, you bought the house. It's on that land, right? So like theoretically, you would think
Are you
like I
stating
bought the
like when
house.
your house is paid off, you still pay property tax?
You always got to
Right.
pay tax on everything.
That's the point. Yeah, that's the point.
Yes,
You're always
I
gonna have to-
understand, but why would you stop? Hold on. Why would you stop paying your property tax if you know they're gonna come take your house? Like that's a you being stupid problem. No?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying like you would stop that, but I'm saying like let's say you get into a hardship, right? Like you get like life happens, right? You don't pay it. They increase the interest on that because you're not paying it, and you get into a hardship. Life happens, right? And now you have a lien on your house because you weren't paying.
Canada has a lot of control. Like SL, you're wrong. They can come and take your house. They can take your land, and they do it all of the time. So don't for a second think that that doesn't.
thing.
That my parents are able to like afford their mortgage each
Yes,
month.
but hold on a
It's-
second. This is if you're not paying your bills.
No,
You're making it
SL
sound like they can just
still
come
get
and take
away
your
with it
home.
a little bit in a sense.
Even if you own your house outright in Canada, you have it totally paid off. There's no bank involved. They can walk up and take your house in Canada. And how do they do this regularly? Easements is the most common one. So in the United States, if they an easement. So in the United States, if they decide to expropriate your property, they actually have to kind of negotiate. You technically own that land. In Canada, you don't. So if they want to stick a roadway through your property, they can do it and pay you absolutely peanuts for that land. And you don't have a choice in it.
Just so
That
you know,
won't happen to me.
America, they can't do that. It is actually unconstitutional. They have to get permission from the owner. They pay you what the property value is worth if you decide to sell, but they cannot just come in and take it to create easeways. You have to be willing to release that. Otherwise, now they can try and put it's an easement, and they also call it a lien in some counties in the United States. But either way, all you have to do is take that, you appeal it and take it to the Supreme Court. And constitutionally, if you are not willing to give up the land you own, they can't.
Because you can own land. We can't actually own land. So we can never take it to the Supreme Court of Canada and argue that we own it and control it, because you can't own land in Canada in that sense.
And even then in America, right? Like think about this. Like if you're gonna go to court, they have corporate lawyers. So are you gonna put up that money plus the money that you didn't pay already?
That's why you need money in this world. Money is so beautiful in this world. If you have money, you do a lot of stuff.
Okay, I'm having a moment, you guys. How do I do the percentage of income to see how much the taxes you get deducted off?
Well,
for my husband's 240.
Like 13% or something. Wait, what are the property taxes?
No, how do I do it though? How do I divide it? I'm having a moment.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah, what's the
net like the percentage of how much percent came off from his net income or for taxes? They're the whole year of last year.
Like, what do we pay in taxes in Canada?
I have my husband's T4. I'm trying to see how much percentage of his income for the year came out for taxes.
Right on that point.
Percentage.
I think it's like 30-something%.
Yeah,
It's
how do
under
I divide
40.
it?
0 point.
You would take the total number and then divide it, divide by and then the number. So 40,
Yeah.
and then add the percentage sign if you're
And
using
ours is different by state.
exactly.
Ours is
a
different by
little
state. So that's
different
why I
by
don't
province, but not-
I can't answer that. I'm
The
sorry.
way that my parents are pretty much able to afford their fucking mortgages, like they work obviously, but also like we have tenants who live in the basement, and then I also pay rent, and it's just it's easier way to live. I feel like when you're able to like because you have that income that's coming in, right? When you rent out a place, it's like a steady income.
Exactly.
Sure.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's a smart business plan, to be honest.
Right. It's like literally paying for your
I gotta go. My thing got to charge. Y'all have a nice. I appreciate the conversations.
being able to pay for
Have a
your
good one,
bills.
right?
Like I know people who made who literally just freaking bought apartments and stuff like that, refurbished it up and shit like that, upgraded a little bit, give it a good coat of paint, and fucking put it on Airbnb.
Yeah.
Right?
Before I moved to
Yeah, you can't
Texas,
really do that the same way anymore, though. It's getting a lot harder. They're even banning Airbnb now in most areas in Canada.
oh yeah, Airbnb is trash. Airbnb is trash. It's like very much
They
declining.
banning Airbnbs. That doesn't make any sense.
I have to look into that thing that you just talked about because I've never heard
So
of
they're
that.
banning short-term rentals to force people to turn them into long-term rentals.
So my brother that moved to Mexico, he got an Airbnb and it's only like long term. Like it's only long term. Like he couldn't be there for like a weekend. Like he has to like it's basically like a lease, but someone's house. So you're paying for someone's house, basically. It's kind of crazy.
Well, that's funny. You say they banned short term. Like they just made a bunch of cute little like soccer ball shaped bee.
Yeah, but you're talking in Alberta? Alberta is a totally so your market is in a decline compared to the rest of Canada. So
I know.
like
I
if
just
we
looked that up though. I
10,
need to look
20
it up
years,
again. I need to look.
10, 20 years ago, Alberta was the most expensive area because of, the oil boom and all of that. So it was crazy expensive to buy in Alberta, and the rest of Canada was pretty cheap, relatively speaking. What's happened is since all of Canada's prices have gone up, it's equalized, but Alberta has lost all of its forms of income. So it's now a reverse state right now. And it's all
My
that's
mortgage
why
went up $950 a month in the last year and a half. It's like the cost of living is not cheap here.
No. Your cost of living is going up with the rest of Canada, but the value of your homes is actually going. Well, it's not that it's going down; it's everything else is going up to meet it. And so, yeah, you're the only place you could flip a house right now is probably Alberta because it's a place where everyone's trying to get out of because there's no work. So that's why it's called boom and bust in Alberta, right?
And now
Because
we're dying for trade guys here. We can't fucking find anybody to come.
Yeah, but they're
decent
not paying
employment.
like they used to. 20 years ago, all my
That's not
friends
true.
went there because you could make $100, $120 an hour, which compared to Ontario's 15 to 20 was
That's like oil rig stuff though, right? Like
exactly. So
but
that's
we're,
gone.
like we're different.
All of Canada has a trade shortage. I'm just saying that Alberta is
Yeah.
a different area. So when you look outside your door, it does not represent the rest of Canada, especially when it
I
comes to
know
housing.
that.
Like you guys don't even really have a housing shortage, believe it or not. And the rest of Canada has a
But no
huge
one's buying them. Like when the houses are on the market, like they sit there for fucking ever and ever and ever and ever and
exactly because
ever.
there's no work, there's no money, so nobody wants to go there. But once the oil fields pop back up, then you know what? It's going to invert, and then you guys will be the big boom of Canada.
Maybe just Alberta in a whole. So I'm only in Calgary, right? I can only speak on that. And people are dying for employees, like good employees. Nobody wants to work since COVID. Like
no, but that's all of Canada. Nobody wants to work.
But do you guys think and I'm just asking, do you guys think that it affects it when they don't let as many people in that have like credentials, right? Like let's say you're from another country and then you have to like take another test to qualify to be able to do the same,
you have to update your license in order to.
Yeah. But like, like let's say they're actually able to do it and they can.
But you also
make
can't work for a while, can't you, when you're an immigrant?
From what from my lawyer was telling me, it was like, yeah, like I was lucky enough where I can transfer, but like it's not the same thing. Like, you know, like when you get there, it's like, yeah, you get, it's like a waiting
It
period,
depends. Like,
basically.
so I work in dental, right? And I know what you're saying. Our standard of care is much higher, and what
Yeah. Yeah,
like,
no, for
and
sure.
our not care, but skills, etc. Like blah blah blah. Like if a dental assistant from Ontario moves here, they have to go back to school. Like I'm more my license. I'm qualified to do more than them in Canada. But
Gotcha.
if a dentist comes here from another country, they often are doing being a hygienist or an assistant because they have to go back to, like, they have to do their updating courses.
Like learn you guys'
Obviously.
standard, basically.
Well, and
Right.
we
Which
have
makes
more
sense.
technology. Like they don't do like Sarah crowns and stuff like that there. They don't know how to do these things. A
Yeah.
lot of these people, like, are just taught how to do extractions and stuff like that.
No, it
But
makes
that's
sense.
just
And
Canada.
yeah, I mean, it makes sense that
Requirements.
that's you guys' you know, you guys'
It'd
standard,
be the
and
same in
like
the States too, probably, right?
it's different by state. So like if
Yeah.
yeah, so like if you're a lawyer, let's say in California, you would have to update it. Like let's say if you move to New York, and
Well, what
it's
that would
fairly
mean you just
quicker.
have to take the bar again, right?
No, not the whole bar. It's just you would have to like it's basically like a part of it. So like you would have to like change certain things for that state because laws are different in every state. So
Well,
you would
would
have
they
to.
not look at your your course from the school that you got your
So
whatever from in that country, and
Right.
then kind of see what you need to
So
brush up
basically,
on or whatever?
But I
no. So
just wanted to
basically,
clarify, like, so in medical and dental, like dental especially, we're required to do continuous education every year in order to maintain our license,
oh, I
right?
got
So
you. Okay, so
we
that's
have to
where it's
update as
different.
well.
Yeah, it's a little different. So basically, my fiance, she has a doctorate in therapy, right? And we live in Texas, and so she's in Texas. I think there's 3 states where she's licensed, but out of those 3 states, like she has to redo it basically and kind of cater to that state. And with me with engineering, like I can't go to Canada and like, oh, I graduated with engineering, like I know what I'm doing. Canada would be like, no, the fuck you don't. Like you would have to like cater to our situation. And so
What
it's kind of the same thing.
But
Huh?
that's like Ontario, like with my, like I'm an RDA, and
Oh
they
yeah,
don't.
yeah.
The program's not the same. They
I
can't
So
do
you're
got
a
you.
licenses.
software engineer or mechanical engineer?
Industrial.
Industrial. So you
Mhm.
know what? Canada, it's always been all socialist countries are bad because they're worrying about whether or not you write she, they, them on your form, right? Like socialism is really bad for that. But they are fast tracking now. So what you went through the last time, if you were to go through now, would be very, very different. They would fast
Oh
track you
really?
through the system. Oh yeah,
Oh man, I
especially
didn't
for
know that.
engineering or medical.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know
yeah,
that
yeah.
because I was trying to like I said, my ex-fiance is from Toronto, and so I was trying to get there, but my lawyer
Yep.
was like, yeah, bro, like nah, it's not like you gotta wait
Oh no,
and you
different.
gotta
From America
Yes.
to here would be different, I think.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
head
no, but
off
I
for a
mean
bit,
different
but
since the last time he did it. Like
Oh,
he
sorry,
he
Dom.
could get it now fast. In the last couple of years,
Mhm.
the fast track system is really
Thanks for coming
starting to
up.
change.
Huh. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay,
I'm
cool.
Yeah, but
gonna
that
head
might be
They
off.
want
because oh,
But
sorry,
thank you.
sorry. Dom's just trying to say bye. Bye, Dom.
Bye. Bye.
I'm
Oh,
wondering if
oh, bye.
they're changing their standard to meet more of ours though, because of that. Like,
oh
you know what I
both.
mean?
Yeah, no, so both. So the schools are honestly like you go back 30 years ago, it would have been a different education in many ways. But while as today, it's a much closer education, especially between Canada and the US, as far as standards go. But now in Canada, we're so desperate. Yeah, they're really, really running at it.
For
Like
doctors
really,
and stuff.
I'm not
engineer,
gonna.
anything in STEM. So
Yes, then
anything
yeah.
science, technology, engineering, medical.
I'm not gonna lie. I looked at the University of Toronto, and oh my god, I was like, what are you guys doing? Like you're building robots, basically. I was like, yo, like that's not the engineering I'm doing. Like
It's harder to get into U of T now than it
I
is to
was
get
like,
into any Ivy League university of the United States.
no,
Think
seriously,
So
about
I have a
it.
question for you,
Honestly,
Moise.
not as good.
I have a question for you.
School
Where
is
do
a
they
bit
plan
better.
on housing all these people from China coming to build that big fucking factory for energy?
Oh, actually, if it's a China-run project, when China comes to build it, that also
is.
includes building entire infrastructure for all their employees. So they'll show up with their own people, and then they'll probably end up going back, believe it or not. That's just the way China rolls out massive engineering projects.
So how are they going to do it then? If there's Rena, Jesus, fucking Christ.
Hey,
God,
by the way, I didn't request your. I just suddenly found myself on the.
I can't go on.
Bye, Rena.
I'm sorry. I just.
Yeah, that kind of hurt. I have headphones in. That hurt.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, no,
But
you're
every
good.
fucking
You're good.
time, and just.
No, you're good. It's all good.
Yeah.
That just hurt a lot. I was
Sorry.
like, God damn.
But so I'm just wondering now.
I'm sorry I keep dropping. For whatever reason, my phone keeps echoing back. So if I drop and come back into the live, it stops echoing.
So, Rena, I'm just gonna give Rena a little lesson here on how lives work. Okay, when you come up, you're not first priority. The host is in the middle of a sentence or anybody else. You typically mute, and then people will ask you what age you're born for verification, and then you'll mute and you'll wait politely until it's your turn to go. You don't come up and shake a smoothie or do a little shooter of cough syrup or tell me about your friend who's cackling in the background. Like, just manners. But anyways, if China people go back and we have a shortage of workers, is the factory even going to get built?
Yeah. So what it is, there are two different ways, depending on the way the infrastructure goes in. In some cases, you'll actually have like Chinese people in groups immigrating and some coming over temporarily, and it's kind of like a joint effort. But for big projects, China is so organized with both the project itself and the people that they can literally show up in Canada, build the housing for all of their people, bring their own people over who don't speak English and don't need to do it. Like they will literally live and talk as though they're in China, build the infrastructure, and then leave on to the next project.
But the thing is Trudeau saying, is he not, that this is going to create jobs for us? But then I also was told that
because
the kind
once
of technology
they leave,
is only being taught in China. So they're the only ones that are
No. So the running of the systems will be handled by people here, but the building of the systems, which is a totally different set of skill sets and a lot more engineers, and that will be handled just to roll it out fast enough. So,
is that a conspiracy theory then? That they're going to end up staying?
Well, it's not entirely conspiracy because in theory, if any of those people come here and do leave their little village while they're building and meet people and maybe like the country, then they may attempt to come back and immigrate just like anybody else.
Then they need to learn
So
English. Like, I'm sick of that shit. I'm sorry.
Well, absolutely. No, absolutely. So those would be the people that would do it. But that, I guess the point, the conspiracy is that there is an intent to do that and there is not. When
They're
China
trying to
shows
take over Canada and turn it into South Korea.
Exactly. No, they're coming here. They are here to make a buck. They want to sell us that system and they want to get paid for building it. But they're then going to race off to Africa and build another one. And then they'll go to Russia and build 7 more. And then that's what they do.
Wait, who?
Hi, Jake. How are you, honey?
How's it going? How's it going? Who are we talking about?
We have a big factory being built in Ontario from China. So China workers are coming to build it.
Oh, yeah, no, that's it's I don't know, it's problematic.
Well, it's problematic if they
no matter
stay,
what it
but
is.
at the same time, if we don't have people that are willing to work, they're going to build this big ass factory, and no Canadians want to fucking work, let alone if it's engineering and shit. Like no one is motivated anymore since COVID. They just live out the government. And my husband.
I have a question. And Antonio, what do you mean be more quiet? I'm confused.
I tagged the wrong. That's Rita.
I think he was being sarcastic because you're not talking.
Oh, okay. I was trying to listen. I was trying to be respectful. I was just like,
sorry.
What do you mean be more quiet? I really haven't said
No,
much.
he tagged the wrong person, I think. I think he meant to tag Rena. Because when she came up, she was blasting through.
Okay, that makes a little more sense. I was just like,
I like your
sorry.
prompt.
I didn't mean to be rude.
Okay, sorry.
I like your prompt, and I don't know the answer because I've never been to Canada.
Yes. So my take is like Indigenous people experience, like like Black people would experience in the U.S. From what it sounds like, anyways. They're the only ones here that I think don't have equal opportunity and who are targeted the way I guess I disagree with some of it, like get pulled over by the cops for no reason, etc. I mean,
Well, in the
lots of
U.S.,
problems.
it's kind of complicated, right? Because you'll have some Black people that will say that, yeah, there's total equality, and I don't have any experiences that are problematic, and then other Black people will say no, like definitely there are differences. So
Where
for
you'd
me
never find an
personally,
indigenous person here who says something.
I don't think I've ever met like are you talking about like Native Americans?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever met a Native American, like someone that's fully Native American. I have friends that are Native American, but not like fully.
We do.
Do you guys
And they
really?
are treated pretty shitty, but I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. There's lots of
My
like.
grandparents are full Native American.
Look, I know in the U.S., right? Like, if
Oh,
you're
so
Native,
you were speaking just Canada. I'm sorry.
well, yeah. Well, I'm saying in the U.S., right? Like, Native Americans kind of have their own system, their own structure, their own government, almost like, it's like a separate country, kind of. Like they have separate laws, separate
The
separate
police aren't
everything.
allowed on the
Separate
reservation.
trials.
Yeah, yeah. Like the only police that are allowed to go on the reservations are like state police, and they
They have to get permission to do so.
yeah, and they have to get permission, or it has to be like an emergency in order for them to like kind of go. It's like so ridiculous. So the crime on like the reservations is ridiculous.
Oh, it's like that here too, but
And
actually, hold
also,
on. I just want to
if
ask
there's like
Moist a
a
question on that when you said that.
if there's like a bounty, if there's like a bounty or like a warrant for someone, they like can't go on the reservation, so they have to like hire a Native American like prosecutor to like go get them. And
I
it's
just
like
want to ask
normally
Moist one question. Moist, hold on one sec, CJ. Sorry. Moist, are they allowed to go? Because remember when that person that we watched go live went on the property, and then they were streaming the one day that police went down there, and they're like, "You're not even supposed to be here," da 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 da. But they do go there.
Yeah.
So
So
is it true that it's legal or no here?
Yeah. So remember, the difference between Canada and the United States is the way in which you say own land, for example. Because we still kind of follow this crown-like system, that's why it's crown land. Like if it's not owned by a specific business or person in Canada, it's crown land. And it's some stupid number, like 70% of Canada is still crown land owned by the country. So, but because we can't own it, when our the indigenous of America almost have more protections, they're more autonomous than our indigenous people or First Nations. So that's why you see all the battling right now in Canada, because yes, the reserve, kind of
No, I'm not talking about the
supersedes.
reserve though. I'm talking about that park in Toronto specifically because that was
No,
their
but
land and the police
it's the
weren't
same
supposed to be
thing.
there.
So
Oh, okay.
when like it goes both ways. So what's weird about Canada, but almost being socialist, is that indigenous people can go to any crown land, and so the areas of cities and stuff like that, the parks, all of that's crown. So they can go there as well, and they can set up their sacred fire. And yeah, all of a sudden they take on this legal entity there that gets kind of complicated with the law. So it's this, like, again, it's all about red tape and socialism. There's too much paperwork. It is so convoluted that nobody on either side can even begin to comprehend it. So they just fuck with each other in a sense.
Well, because I mean, the cops go there and then they're like, "You're not supposed to be here," and they're like, "Hey, see you
Absolutely.
tomorrow."
Like they can go, you see RCMP all over indigenous territory in Canada, both crown and treated land, their reservations, their land. Well, as if they did to our indigenous in the States what we do here, they would be shot. It would be an all-out war.
What?
Because
wow.
More, yeah, absolutely. Because like you take a state that's got a stand your ground license, and in stand your ground, it literally means stand your ground. That's your land, and you stand on it and say screw you. So
What
it's
you're saying
so
now
different.
is owning it.
Well, not all states. Wait, are you talking about the U.S. though?
The comparison of
The comparison
not
between
all,
the two
yeah, but
countries.
not all
Yeah.
states in the U.S. have a stand your ground law.
That have the stand your ground law.
What?
States that have the stand your ground law. So it's going to be different for a reservation that has that law versus
states,
one that doesn't.
Yeah, but those states don't even really. Most of them don't have like reservations. I don't even think, right?
Well, but that's probably why. If you think like this, unfortunately, now you're even going to go back to
Wait,
systemic racism.
I'm sorry. Please state that again because that's incorrect. Every state in America has reservation land on it. Every state, with the exception of Washington, D.C., because it is a non-residential state.
Wait. So
every state has reservation land on it.
Wait. Okay. So, but there are states though that have more reservation land.
Correct,
Like,
more than others.
Don't
northern
states have more? Don't northern states have more reservation land than southern states?
I think so, and I think that's because let me say why I think.
Well, I live in New York. I live in New York, and there's a good amount of reservation land here for Native Americans.
That's what I was about to say, because especially New York, that's where I am. They can cross, so there's actually like
borders between Canada and the United States where both sides is on reserved land, which means that you then have the complexity there, and they could go back and forth outside of, say, Canada and America.
Yeah, I'm from Chicago. It's the same thing. Like Chicago, like Illinois, Detroit, like it's like right there. So I mean, it's kind of close.
Montana's the same way. Washington's the same way.
Yeah, Washington too.
They have connecting reservation land in between the two, and those people don't have to go through border controls the way that everybody else does. However, those reservations also have their own border controls because you can get licenses to go on to a reservation. You can be approved to be on the land. But when you get to, say, if you're a border reservation, when you got to the border, you would have to be able to provide paperwork that allows you by their chieftains to cross the border states into the other part of their reservation in order to do that. So they own reservations, the border control side of things as far as reservation goes, they have their own process in order to prevent.
Mike, by the way, Mike says there's no reservation in Georgia.
Oh, really? I'm gonna have to look that up because the last meeting that I was in, there isn't a single state. I mean, we had an entire conversation about this in our tribal meeting. So
he's native, so I don't know. I'm gonna.
So am I. That's what I'm saying. Oh, really? I was part of the tribal meeting. So
Georgia kind of checks out for me. I kind of believe that. Like, I'm not doubting you. It's just I kind of believe it. Like Georgia, that checks out for me. Like
Georgia's one of those states where it's like, I don't know.
That checks out for me. And you know, I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
So could I. Absolutely. Right. So could I. I'm just saying that the last meeting we were in, our essential council.
I'm locking it down. Georgia for 500. Georgia for 500.
But if a reservation borders Georgia, then one could almost argue that it is there because you could literally walk out of Georgia directly into a reservation. I just guess it. That's how I could
don't
see
know. I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to actually really look into that. I just know at the last council, according to them, every state in America has a reservation, and on that reservation we have our people. So we had representatives from every state who were fighting for essentially the cause that they were talking about in our hearing.
Yeah, and that makes sense too. That makes sense too. It's just I was like, Georgia,
but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you if they actually have a X reserve. Like, I don't know. I'd have to actually look that up. I was just saying, according to tribal belief, in our tribe,
it actually says that there's 16 states with no reservations.
Who did?
In the United States.
Who said that?
16.
No, I mean, who said that? Where'd you get your information? I'm not doubting you. I was just asking just so that I can go look it up myself. Oh, she disappeared.
Going to coming back to answer. Our borders, though, are very, very different, by the way. Like, your borders are armed guards. Like, I'm talking reservation into the state. So where we have reservations that cross both into Canada, the United States, you guys really patrol your border on the American side. Ours are open. You could just wander through and nobody will see you. Like it's totally different. You guys police your borders.
My husband's a Canadian citizen. His father's a Canadian national, and he has dual citizenship between the two countries. My husband does. And he says that every time he ever goes up to Canada to his parents' place, we've been married 6 years, and I'm still have not got approved to be able to go visit his parents' home in Canada. We're still waiting on me to be able to go up there.
Well, and we have Lake Michigan too. Like, I mean, you know,
And
like I said, I'm from
the
Chicago, so
idea
like,
that you can just cross the border openly, that's not true, because they stop us every time. They have not
No, no, but
allowed me through once, even
you're
with
talking about a
paperwork
reservation or
filed.
across the regular border? Just clarify. Reservation or on a border?
No, on the regular border, on the American
Exactly.
Canadian
No, but
side
everybody
border.
gets stopped. That's
I
just the
can
law.
go through the reservation side. My husband is not allowed to, because he is not a registered, he's not registered through our reservation. So he, even though I asked for the request, because I did attempt that, I asked to go through the reservation up there, and they denied it because he's not Indian, so they won't allow that he would have to. So either we take the trip to Canada separately, and I would be allowed in on the one side.
So I don't know if this
is
is credible, but you let me know.
Sorry,
No,
what?
I don't like that. There's a lot of misinformation on quorum.
Okay,
Or
perfect.
quorum.
I'll find another one.
Yeah.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah, it's usually the problem with quora is it's not that it's inaccurate, it's just usually old information and someone with the best intentions answering, but not realizing things have changed a lot. Yeah, and absolutely. In fact, it's worse, believe it or not, you being able to cross the border and him not, you're going to be looked and scrutinized even more by both sides of the border.
Right.
Both
That's
sides of the
what
border
I
are
felt
going to be
too.
messed up. And the reason is because unfortunately, like I'm against that because it is racial profiling, but I also understand why. Our borders are so open on the Canadian side. That's where all of our drugs and guns unfortunately move into Canada from, is across the reservation.
And as an American, and defending our border crisis as it is right now, I 100% agree. Like, I'm not angry with the fact that Canada won't let me in on their side of things, and I would have to. Like, I understand why these laws and these things are in place. I really do. And that's because as an American, you know, my taxes are so ridiculously high because we're paying for the welfare of those that don't actually have citizenship here.
Which is the
So
most
basically all the sites say the same thing. So you can look it up and find which one you find credible, but all of them say the same thing.
Well, I have friended all of you, and so what I'm going to do is I can pull it off of our council site just so you can see where the where we
I
have
love that.
tribal essentially what do you call them, tribal stands in the different states, and I can send you that. I don't know how that actually, because
really like
reservation law is different than like the American Canada border laws or American Mexico. So I mean, I don't know how that really helps this, but
No,
at
it'll
least
help
you
a
guys
lot.
can see that there are tribes that are essentially claiming we have tribal councils in every state, even if the states don't recognize like a reservation or preserve exactly. We have groupings of people that live in communities in these states, and that I can pull from the reservation site, and I'll just send it to you guys.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing though, right? Like, I mean, with Native people, and then even with the Moors, right? Like, you can have like an ID that says you're Moor, but like you're not a U.S. citizen technically, right? It's a thing, but it's just like for context purposes, like it does help a lot.
Okay, so I'll send that to you guys.
Dude, I'm about to fuck up these eggs for real.
Hey, how'd you make your eggs though?
I make them weird. I make it into an omelet and then I fold it in half.
Okay.
Why is that weird? That's an omelet.
Okay.
Like this. So I make it into an omelet and then I fold it in half and then I usually cut it and then I add more cheese.
Cheese eggs. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I got you. Yeah,
but
no,
these aren't real. These aren't actual eggs. These are like, do you know what egg beaters are?
yeah.
No,
So these are,
what's that egg
these are
beater?
the
Wow. Okay.
the Southwestern omelet egg beaters,
What's an egg beater?
like this.
Yeah, a carton of eggs.
It's
Oh, that's so weird.
it's basically egg whites, but they add stuff to it to make it like thicker and taste like regular eggs.
Like the consistency of eggs, but it's not actually.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
like it's yellow like regular eggs and everything, and like it tastes pretty close to regular eggs, but there's no like cholesterol or fat or anything.
Yeah,
Is
it's actually
that
close.
why you
Yeah.
buy
Hey,
them
what's up, Moist
instead?
Cake?
Is it a like a weightlifting thing or a weight loss thing or?
Yeah,
It's healthier.
healthier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
healthier.
Just a question.
That's I mean that's the only reason. It's just healthier.
Moist. You see me around. What do you
I'm
think?
sure I've seen you play both positions. Maybe I'm wrong because I don't always see who's speaking, but I swear I've seen you, even if it was just to troll or something, I'm sure I've seen you play both positions.
I troll sometimes because I think it's funny, but usually, yeah, I mean, usually I'm not trolling. But
Can somebody explain what that means? I understand what a troll is in
like
the
just messing with people, basically.
Yeah, you say the opposite of what you even think just to fuck with people. You're after a reaction.
Yes.
Just
Oh,
a
that's
reaction.
dumb. How is that? How is
Nah,
that
not really. It's
productive
kind
in
of fun.
any way?
It's a fucking
It's
blast.
fun
Because
sometimes.
my favorite thing in the world is to troll.
Moist,
Because it's like
I'll give you a hint on where I stand, just so you know. My ethnicities are Italian and Jewish, right? And my faith is Christianity.
I was telling Moise, Jake, when I hosted that live for you and Happy,
No, not
I fell
even
asleep. And I woke up.
Yeah. Because otherwise you'd be taking a strong Israel position. Okay, yeah, I get it.
I do take a strong Israel position.
What does that mean? Okay, I keep seeing these things all over
Oh,
the
we have
place.
someone
It
new.
says free
Hi, Mike.
Palestine.
Sorry.
What
Wait,
is
you
all
don't
this?
know what's?
Just 1 sec, you guys. Just 1 sec.
Oh, I'm
Hi,
sorry.
Mike. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Hey, Mike, what's good, brother?
Hey, Jake.
What's up, Mike?
Okay, you can go ahead. We're kind of all over the place. Just hop in and whenever you want, Mike.
Yeah. I just I'll just say this. Like I read a lot, and I've formulated my opinions based on that, and off my faith. So yes, I support Israel.
Did you hear what I said, Jake?
What?
I was telling him about when I hosted that live for you and Happy.
Oh,
I
yeah,
fell
yeah.
asleep and I woke up and there's like 300 people. I'm like,
Yeah.
"I've been
Well, they
sleeping."
love me, man. They love me. These guys love me. They come in like they just think I'm some dumb meathead, and then they get smoked.
I think the funniest thing is when SL like falls asleep on a live. It's so funny. It's so
Sonya like falls asleep like on every other live, I feel like.
Like I can't believe I
this
missed
one I fell asleep for like
I
4
wanna do
hours
it.
and I woke up and there's 300 people in my live and I'm like, oh my god.
I'd love to do it because I play the pro pally position and I lean there, but I'm a very moderate pro pally. You know what I mean? So
usually talk in
yeah,
this
I'd
like-
love to have you on the board.
Can somebody please explain this to me? Why are we pro
Well,
or
moist. I'm not gonna lie. You're not. If you're a moderate pro pally, you're really pro Israel, right? Because
We're not gonna go to the pro Israel. We're not gonna do it. You can do a little bit. But she's asking you why people are doing it, you guys.
Yeah, that's
What?
what I'm asking.
You're asking what's going on.
No,
Like,
I am a history teacher. I understand what's going on essentially within the world. Why are we as Americans or Canadians or any of that? Why are we
literally doing protests?
Why
On
are we
TikTok, it's the
literally going free this country, free that? Like, why are
Oh.
we putting our nose in their business?
Well,
Why are
yeah,
we
that's because people have like either people have skin in the game. So someone who's basically someone who's Muslim, right? Who kind of believes in like pan-Arabism or something like that.
Okay.
A lot of them are going to just follow Palestine for that reason. And as
Okay.
far as like the Israeli side, a lot of Christians due to their faith and connection to the Holy Land, feel as like, I'm speaking for myself and for like a lot of my friends who support Israel who are Christian, but like they feel as though if Israel ceases to exist and it just becomes its entire, like the whole entire pan-Arab idea like takes place over there, then basically there's no way to visit the holy sites anymore, right? And so it's like kind of a complicated topic. Everyone has their own reason for getting involved in it, but that's pretty much like the two sides. And then obviously if you're Jewish or have Jewish blood, you're going to be involved just because of anti-Semites supporting Palestine, right? Like,
yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's like you can ask that question for anything that America has ever done, right? Like, why are we sticking our noses in it, right? But like, we have the power to make a change.
No, that's not true, because World War II was started because somebody came and screwed with us, and we ended the screwing. We didn't have a 10, 12-year war. It was literally wham, bam, thank you, man, we're done. We won.
You guys weren't involved in World
That
War II,
one
so
war,
that's what I'm trying to say.
but we do
when
have
we
our
get
strongest
involved,
allyship.
generally it's wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, and we're done.
Yeah, but one of our strongest allies, right, and our leader in technological advancement, not just in a military sense, but like overall technology and medical technology, is Israel, right? So we have a vested interest to make sure that they exist.
Yeah, it's a complicated. I don't think it's a place here, even though I do actually believe it's directly related to what we've got written over here, because it's things like racism and all of these issues, but then crossing borders and the differences between the two and the similarities and colonialization and the fucking history of the whole thing. Like it's super complicated.
I'll tell you right
related.
now.
I just can't get involved in the conversation because I don't know anything about it, so that's why I don't like it.
Do any of you know who the American allies are in
The
between the
problem's
two of
not
them?
to do with colonialization. The problem has nothing to do with land or colonialization.
Yep, exactly.
Nothing.
Do any
exactly.
of you understand who we are actually allies with?
All talking at the same time, okay? Like, we gotta stop.
The only people that think that it has to do with colonialism are the people that are not fully aware of what's actually going on there, and they're trying to use the idea of colonialism as the problem and saying, yeah, this is about colonialism, yeah, because that sells, right? Everybody like hates colonialism, but it has nothing to do with it.
So do you, very quick question, because I'm just trying to wrap my head around who and where you bounce around TikTok. Do you know Liam at all, or do you know any of the people involved with Liam?
With who?
On TikTok? Do you know who Liam is?
No, I don't know.
Okay, do you know Be Blessed at all?
No.
Okay. Oh, only
Actually,
because
you know what, you guys can probably talk about this for a little while because I'm gonna have to get in my self-driving Uber anyways. I'm happy to platform it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, hey, I'm in. Actually, it'd be kind of fun, to be honest with you.
As long as the panel's okay, but I mean, Mike hasn't said anything yet. We might want to just see what he wants to do.
Mike's good. Mike likes to talk about it.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, thanks.
What about Antonio? Are you okay, honey?
Yeah, no, I'm good. Thanks, Sonny. Yeah, I'm
CJ?
good.
Yeah, I'm good with whatever you want. My question is, do any of you know who our ally is between the two of them, as far as America stands?
Yes.
Yeah.
Who's our ally?
I mean,
Do you guys want me to restart?
Israel 100%. Israel is 100%.
Each side will argue a
Okay, so
different
that was my question. Why is this a debate in America? We know our allies. We know why they're our allies. We signed up for this. So why is this a debate in America? I understand
that's a
why
great
this is a
question.
debate worldwide.
because it goes
But
all the way
as
back to World War II.
Americans, why are we debating this?
Goes back before World War II.
Exactly.
I was gonna say
Okay,
before.
can you
that was yeah.
Educate me? Can you explain it to me?
Yeah,
a
lot of people.
I don't understand.
I'm only going to say quickly, Jake, I'm going to let you speak, but I just want to point out that Jake is going to be arguing from a pro-Israeli position. So just to say that there is another side, and I bet you 99% of the time me and Jake are actually going to agree, other than some tidbits in the bigger picture. But I want to put that out there, that there are two sides. So Jake is going to say it as fact, but there are other people with facts that I got a feeling will argue.
Sides. I was asking the question openly.
Yeah,
and
so
I
I'm
mean
dropping
it
down
openly.
to let him speak.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, my thing is though, Moist, just so you know how I stand on this, is that Israel does not have to be 100% right for me to support them, right? They just have to be right more than they're wrong. So I think that they've been right fairly consistent. And if they're right consistently, right, like even if it's 90% of the time and they're wrong 10%, I would still argue that I would rather support them than support the Palestinian side of this, which has been wrong consistently, whether it's like the Arab Hire Committee in the 30s, the PLO, like
how are they wrong?
Palestinian
That's
guerrillas
what
in
I'm
the
trying to
60s.
ask.
What'd you say?
You're giving kind of blanket statements. How are they wrong? How are they right? Those are the deep
Because
questions.
basically this is the general concept, right? Is that there was no borders, right, under like the Ottoman Empire.
Yes.
There's no borders, right? Because basically in like Islam and the entire idea of pan-Arabism is to have like just basically this open area with no borders and everybody's basically an Arab, right? Like that's the idea. That's the entire concept. And most of these countries were part of this idea, right? And then you had the separation of power from like in the 1800s from like, you know, Egypt seceding from the Ottomans and like overall just like the falling apart of the Ottoman Empire. And with that was the kind of like, okay, well, who decides what? And so the British made an agreement with Hussein from Saudi Arabia, the Hashemite kingdom, the Hashemite family, and said, you know, hey, like if you guys, you know, rebel against the Ottoman Empire, we'll give you an empire. And they were like, really? He was like, yeah, go for it. Like go rebel for us. You know, go get some people together and rise up against them, and we'll give you an empire. And then, you know, basically, like a year after those correspondences, like 1917, the Rothschilds were the ones who basically got the U.S. involved in like World War I, and also and also gave like a lot of support to the British. And there was a lot of Jewish people who signed up in World War I in Britain to support the British. So because of that, right, because the Rothschilds got the U.S. involved and gave a lot of funding to Britain and all these things, right, the Rothschilds were a huge part of it. And they were like, you know, oh my God, like that's awesome. So Britain was like, hey, listen, like we're going to give you guys a homeland in the area of Palestine. Now, Hussein knew that there would be exclusions, but he didn't really care because he was just being selfish. And he claimed to speak for all the Arabs in the region. And he just kind of was like, yeah, that's fine. Right. So he's okay with it kind of. And then fast forward, and like now there's like kind of an increase in the Jewish migration, even though the Jewish migration started in like 1881. But like that, then there's an increase in migration patterns. So they start migrating there, and all of a sudden there's just more conflict, right? There's just significantly more conflict. The population for Muslims and Christians increases like exponentially because of the innovation that the Jewish people brought, which was like, you know, drip irrigation and like just overall like economic prosperity. So they start having more conflicts because they're like, listen, this is our land, this is your land, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They're fighting. And basically in like 1926, the Hashemite kingdom kind of had autonomy over Transjordan. And Jordan was supposed to be created to be an independent Arab nation. And they did that because that's the promise that they gave them. So instead of saying, hey, Palestinians, you guys have, you know, an entire empire that's double the size of Israel. Here you guys go, right? Which is what the deal should have been. They said, listen, we'll split the Palestinian mandate for you guys. We'll split that up, and we'll give you guys, in 1937 was the first proposal. They said, we'll give you guys 76%.
Jake, I just wanted to say quick, I'm usually just looking up things. If someone has an argument against Jake or Moist, let me know and I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Oh no, I want him to speak and I want to chat. No, I love this because I think Jake is like the perfect opposition. I love it. And I mean that in the best way, man. I respect you.
I also have a few statements and a few questions that I want to make after he finishes before
I start
believe
talking.
it was
please. I want to
Mike.
leave you guys talking alone. Yeah.
I believe it
I'm gonna
was
shut up.
Mike that said that he has the opposition. Is that correct?
No, Mike agrees with me.
Who was it that said had the opposition?
I'm opposition.
Who's opposition? Who's
I'm
on?
Moist Cake is opposition.
Okay, perfect. I'm sorry. Okay, perfect.
I'm actually excited to hear
before
this.
Moist goes, I do want to make a few statements and then ask a few questions
I
to
want you
what
guys
he
to just
said,
chat.
and then I would
No, I
like to
want-
hear
What,
Moist
Jim?
side.
Yeah.
What was it?
I left out a little bit of detail just because it makes it easier to tell the story. So I didn't talk about like Sykes-Picot or like really like the detail about the McMahon letter.
Just did.
Well, yeah. Well, that was basically just the division of land in like 1916 between the French and the British. But yeah, so he knew that there was going to be exclusions. He gets his little piece of land in 1946. Jordan is declared independent. So like they're now independent. This is after like multiple proposals of land distribution. But in 47, right, 1 year later after Jordan's independence, the UN basically says, or the British basically say, hey, UN, right? Like you guys got to take control over this division of land thing because a two-state solution is the only way this is going to work. One state is not going to work. We the Arab riots in the 30s kind of showed us that, right? The Peel Commission report that was done in 36 is the reason that the 37 partition plan came about. So they were basically like in 47, they were like, yo, like, UN, deal with this, right? The UN then votes and says, hey, on November 29th, the UN says, hey, like, we got to do something about this. So they split the land like 52-48, right? 52% to the Jewish people, 48% to the Palestinians. And most of the land that the Jewish people would have gotten is kind of like crappy land, whatever. But they don't, it's like whatever. They're cool with it. They accept it. So like literally 1 day after that plan, right? The Arabs are like, yo, like F that. And they go attack a bus and they unalive 7 Jews, right? And they're like, kind of just not having it. So then there's just multiple conflicts going on up until the independence of Israel, right? There's just conflicts back and forth going on, right? There was like the Deir Yassin massacre of like the Arab village of Deir Yassin because the people in Deir Yassin were blocking shipments of like food to Jewish villages and starving the Jewish villages for like 5 months. So the Jewish villages then came in and like massacred a bunch of people. The Stern gang and the Irgun and Lehigh, they came in, they were like, just like going back and forth, right? So there's just conflict. And then the Arab-Israeli war happens like 1 day after the independence of Israel. 5 Arab armies invade Israel and they lose, right? And they get kicked out and subsequently lose more lands than they were supposed to have. So then they're in like a situation where they're like, what do we do? Because we can't just give sovereignty to the Palestinians because they don't exist yet, right? The Palestinian identity doesn't really exist, right? There's no cultural difference between somebody in the West Bank and the East Bank of Jordan, right? So Jordan says, listen, there's no difference between you and me. So we're going to annex you guys and you guys are going to be part of our society. We're going to give you guys citizenship and everything, blah, 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 which is exactly what they do. Egypt says, listen, we don't want you guys to be part of us yet, but we're going to occupy you guys with a military force until we can get you guys situated, right? So they keep them as refugees, they occupy them with their military for a while with the Arab army. And then you have like basically the 67 war, which Syria had like military factions in Israel, Palestinian guerrillas, in Jordan, Syria, and I think Lebanon. They were like attacking Israel before the war. And then in April, they start like an artillery campaign. Syria lost like 6 fighter jets in that battle. Egypt says, we're going to mobilize our troops in 67. They're going to mobilize their troops to the border, to the Sinai, and they expel the UN peacekeeping force. And Israel's like, fuck that. You guys just expelled the UN peacekeeping force and move your troops to the border because of bad information from the Soviets, right? And so they strike Egypt, and that's where we're at currently, basically, right? Like the 67 war is basically why there's border disputes and problems with land. I left out a little bit of information, but that's pretty much everything.
Okay.
No, you nailed it. Yeah, Jake, hey, listen,
So-
man, you nailed it.
So I got that. So my 2 questions to you and then my statement is, number 1, no matter what country you were from, World War I, nobody volunteered to go fight for that war. Those governments drafted their essentially soldiers. It was not a choice. It was a requirement by your government that you go fight this. So it was not a common, no matter what America did or any other country did, it was not because those people believed in the movement. It was because they were literally ordered as civilians to give up their jobs, their lives, their families, and go fight for these causes. So that's the statement. Question on that side of things is, while all of that happened, yes, it still does not answer the question, why did the United States get involved, other than you said it was a UN requirement?
We didn't get involved. Like in 48, we didn't get involved in that, right? Like a lot of people think that the US and Britain.
No, we sent lots of money. We had troops over there.
No, we didn't send in the 48 war, we didn't send a single dollar. And if you go on Google right now and you look up who was the only country to support Israel in the Arab-Israeli war, it was Czechoslovakia, the Soviets.
Yes, and who supported them?
Jake.
If you follow the money train back, yes, America did support it.
They didn't. We didn't get any.
Not
but they didn't get any
directly,
weapons,
but
though.
we did support it. You have to follow the money.
Okay. The only thing that we did on May 14th was we acknowledged Israel's existence. That's what we did. Like that's factually like true. That's but like, and that was I think under Truman, right? But we
Sorry,
we
guys,
didn't.
do you want more people in the panel, or just leave it so you can have a conversation?
Who's requesting?
Tari?
Oh yeah. She's cool. She's cool.
Is Moist okay with that? Because I know he's dying.
Actually, as long as it's friends of Jake and at the same level as him and the way he speaks, I don't mind filling the panel because they're not gonna dogpile me.
I just don't want everyone yelling and over talking when I can't pay attention.
No, I didn't.
No, yeah, I'm gonna be quiet.
On the Israeli side, they're very respectful in this group. So no, please do. In fact, anyone, even Lily, you can bring up Lily if they're interested.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut my ass up because Jake is he's doing it. I'm gonna be quiet.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Can I just say one thing in regard to what you're talking about, Jake?
Yeah, and I just want to say sorry really quickly. Just make sure, guys, please, that if DJ and like Antonio have questions, that you answer them.
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to say one thing. What Jake said is absolutely correct. The United States did not help. There was an embargo, an arms embargo, right? And then the only people that did help were like a group of Jews after World War II. It was literally like, I don't know how many of them there were, but they were Jews and they knew what was going on in Israel. So they I don't know if they stole some like equipment and they flew over there to help. Then they got arrested after the war, but
well, they didn't steal. They didn't necessarily steal it. It was an illegal shipment from Czechoslovakia.
That's what it was. But I'm saying that those are the only like Americans that got involved, was a group of Jews after World War II.
Negative.
Yes.
That's
That's
true.
true. They did, and they were mostly flying there. Like they flew there from Germany. Like a lot of them flew there from Germany, right? Like most of the Americans that were fighting in World War II, like the Jewish Americans that were fighting in World War II, were actually they flew to Britain and fought in Britain's army, like directly with the British. I think there was like 20,000 of them that fought with the British.
Okay, now I'm confused. We just jumped from World War I to World War II without connecting the train.
Well, the World War II was 1940s, right? So like that's why I mentioned it. So like that's the significance of why I mentioned that. But like the US didn't provide weapons. Britain actually trained Jordan and Egypt's armies before 1948. They were training Jordan's army and the Egyptian army, and actually led the Jordanian army.
And they were funded by Americans. Like I said, if you follow the money, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, but not Israel.
Americans were not boots on the ground, but they funded the process. If you follow the money, you can trace it back to American politicians who funded how they were able to train.
American Jewish people is different than American politicians, though, right? Like there was
again, I'm not talking about American Jewish people. I'm talking about the American government supporting the cause through other countries. They funded them, those countries
We didn't fund
Israel.
we didn't fund the Soviets though, right? Like that was an illegal arms shipment that the US did not know about, and Britain didn't know about it either.
Correct. Correct.
It wasn't the government, CJ.
It wasn't our government. It was like actually like most of the funding was coming from like people like the Rothschilds, right? Like the Rothschilds in like the 80s drained the swamp area for like the first Aliyah in like 81, right? Like so they did do things to like, you know, make the land more fertile, right? And there was definitely an idea of like, hey, I think we should move back to like where we came from, right? Like that's been an idea in Jewish culture for ever, right? For like 3,500 years, that's been an idea.
Hey CJ, like like the government isn't fully to blame. Like the people that have money are
Blaming the
also
government.
play a part.
I'm not blaming the government. I was just saying that within my statements of trying to understand both sides of this argument for Palestine.
Yeah, no,
What I'm trying to say is if you follow the money back historically, America was involved in the First World War. We did fund that, but we did it through other countries, so we were not directly involved. But
Right, but
we
like
still.
yeah, I mean you can look at the money, but like I mean, where did it come from? You know what I'm saying? Like you know, like like it'll like it's painted as the government only, right? But like there's people that have money in this country and that control a lot of things. So yeah, of course they're gonna put it on the government.
Yeah.
So it's not just the government. Like it's you know, like it's deeper than that.
World War I is over in 1917, so why are we?
The conversation is on how the Palestinian-Israel war is now to this day affecting American citizens and why we're having a debate today about issues between the two countries that have nothing to do
Whoa,
with
I want to
us.
say how it affects Canada too with all this stuff.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
Well, it does affect us because of two things, right? One is social media presence. So if I'm like this is the thing. Social media, like TikTok specifically, has pushed like 10 times more pro-Palestinian content than Israeli content, right? And like the reason for that, I don't necessarily want to get into it, but as far as that actually happening, it's true. And so that's what's influencing a lot of these people on this app. And I kid you not, like I ran into people and their references that they cite as evidence for more people supporting Palestine is literally TikTok numbers, right? Like I came into contact with someone yesterday, and he was trying to say that most of the world is saying that Israel is committing a genocide. And I said to him, I said, how many countries stand with South Africa's claim for a genocide? And he said, I don't know. And I said, it's between like 20 and 30 countries, right? I said, so the majority of countries are not standing with South Africa's claim of a genocide. So like, where are you getting your sources from, your metrics from? And the guy literally told me, bro, just go on your search bar and type in hashtag Free Palestine, look up how many results come up. That's this guy's genuine evidence, right? So TikTok.
Trust me, bro.
Exactly, right? So
Trust me, bro.
TikTok has become this entire thing of influence, this entire sphere of influence over people who don't really know that much.
Well, how many things did we debunk just in that
the
last
evidence
live?
that people keep putting forward is, oh, I got this as off of Google, or they didn't go back and read the 1914 Declaration of the President. So their idea of what the truth is just falsified media propaganda. It isn't the actual truth. And if you go read the historical documents, you will know this. That was my point. But now
That's the argument though, right? But from the sides.
The other side of the argument.
Exactly,
as
Sonia.
far as why this was going on. And that's kind of what we were waiting on from Moist.
Yeah.
And then
I'm curious what Moist has to say in response.
But
very
I
quick
really want to
interjection.
get that.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to go into detail. I'm only going to argue a little bit of a point, but I love where he's going because I agree with the idea that TikTok are these weird microcosms of bullshit, 100%. But I think I just said it in the comments, to be honest, I got to disagree. I think Israel is actually starting to lose the media war. Now, that's a level. Does that mean, like in the bigger picture, they really are? Maybe, maybe not.
but certainly to a level that I've never seen before with Israel. So I do think that public opinion is swaying, and I think it's swaying more than Jake is saying. But you know what? Go back into the discussion, throw a rebuttal, whatever.
Yeah, but have you seen the overall poll numbers? Like 75% of people are still supporting Israel.
Are you saying America? What kind?
Yeah, in America.
Okay, so but America, although a big chunk of this argument, and you're right, I do believe that, because in fact what you have is both a Jewish population as well as a Christian population. In fact, from the numbers I've seen, the Christian population is even bigger. That's why I asked if you were evangelical. And that's a totally different discussion, because you might not be, but from a pro-Pally side, that's going to be their first argument against you is, oh yeah, you slot into that particular box, right? So it's the... You know what I mean? I know you're Jewish as well, but I get the feeling you're arguing a little bit from that evangelical Christian position, the way the Pallies see it. I'm not saying the way it is. I'm saying the way they, like, public opinion is not based on fact. So I love you for fact, and that's how I'm going to argue.
It's been feelings like, hey, like crazy people.
Well, that's exactly how I formulated my opinion on this, right? Is like, you know, I formulated my opinion off of the facts and the history. And the reason why I kind of do, and the reason why I started reading more and getting involved had to do with my religion a little bit, right? But also because of my ethnicity, because my dad's Jewish. And
sorry, Jake, do you think Lily would mod this? Does she know, like, everybody that's bad? Because if it gets
hey, Anna,
really
what's
high.
up? Thank you. I don't know. I think Lily might be a mod for me. I don't know.
I'm gonna need a mod if it gets like up to the crazies.
Can I tell you guys?
We'll try to like keep it calm. I think everyone's very respectful.
Just like in the comments. Oh, Muppet's here. Okay, perfect. Muppet's here. I didn't know that. Muppet's
No, I try Lily too. Yeah, because Muppet might leave. Throw Lily in. Let's try it out. Maybe they're bad. Just don't do it again.
You know what?
So let
I'll
Muppet...
say. Can I say one thing and then I'll drop?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, and it's only based on what you guys are talking about. So I think there was like a study that I know, I just forgot where it came out recently that like 18 to 29-year-olds, like the majority of them get their news on TikTok.
Yep.
Okay. And I've noticed everybody that was born literally before 9/11. They're different. They're very different, and they don't do their research. So like everybody in my age, I'm like a young Gen Xer.
I disagree.
I mean, I'm 20. I'm 22. So
I
disagree.
disagree.
Yeah, you guys are outliers. I'm talking about the majority.
No, I disagree.
Like, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would have to agree with that statement. Yeah, most of them aren't actually educated. They don't actually know what they're talking about. They haven't actually read anything in there outside of their handed governmental history books. So I would agree with that.
I disagree, and you know, I'm 32, right? Like I'm a millennial, I guess, and so the reason I disagree is because it's the same propaganda, but with a different medium. It's the same thing, right?
Maybe
like
I'm wrong
like
about
when
Gen X.
Huh?
20. Let me tell you. 28 years old and over, 27 years old and older. But the younger ones, no. But I'm sorry. I'm gonna drop. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Oh yeah. No, have a good one.
Thank you, Tati.
No,
See who's leaving, CJ?
I think it was Tari or.
Oh, I modded Lily as well. Sorry. Thank you.
I totally missed the why.
No, I think it was just like.
I think she was just trying to say that the younger generations in general didn't know what they were talking about, so it's kind of pointless to listen to them because they don't have any actual facts or they haven't actually done any research. All the shit they've gotten and knowledge they have is off of TikTok, and so she dropped because it didn't really.
Can I?
Yeah. No. Oh yeah. What's up, son?
Can I ask a question? Just quick. Do you guys think and notice that a lot of people are like now saying they're like, I'm from Palestine and like you know, using the shit, but then they don't even know what the hell they're talking about? Because that's what I found, Jake, last time was like all these people are saying they're from this place, and that was their argument to yeah, and it just like
I was asking them the same question. I just asked them the same question. I say to them, if you're from Palestine, can you give me one cultural difference between the West Bank and the East Bank?
And we're just gonna let Moist let people up, please, because he's gonna know the people that.
By far, actually, I was going to ask you because I know him, but I don't know him. Is he kind of moderate? It's just about keeping the Oh, he's already up.
Yo,
Oh,
guy,
obviously he is.
Howdy, folks. What up?
Yo, no, that's what I was gonna say. Jake and Moist, like y'all
What's
got
up,
me
guy?
bricked up. How y'all talking, man?
What's
Like,
cooking, fellas and ladies?
I'm playing the long game, Jake. Like I've spotted you around and wanted to argue with you, so I'm playing a
Well,
long
Muppet
game.
says he's gonna eat you.
Yeah, I like what y'all doing. I like what y'all doing, man. I'm kind of like bricked up right now. Y'all talking real sweet.
I'm here to feast. Who am I cooking first? Guy, me and Guy.
Hold on, don't
me and
finish your
Guy know
plate
each
yet.
other. Guy has the same position as me. Guy also has a significant amount of information that he knows.
Well, Moist is really excited, so
Yeah,
please
yeah.
perform.
Guy definitely knows a lot. I'd like to think that I know a lot, but Guy definitely knows a lot.
Thank you.
I mean, I got a
On
couple
that
of degrees
side of the
on this
argument,
specific subject specifically. Like I got a master's degree in terrorism and security, so it's like
Okay. So
go ahead.
on your side of the argument, going the opposite direction, why do you think we as Americans or Canadians or English or why should any of these other countries get involved in a conflict that has literally been going on since biblical times over a people that just can't agree only based on religion, not culture or what God said or what Jesus said, but literally based on their beliefs? Like, why should we be getting involved in this nonsense?
Because we're
That's
Americans.
a fair question. I'll answer it. Listen, so first of all, I'd frame it a little bit different because the conflict from our perspective, right? I'm an American. I'm assuming you're Canadian.
No,
From
I'm
our,
American.
You're American, okay. But from our perspective, when I say our, I say the broader, general, Western liberal democratic values. Whether it's Canada, U.S., Britain, etc. From our perspective, it isn't the conflict that is biblical or based on religion. It is a strategic alliance. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but much of the West had an arms embargo on Israel until the Kennedy administration, really. Meaning that in the first 12 years of Israel's existence, we refused to sell weapons to it. One, we didn't really agree. We didn't really think that they would survive, let alone thrive. And two, it was antagonistic towards the alliances we were trying to make with the Arab world. So we only started viewing Israel as a strategic ally once they proved that they can hold their own, which they did, whether it was 48, 56, 67, 73.
Yep.
Now, our investment, that's what it is. A lot of people think it's charity. It's not. For anyone who's give credit to us, give credit to the United States that we don't do things just out of the goodness of our heart. I mean, we'd like to think that we do provide some goodness in the world and we do charity and whatnot, but our alliance with Israel isn't from the goodness of our heart, or isn't necessarily just from a moralistic point of view. We do it because it's in our strategic interests. Israel serves as our satellite in the region. Israel, it's been estimated since 9/11 that Israel's intel and information that they've provided us over the last 2 decades has thwarted in excess of 1,000 terrorist attacks on our homeland.
Correct.
All right.
Thank
Now,
you. Yes.
you're welcome. Now, again, like this is just one facet of it. There's plenty more. I mean, it serves to maintain a status quo that is beneficial to our monetary hegemony, maintaining the petrodollar. It maintains our strategic interests in the region specifically by keeping at bay all the different tyrannies and dictatorships and monarchies and theocracies, and basically no one that we can truly trust. Even though we have agreements with much of the Middle East, let's not pretend as if 90%, 97% of that land isn't controlled by tyrants who can either be overthrown or decide to lose their mind one day, while Israel is a democracy, an imperfect
100%.
democracy, but a democracy nonetheless. So the original question, once again, is why are we involved in it? We're involved in it because it serves our interest to be involved in it. Now, keep in mind, we have never put boots on the ground for Israel. We have never fought a war for Israel. Now, in contrast, we have literally fought a war for almost every single country in that region, either against or for or defending, and we have boots on the ground for these countries. Whereas Israel, we've never put boots on the ground for. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. I can monologue for days about this if you want me to, but a lot of misinformation out
You
there.
know why we have never put boots on the ground for Israel? Can you explain that?
We haven't needed to. Israel, and by the way, Israel hasn't wanted.
Thank you. And not only that, they didn't request us. They didn't want our presence.
Sorry.
In many ways, we want them. We in many ways, when we would prefer to.
Did Jake already concede, Moist?
We would prefer probably to be more involved, but Israel doesn't want us to, for the simple reason that it would complicate things for Israel. But I'll stop for now. And you
Guy,
guys can
would
ask me questions.
you had to make a new account? What happened to your other one, man?
East A Bakery, you guys.
Oh, it's suspended for another 2 days.
Is that your friend?
3 days.
East LA is a complicated man.
Okay. I don't want to complicate it. I want Moist to be able to have his little.
Yeah, I mean, no, he's smart. He's smart.
I love the natural
Yeah.
flow. This is actually like I'm playing a really long game. This would be ideal. So that basically I'm creating something I haven't found. So I am the pro Pally side, but what I'm looking for is kind of that moderate argument with people that are just respectful in a group. And I love receipts. So like I'm gonna piss them off because I'm about to move all the goalposts because I'm not gonna fight the history. Like I'll bring it up, but I'll be very
Never heard you this excited. I'm happy.
Yeah, no, honestly, I mean, you guys like that's a tremendous debate and like bringing up viewpoints. I mean, I'm not well versed in this, but like I'm learning a lot. So, I mean,
So do you want him up, Moist, or no? Just leave it.
Oh, who's that? I didn't even look. I didn't
East
notice
Bakery.
You guys. You know what? I'm not going to, only because Jake didn't say they were bad, but I don't want to derail it. I'd rather fill it with pro-Israel, but without this going the pro-Pally or the pro-Israel way. I like it. Like CJ right now, even though they aren't, and from what they've said, they've got a history background. They're not even, no skin in the game, no anything. So like they're almost arguing a pro-Pally position without being pro-Pally. And I love that because there's no, it's not even there's no partisan with CJ from what I can hear. So it's better because even though I'm not, I'm starting to lean there as I'm learning. So I'd rather CJ keep speaking, to be honest.
So yeah, honestly, I'm learning from all you guys.
So one thing or another, and I think maybe this is part of my education coming out in me. My desire is for us as a collective group, regardless who that group is to come together and have an honest discussion on our beliefs. And when we have questions, honest questions that can be answered, like nobody can answer whether or not we believe in God. Okay, it's a belief. We're not asking those questions. We're asking actual questions on why you believe that. And I'm trying to understand both sides of everyone's beliefs on this. I have yet to state my beliefs on it because, in my opinion, as one individual in the world, my beliefs don't matter.
But you're still challenging.
I want to understand what the collective believes and why they believe that. And the only way to do that is to get individual accounts for what they believe. And so far, everyone that has spoken not only has historical knowledge, but they have correct historical knowledge in what they're talking about. So I support it. And I'm asking the questions to be able to generate more conversation. I'm not pro or against. I just asked a basic question. Why are we discussing these events and why we're involved in them as a country that isn't really pro-Muslim or pro-Christian? We're a melting pot. Now, the original thing was Canadians
we are a
too,
Christian
but
country,
Canadians, they just explained to us that they're not a melting pot. We're considered a melting pot. They're considered a shit. Now I forget what he said.
A mixed salad.
Yeah, a mixed salad.
Yeah.
So
but CJ, like the crazy thing is like your
East LA
opinion
is a
doesn't.
decent older gentleman. I can vouch for him if you guys had any hesitations of bringing him up. He's a decent guy and he's polite and he's actually pretty moderate. I think he takes positions on both sides. Just if you had any hesitation of bringing him up.
Who?
East LA. Oh, you did bring him up. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. East LA is good. East LA is good. I like East LA.
Hello, guys. Hello.
I always talk with East LA, man. He plays devil's advocate a little bit, right? I mean, East, right? I mean, am I wrong?
But you need that though.
Yeah, yeah.
For like dialogue.
Can I say something in my
Playing the
defense?
devil's advocate is different than trying to learn the views of both sides.
Thank you, Anna.
No,
not
I don't like to be in any way associated with the devil. So let's just say I ask questions based on
Thank you.
an attempt to be objective. However,
Thank
look at. But having said that, and I'm sure Guy would back me up on this one.
I'm gonna
Quite
interrupt
frankly,
you.
no
East
one
LA,
is objective.
East LA, I'm interrupting you just for a second. So the only thing I'm asking is right now we've got this beautiful balance of people not over speaking. So that's really all it was when I said no to you and they were kind of ish-y. That's all I meant by being respectful. Like I'm the host and I'm the only pro pally on this. I haven't even spoken. I'm letting CJ ask beautiful question. So that's all I'm asking is let's step down. You just came to the board. Let's give everybody else a chance is all. No, Mal, you were actually an accident and I just texted you. Well, I think just be the last one there. Just be patient, let everybody else speak and jump in when it's coming.
All right.
Moist, I kind of want to see what your argument is.
Well, I'm moving things. I'd rather. So if you don't mind, rather CJ keep going with Jake and Guy Fawkes. You were perfect, Antonio. You being amazing. Mike's perfect. I've yet to even hear his voice. So just let's keep things going, and the other two and myself will kind of pop in politely. How's that?
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Whatever you want to do, man.
You Moist to give your opinion.
Yeah, the problem is I'll start jumping in. I'm moving goalposts and really kind of hitting specific things. So like I love the history, and that's who I'm hanging out with as I get involved in this debate, is like a historian and a Jew, I might add, but is also pro-Pally. And so I love having someone with that PhD level, because let's be honest, the pro-Israel side is unbelievably good with receipts. So if I'm going to come back, I got to have receipts too. And that's why I'm going to move the goalposts. Like, for example, one of my first arguments, if I were to just show up, and I really haven't debated this, but it would be my first real argument would be, let's just look at the numbers today. You know, you've got Gaza with roughly 2 million people. I don't want to give exact numbers, but I'm going to throw one out there. It's like 43% are under the age of 14, I think it is. And I'm sure you guys can wreck that, but I'm going to be reasonably close. So you're really almost in a war with literal children. So no matter which side of this argument you're on, how do you have a war with 14-year-olds? And then, you know, one of the biggest arguments I hear from the pro-Israel side is always to redirect it to the age group.
No.
But I'm also educated enough to know that you guys kind of got involved with that and financed it. So I'm not saying you should take full responsibility, but I do believe there's an expectation of the Israeli community to start taking responsibility that, yeah, maybe with the best intentions, we tried to mess with the whole thing. But in fact, you may have made this thing worse because there's a whole lot more of them than there were when you started, and half of them are kids now.
Okay, I'd like to respond to that. I think that's a good point. I just want to say the first thing I'm going to say is at its core foundation, H does 100% stand to using children, right? Ahmed Yassin was quoted saying, "Our priorities require that all children of Palestine, men and women, be ready for combat, both from the standpoint of armament."
Bye, guys. I'm going to leave this live. You guys are boring as fuck.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Inspiring.
So he definitely, like, Ahmed Yassin does not necessarily say, "I believe." He said, "Our priorities require," right? And so I think that distinction is incredibly important because it shows that they definitely think that children should be used as combatants. Now, once you break that down and you understand that, and we take a look at the overall numbers, we can cross-reference like with the overall like civilian casualty rate with the IDF's numbers, right? So a third party would be Yagil Levy, and take his numbers and compare it to what the IDF says, right? And the IDF says that there's between 9,000 to 12,000 combatants on the lowest estimate that I've seen. There's about 9,000 to 12,000 combatants that have been unalived. And if you take Yagil Levy's estimate from the first 3 weeks of the conflict, his estimate was 39% combatants, which leaves you to believe that his estimate would give out of 25,000 about 9,750 combatants, which lines up with what the IDF's saying. So that means that roughly 15,000 civilians are unalived. Now, once you realize how they're using children to build the tunnels, right? And they're using children to run munitions between buildings, and they're using children as spotters, and they're using women as spotters, right? Because women and children, yeah, and also yes, and they're used to place IEDs, and there's even been cases where they go to place the IED, and it's like self detonates, you know, and so it's really important that we don't just ignore those aspects of it, and that we actually take a look at them and say, well, you know, do we condemn the IDF for responding back to children with AKs, or do we take responsibility and say, hey, listen, that entire ideology of using children as combatants and using children to run munitions and go bags between buildings is completely insane, and that ideology needs to be eliminated, right? How do you go about it?
So Jake, can I take up 30 seconds, 45 seconds just to expand on those numbers? Because a lot of people have a lot of issue with the casualty rates, right? And that is a strong talking point on the pro-Pali side, but not realizing that, first of all, every single war, every single conflict in the history of humanity, especially in the last 100 years, 20th century to 21st century, there has been civilian casualties. Now, typically the ratio of civilian to combatant unalivings is 2 to 1. Unfortunately. Now, there was a study in 2020 by the UN that showed that in dense urban settings, that ratio jumps to 9 to 1, which is just basically the moral of the story is the only way to do it, to avoid civilian casualties, to avoid it. 90% of casualties in an urban setting are going to be civilian. Just moral of the story, don't go to war. But once again, typically when
and don't have an option to get out of
it's 2 to 1 in this. It's 2 to 1 in this.
It's 2 to 1 in this. Right. And by the way, that's actually what I was going to say is that if you start to extrapolate the numbers just as you did, and you see that, let's say approximately 15,000 civilians have been unalived. Now look at the amount of BOMBs that Israel has dropped, which is estimated in excess of 30,000. But you're basically saying that for every
60,000 now.
Has it really jumped to 60? I didn't even realize
that's what I heard. That's what I heard. I mean, I in November.
Let's lowball it and say 30, just because I want to give an example of comparison to other wars in the last 30,
in
40
November
years.
It was 30. In November, it was 30,000.
Gotcha.
Well,
I'm going to land my plane, I promise.
Yeah,
could I
hold
challenge
on.
a little bit as you land your plane, because I love where you're going, but I've got a little bit of a challenge.
Yep. So in essence, basically though, it's basically half a person for every BOMB that's dropped, half a civilian collateral damage. Now, our war in Iraq, it was found that for every BOMB that we dropped, 4 civilians were unalived. So basically, Israel is doing it 800% times better than we are with regards to civilian casualties caused by the BOMBs that they drop. I mean, basically, in conclusion, the prosecution of this war is unprecedented in the history of warfare. To avoid this many civilian casualties in an area that's so dense and so populated while dropping that many munitions. Meanwhile, though, the narrative, especially the one that's just pure sound bites, is one of Israel's committing a genocide, Israel's indiscriminately carpet bombing, Israel's this, Israel's that. But once you get into the numbers and you actually break them down, you realize that never in the history of warfare has there been such care to avoid civilian casualties. It may not seem it on the surface in the optics, but in reality, in the breakdown of the numbers, facts speak for themselves.
I think the problem with receipts on the Israeli side is that when it comes to receipts, and like I'm even going to just throw this out there, historically speaking, the Jews are mind-blowingly good when it comes to receipts. So within this argument, obviously it doesn't particularly surprise me. But I think that they're so good with it. And like, in a sense, I'd argue a little bit, but not too much. I just kind of redirect that argument. And like, this is a new kind of fact, but I really don't want to get into it. And I got a feeling you guys will smoke me on it. But if we're going to start talking numbers and we say how many rockets, for example, were fired, if we look at the death toll from those rockets from the beginning of, going all the way back. When we argue rocket per rocket, the rockets that one side is using versus the rockets the other sides are using, and the actual death toll connected to that. Yes, they fired an awful lot of rockets at Israel, but what was the real death toll of those rockets? If we're just arguing numbers, and I hate this because we're putting, almost like a value on life in that sense, but in a sense, we're also doing that as you defend this. I think if I play those numbers and really and I'll throw a number here. I don't know if it's true, but over like the first 50 or 60 years of rockets being fired in over a 75-year period, I heard of a death toll of around I heard the number 69.
So I would say that intent is the key difference, because if it wasn't for Iron Dome, if it wasn't for the different defensive measures that Israel had, you can assume that the intent of each group, based on past precedents and October 7th, is that their intent is to
I'm so
unalive
happy you use that word, because that's the word I'm going to use. Sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to use to battle back. That's where I'm saying I'm going to move goalposts, because if what we're arguing is intent, then I can start saying, well, what about Netanyahu actually being one of the people to actually finance the H group in the first place? And the argument back will be, well, hey, at the time they were a charity group and so on. But let's talk about what he directly said, and why he was doing it was because he knew that the PLO was going to take over. So in fact, it was deliberate in order to separate it. So I'm not saying that Israel is responsible for H group actions, but what I will argue in a sense, and I'll make this argument about all of America, by the way, when it comes to the way in which they play with the CIA, it is in fact something that they've messed with, and they got involved. If you could take the moral high ground if the PLO had come in and it was still in this situation, but the fact is you didn't. They manipulated the scenario, and by which have taken on part of the responsibility. Maybe not the original intent, that might not be of their goal, but ultimately they did do it with intent, and this is the result.
Moist Cake, before you guys change the
Can I get the
subject
big screen real quick?
Don't actually
Can I just let me just do?
don't know what to do.
I'm
And go
sorry.
ahead.
Terry needs to speak. Someone who
Yeah, I
has
was going to
been
say,
speaking
let's
should
let
be
Terry
able
speak,
to
because
because
they
ask
were
a
here
question.
before and never spoke. So go for it.
Thank you. Just before you guys get away from the child soldiers thing, we know that they call anybody under 18 like children. Number one. Number two, there are so many videos of these camps that the kids go to. Plus, we have Hamas leaders on tape recently saying, bragging about how they've enrolled 1
Say
million.
H group. Use
Age group.
TikTok friendly language. Use H
Oh, I'm
group just in
sorry.
case, please.
Age group. I will. I apologize. So that there are 1 million children in Gaza and West Bank enrolled in these camps where they, teach you how to use a weapon, things of that nature. There's proof of that. There's evidence of that. And also, we know that we cannot count on their numbers. And I can send you some evidence that we know UNRWA also fudges the numbers because they get money per head. I yield my time.
If you can give me the big screen, I'll just add to Guy's point real quick for you, Moist.
I've never had this, so I don't even. You know what? I don't think I can do it. I don't think the host is here.
Just tap my box and then click the expand button, and it should work.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, there you go.
Nailed it.
So this is what Guy was citing. This is from the 2nd of November, where it says Israel dropped more than 20, and this is by Euromed, right? And cited, it was cited by Al Jazeera. So, yeah, and I just want to also add this piece right here. So, due to technological development affecting the potency of BOMBs, the explosives dropped on Gaza may be twice as powerful as a nuclear BOMB. This means that the destructive power of the explosives dropped on Gaza exceeds that of the bombs dropped on Hiroshima. Euromed monitor said, noting that the area of the Japanese city is 900 square kilometers, while the area of Gaza does not exceed 360 square kilometers, meaning that it's literally less than half the size, right? So you're talking they gotta be really accurate, right? And this is based on a November 2nd article, and we're well past that point. So the point that Guy's making stands, and it makes perfect sense, right? If Israel is not careful, you will see significantly more casualties, right? Because you're dropping significantly more bombs than in other conflicts on a more densely populated area in a shorter time frame than most other conflicts, right? I mean, not obviously in Hiroshima, but in other conflicts, yeah.
Question. I have to throw this out there. So you have a country, an area, and a people who have developed a lifestyle and a way of living and everything else. And then other countries are coming in demanding that they get part of your thing. I'm going to compare this to World War II. We had the Japanese decide that they were going to attack America.
That's not what happened.
They decimated
That's not what
an
happened.
entire area of human beings, like
Yeah.
in a completely ridiculous way. And we responded in kind.
Yeah, they lost their.
Can I respond at this point? I've been quiet.
That ended the conflict.
I've been polite for about 15 minutes. I'd like to respond.
Can I finish?
Oh, absolutely.
It
Please
ended the
do.
conflict completely. So, my question to you is, these people that for generations have been attacked for their own land, for their own ground, where they have literally lived, been raised, had their entire lives going, why are we arguing as Americans? And I understand that this doesn't attain or ascertain to Canadians, but for American, in our own national pride and our beliefs, why are we looking down our nose at these people who are saying we're done with our children, our women, our people being persecuted because you believe you have some entitlement? You don't. And so we're going to protect our space. And so then they bomb. Why are we thinking this less? Because what we did to protect our country with Japan was not wrong. It was not. It ended the war. There was
Yeah,
no
well,
5, 10,
CJ.
12 year. Please listen. There was no 10, 12, 15-year war that came out of that. It was once and done. You're done screwing with us. And this is the way we agree to live. Because that's how it should be. It doesn't matter what other people, you don't have a right to come into another space and claim you get to take it for any reason.
Can I respond to that, please?
Yes, please.
Yeah, CJ, if you're going to talk about World War II, the analogy is weak because during World War II, every nation that participated in that war was a nation recognized by the League of Nations, internationally recognized, with standing federal armies that had organizing principles.
That doesn't make your argument.
Hold on. Let me finish. Please, let me finish. Okay, 20 seconds into the thing, I got interrupted where everybody else got at least a minute to a minute and a half. So give me my minute and a half. Thank you.
Only because
Thank
I
you.
pushed for CJ to speak and he did listen. And he's already a guy that's got a lot to say. No, let everybody please let me speak.
Yeah. Okay. Once again, the truth of the matter is, if you want to make a real analogy, once again, this was basically Germany versus Japan, Germany and Japan versus the United States, Great Britain empires. Okay. What we have here is a group of guerrilla radicals against one of the most powerful nations in the world. Number one. Number two, to make a world, here's my World War II analogy. There are tremendous sections of Gaza, not the entire region, but significant sections that look like Stalingrad, okay? Those sections every day are growing larger and larger. Now, when you try to count whether or not you're the IDF or you're the civil authority that dominions over Gaza, it is very difficult in this type of a setting to get an accurate casualty count, number one. Number two, in promotion of the IDF, I would say that they do meticulously count bodies. However, here's a point that's never been made about Gaza. This is a war of hearts and minds, and the Gazan Hamas is readily acknowledged they are fighting this type of conflict, okay? It is in their best interests not to lie, because if they just proceed with the numbers as they exist, whether it's 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, whatever numbers they throw out there, the world will be aghast. However, if their credibility is questioned in any way, then that lack of credibility becomes an issue. So I say that the Gazan Civil Authority has every interest in accurately putting forth those statistics. However, more importantly, it is almost important to garner those statistics for another thing. Unlike the civil authority, the Gazan, the age group themselves, the ones who are fighting, are treacherous, evil, and terrible. They will do anything to garner victory, including the forced subjugation of young men into their military system by threat of either unaliving of their families or by torture of them and torture and unaliving of their families. Therefore, we have no idea who in fact is a member of Gaza and who in fact is somebody who is serving under the servitude under the threat of being unalived. And the last point is that there are so many people that are coming from other T organizations that are in the region that are now contributing to the fight that we have no idea how many of them there are. And the final point is, when you factor in another aspect, the presence of potential of a cholera outbreak, the other types of infectious problems that are going to occur as a result of lack of water, including people are actually being unalived by walking on foul ground, or they're becoming diseased by doing this, that is also going to tally into the casualty figure. In short, this is what I'm saying, that right now it is almost folly to start trying to have an issue regarding casualties, because ultimately there will be three entities that will do this after the war: the news media, Amnesty International, and various humanity groups, and the IDF. And once those tallies are put forth post-war, then we can have a credible discussion as to what the hell is going on amidst all that rubble.
Yeah, I agree with that point a lot at East LA, but I think that the point that CJ was making has to do with the whole sovereignty argument, if I'm not mistaken, right, CJ?
Yeah, so essentially everything you just said didn't make any sense to me, because it's the sovereignty of the state, and it's a question of whether or not those who control the area are allowed to continue to control the area. My questions, my argument in this conversation isn't the whether or not they use children, because literally both sides of the fence, you've used the world's most innocent humans, women and children, to create your bombs and we know that on both sides of the fence. They're both doing things, not only just threateningly for their overall preserving.
Wait, how is Israel?
One quick question, CG. One very quick question, CG.
Killing. Hold on, let me finish. They're killing
Yeah,
off
of course.
their own people. They're killing
Okay, one
off
quick
their own people on both sides of the fence.
one quick question. One quick question, please, ma'am. You said both sides are utilizing children. How is the Israeli side utilizing children?
Because they have actually put children out there to expel IUDs. They have the kids walk.
No, they use dogs.
We not only have this on video evidence, but there are actually charges of war crimes against both sides.
Well, in
for
robots.
doing
That's completely not true.
Yeah,
they use
dogs and robots.
I'm very passionately pro-Pali, and I'm going to say unequivocally that what you are saying is untrue, and you are being. If you think that the IDF is using, ma'am,
of women being
Ma'am.
blown up pregnant, carrying babies, like it's
Well,
on.
oh, for
both
God's
sides
sakes,
of the fence.
Guy, if
And
you're
it's
out there, please
convenient how both
respond to
sides
this.
of the fence
Well,
forget
CJ,
those
hold on.
offenses.
Can
I interrupt
And
just
we're
for one quick?
only talking about how men and the losses of men that were losing.
CJ, you know that there's a thing called a drone. They can drop bombs as well. So like it's a robot.
Honey,
and
not
dogs as
only
well.
am I a teacher, but I am also a veteran. Yes, I know what all of those mean.
Well,
But that
They're,
is
they're not
not
using they're
that
not
is
using
not
children
how they have
and pregnant
done
women.
things.
They're not.
CJ,
I was in the camps.
yeah. You
When
know
a
what, CJ? I'm about
pregnant
to defend you.
woman
No,
walked up to our base and
Let
blew
Moise
up
talk, okay? Like he's running
and
this.
blew up the entrance of
CJ?
our base with a pregnant woman.
Yeah, so
And
CJ, if you
both
don't mind,
sides of the fence have done this.
well, and that's so I'm actually going to back you. And one of the things, like I have thrown Jake up because I love facts and receipts and stuff like that. But I think, in a sense, like you're arguing more personal experience and
No.
the problem. No, but just hear me out. All I'm actually trying to do is pull this. No, I'm trying to pull this away from receipts.
With these facts, how are you still
CJ.
saying-
No, but the problem is what they're about to
Moise talk,
do.
please.
Yeah, they're about to hit you with receipts. And that's something I love about them, which means that they are going to bring up the receipts. And I could sit here and fight with receipts, but that's not how I play my position. Because, like, if you haven't noticed, we've got a lot more on our board right now leaning towards the Israeli argument. Like, honestly, I even thought East LA for some reason was pro Israel. So like I kind of had parts of this wrong. And now he's arguing against you. And one of the reasons is because within the debate, if you're just going to argue and only use absolute receipts, you end up spending a game of you Google this, I Google that, and trying to present stuff. And it almost takes away from the argument. So,
it absolutely does, because Google isn't the information. Actual historical facts are.
Well, and that's
if
exactly
you can pull up books, if you can pull up history, if you can pull up congressional filings, if you
Well, I
those
can.
are receipts.
What they're trying to do, and East LA is left, and that's the one thing I want to keep in order to keep the Israeli group, the pro-Israeli group, and feel like this is a genuine conversation, is in a sense, if we have to ask them for receipts, and they're going to have them instantly, and then we've got to do it the way in which you're arguing. It's going to take us time. So what I'd like to do is, once it comes up, almost say, and I know this is a bit of us backing down, but I'm doing this for the long game, is kind of step back and say, okay, you know what? This is my personal experience as someone in the military, someone that's indigenous, someone that's got, I think, a degree in history. Like, you're no dummy. But what I'm saying is I'm deliberately setting us up to kind of get a little dog piled so that we can get this back to the real question. Like, you'll notice when I brought my fight,
And I'm totally on board with you.
You know what
I just want you to
Can
know.
I, you guys, can you please just treat I'm letting Moise have his debate. So please, like, treat him like he's the host, okay? When he's talking, let him talk, please.
And I never hosted, so everybody know this is my actual first kind of playing this part. So I'm gonna really suck.
And I think I know what CJ's talking about.
You're doing great.
You're doing good,
I
Moise.
just want you to understand that my questions are not one side or the other. I don't have a stand.
No skid in the
I
game. That's
can
why I'm letting you
honestly
speak for
say
me. I love it.
do not have a stand
It's-
between Palestine and Israel.
No, but CJ, can I say something real quick? Just real quick, and I'll land the plane very, very quickly so everyone can talk, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, my brother is ex-Marine. He was stationed in Barstow, California. He's ex-Marine for 4 years. He did his time, right? So I know about all that, right? And like from first,
You
like
know
from
about all what?
from military. Yeah, we spoke every single day for 4 years. So I know about it. So that's why I brought that up. I'm like, the military has things that we don't have, and we're probably not going to know about until it's to the public market. So that's what I'm saying. They don't use kids anymore. Like that's there's no purpose. It's uncontrollable. So that's why I brought that up to you.
Can I also real quick? I want to just ask a question for CJ. CJ, your original argument, I thought that you were making, had to do with drawing the parallel between the sovereignty for a Japanese state being earned and the sovereignty for a Palestinian state that was also being earned. That's what I thought. The point you were making. That's why I brought up what I was saying, or that's why I brought this up on the screen here, talking about the removal of sovereignty of Japan, right? How we drafted their constitution, took control of their economic, their economy, their political strategies. We took control of all of it, right? So that's what I thought you were making the point with. But as far as the argument of using children and using like pregnant women in the IDF to like clear IEDs or anything like that. I've never once heard that. I read about this constantly. I just would like to know, like, do you have a source for that so that I can go like take a look?
Yeah, no, and honestly, like in all
I
honesty, that's why I
don't
brought
have
it
a
up, and I'm
source
not.
for it because me, my brother-in-law, my brother's brother-in-law, all of us who have
No,
served today,
we're not trying to come at
we're
you. It's
not
just
allowed to talk about it.
Wait.
When we exit the military,
you
we
are.
Antonio,
actually
let me talk
sign.
to her.
Yeah, you asked me a
But
question. I'm
were you
answering it.
stationed in Israel though?
We signed a
Oh God,
document.
can we talk woman to woman?
Hold on. I was asked a question.
I'm
I'm
listening.
answering the question. We signed a document that said if we speak on this subject, we can actually be charged with treason.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm not speaking as if I saw it. I am asking, and I posted, if you remember correctly, and TikTok records this so we can go back and look at it. I asked a question when they do this, because they absolutely do. I don't care that your fluffy fucking news sources didn't let you know that this is happening. I don't give a shit. It's actually happening. They're doing this.
Yeah, but it's
Because
a
they
dangerous
truly,
conspiracy
on
theory.
both sides of the fence,
It's just
they
it's just
truly
it's just
believe women and
misinformation though.
children are expendable because the knowledge is in the old.
Okay, CJ, I want to thank you. Can I thank you for your service, number one? And number two, can you tell me if you have ever been stationed in Israel?
Yes.
You have been stationed in Israel and you have seen IDF soldiers do those things?
Okay, here we go.
Because
I'm gonna be honest, it's a completely ridiculous like conspiracy theory that you're saying. I'm not gonna lie, CJ, this is the problem, right? Is that this is a very dangerous territory to like tread on with these conspiracy theories, which have like no substance. Because
what do you guys keep
hang on.
talking
I'm
about?
gonna explain why. Hang on, let me explain why. Hang on.
Conspiracy
Hang on.
CJ, I need you to stop over talking.
Hang on.
Please, like one at a time.
Hang
I
on.
don't want yelling.
Because when you're making,
just give me 1 second.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing anybody. I was asked a question, I answered it, and then I couldn't hear anybody.
I'm deliberately interrupting right now. So Jake, I know where you're going with this, and I would, even though I'm pro Pally man, I would actually agree in where this can go. But we've only got 23 people in the room. You know, I think CJ is really coming from a genuine position. So if the room fills, I get what. No, stay. So no, please stay. What I'm actually trying to argue is that it's uncomfortable for them because within the debates, this does get sensitive. But can we allow it just for this conversation? Like, do you see where I'm going with this, Jake?
it's tough for me because it's really like something that it's kind of like saying, bro, the Jews run the world, right? Like you can't just go say something like that.
No,
without
it's kind of like
censorship.
saying we bombed an entire country and left people frozen in time for literally years because the radiation wouldn't allow us to go in there and clean up the area. It's awful. It's horrible, but it's happening, and it happens. So whether or not you want to admit it,
Wait,
that's on you. It doesn't take away
what are
from
you?
the
Wait,
fact
now what are you talking about? I'm
us
confused.
people who have been there, boots on the ground,
Wait, what are you talking about now?
we've seen it. So
Wait,
I'm
what are you?
sorry, all of you uneducated people who have never put your boots on the ground for not only your own country, but for others.
We have never put our boots on the ground in
I ask
Israel.
the questions
We've
because
never
I
put our
wanna
we've
learn.
never put our boots on the ground in Israel. The U.S. has never put our boots on the ground in Israel.
Yes, we have.
No.
Yes, we have.
Not for
we
Israel.
Have
No.
more
Do you mean
and introverts where we go in there.
When were you stationed in Israel?
Yes, that has actually happened.
When were you stationed in Israel?
We were
And
stationed
where, when, and where, when and where.
in
When and where?
2016.
Okay, where?
We
Okay.
were
Where?
stationed
What was okay? Where?
at our base
What is your
outside,
base
and
in Israel?
our
What is your base in Israel?
I cannot give you that information.
You absolutely can.
Wait, hold on.
Absolutely. You're not
That
serving
our
and you're a
job
civilian now. You're a
was
civilian
to
now.
go in and keep the peace.
No,
Our job
you're a
was
civilian
to
now. You can
protect
actually
both
say it. Like
sides of
it's
the fence.
I think she means Iraq.
maybe I don't know, but like
It's an
you
I
can still
country.
if you're not serving anymore, you can say it. You're a civilian.
No,
No,
but hold on. Can I
no.
just throw
Have
out the
you
thing
ever
too?
served in the military at
Their
all?
base is in Israel, so maybe
Because
not
if you
active
have,
warfare,
you'd know
but
you
base
sign a piece of
You're
paper.
I know for a fact that your information is wrong because our first.
Because you're what? Please give the receipts. What?
No, can you guys hear me? Our first base in Israel was in 2017.
Negative.
She means
You still
Iraq.
didn't
It's
answer. You
public.
still
It's,
didn't
it's
answer.
public information. I just looked it up.
No.
Who not
In
a different base
2012,
as an American?
we had
I
a
think we
base
could.
set up in Iraq. Period.
Where exactly?
That's not.
Where
Yeah,
in
so-
Iraq?
About Iraq or Israel?
Exactly.
That is
That's
a
what
country.
I thought.
Those are two different countries. Where in that country
No, I
were you
understand
stationed?
that. The
Yeah,
reason
where? Where?
about Iraq.
was we set it up there to be
Right.
able to move
What
in
city
to
in
help
that
the
country?
conflict.
What city in that country? Or what town? Like where was it? Where was it?
Are we talking about
cannot give
Israel
you
or
receipts.
Iraq?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to find out.
No,
It's
that I
Iraq.
cannot give you receipts for. I signed an
And
agreement.
why, can I ask why
I
you
do not
cannot
have
talk
the right to
about
release that
anything of the
information.
military if you're a civilian? Because I was military
Thank you.
and I'm retired military and I can talk about anything I want to talk about.
Thank you.
Well, then I
Yep.
really hope you're ready for whatever retaliation that comes towards you.
Retaliation from
Hold on a
who?
second. I'm
Exactly.
just please, CJ. Sherry, I'm just letting you know that this is Moist's live, and only Moist is bringing people up. It's his conversation. He wants to keep it on track. Okay, so he'll probably tell you what's going on. But
Hey, my bad, Moise.
yeah. So he's
Okay.
he's
I'm
so-
just asking
yeah,
her
just
retaliation from
This is just a
who?
dangerous. This is just a dangerous like rabbit hole to kind of go down, right? Where we're kind of just saying things that are not true, right? Like it's not true that Israel is using children to clear IEDs.
Yes, I don't want anybody letting anybody up though. He's only letting people
Yeah,
up.
but
Okay?
that's like dangerously wrong misinformation, right? Because that
No,
that
I'm just
puts
letting the
out-
girls know.
yeah, but I'm saying that just puts out information like which is dangerous, right? Because that's just completely wrong. It's not even.
But
yeah.
see, that's how propaganda works, right? And so that's how
Information
it's
is
done. And so when
dangerous?
that's what propaganda is, right? Like if you're gonna have that information and share it on a public thing with a lot of people that's listening, right? Like
Look
that's
up
dangerous.
your actual history and you'll know.
CJ, I'm going to
The
interrupt.
problem is people on this app
I read so
consistently
much.
call propaganda without actually doing the research.
I
You're not
research constantly.
asking.
I got you.
You're
Okay.
not asking the people who were there questions.
I have been there.
Where are you talking about? You just said
Okay,
Iraq
excuse me.
is
I'm
Iraq
sorry.
or
Hold on a minute.
Israel.
CJ, I need you to stop yelling, okay? And like we've had a disrespectful conversation. If we're gonna say like they don't want to go there, okay? So respectfully, we're gonna pivot back to the point, okay? Or else
Yeah, I think we
We're gonna just go
we
too
need to kind of take a step back, and I kind of see where everybody's going from. And CJ, like if I start doing these lives, I want you there because although in one sense you're falling into the same argument of the Pali group, I love the fact that you're not. When you argue when they don't like it and they feel like it's dangerous rhetoric, that's not where you're coming from. I think you're coming from honest personal experience. You know, I have no reason to believe that you're not actually. You know what I mean? Saying
Yeah,
like
we're not
every
trying
time
to
Questions
disrespect
and
her or like we're not
questions.
trying to like come
I'm
at her. It's
trying
just
to
like
learn.
no,
I'm
like
not trying to hold anybody accountable. I'm not blaming nobody. I'm literally trying to understand and learn. So,
Right.
yes, while you may not agree with me,
Yeah,
Well,
and that's okay.
I cannot provide you with
'Cause-
receipts because I have a document I signed that says I won't.
And no, you don't. No,
No, you don't. What
You don't.
document did
You
you
don't.
sign when you got out of the military that says
yeah,
you
you
cannot
actually don't.
talk about anything?
I can promise you, you don't have that.
Because I didn't sign one.
Thank you. That's all. That was my point. And we're not trying to come at you. It's just that's a very dangerous thing that you're doing right now, talking about that. And I respect you. I want you to stay up. And there's no disrespect. And I like opposition, right? But like what you're doing is completely false, 100% false.
By the way, I want to pull this. I want to pull this up. If you can give me the big screen one more time, just so I can show what I was talking about. Moist.
Do you even hear me? Oh, my mic's working.
Yeah,
Sorry.
or Sonia. If one of you guys can make me
Yeah,
big
yeah.
for a
No,
second.
I'll move you over. But if you don't mind, I want to just kind of touch base with CJ because I love where the topic was going and I love it. I see where both sides are coming from. And I really want CJ back. Like if I start hosting these lives, I love CJ. But in a sense, I see where this is going and it's kind of derailing a bit. So I
By
kind
the
of
way,
want to
this is
drag
the
it back.
article.
You know what I mean?
This is the article for you,
personal.
Moist. On September 16th, 2017, ground was broken for a new U.S. military base at the Israeli Defense Forces Air Defense School. And again, right, the purpose of their presence is not for training or for exercises, but rather as part of a joint Israeli and American effort to sustain and enhance our defensive capabilities. This is the thing, though, right? Is that this was in 2017, so you can't claim that you were stationed there
Okay,
in
no, so let me
2016.
ask questions. I'm not only not military, but I come from a huge military family out of Britain. So I have the background, but I have no experience, certainly not in America. So let me just ask a question. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah.
Is it not plausible that this person could have been on an Israeli base, which is also funded by the US, I might throw in, and had experiences there, not entirely realizing that that wasn't an American base? Like, I think there's gray areas on this. So could we validate kind of where they were coming from?
No,
You can't.
no, you would
can't-
know.
No.
Yeah,
No,
would
you.
know.
I'm gonna be honest. Like it gets to a certain point, right, where you can't just be like, there's just some things that you just can't say, right? There's a couple things people can't say because it goes down a rabbit hole, right? Like it's like, to give you an example of like what I mean. Are you aware of the Khazarian conspiracy theory, Moist?
I think I've heard the word, but no, I'm not.
Okay, so the idea of the Khazarian conspiracy theory is that in the mountains of Khazar, right, like the Khazarian people were basically forced to convert to Judaism, and then they ended up moving to Europe, and now that's how Ashkenazi Jews got there, and that the Ashkenazi Jews are a bunch of converts, right? That's the idea. Okay, it's a conspiracy theory to basically show that the Ashkenazi Jews, or say that the Ashkenazi Jews, are not indigenous to the Middle East. And it's a completely wrong conspiracy theory. It's been proven wrong a million times. But people will still, to this day, try to somehow spin it and say it, right? And it's just totally, completely bullshit and not true. It's been proven wrong 1.5 million times. But there are still people who try to say it so that they can kind of bash Jewish people. And like anybody who tries to remotely justify it, you're just spreading anti-Semitism without even realizing that you're doing it. In this situation, it's kind of a similar thing, right? Like it's you can't just be like, yo, the IDF is using children and pregnant women to go clear IEDs. That's not that doesn't make any logical sense. Nobody that I've heard has made a claim like that.
Yeah, I don't want to get into the specific claim and then the receipts and all of that. My problem is, being kind of the one because I don't consider her pro-Pally, even though her argument was kind of there. Like, I think we all get that's why you're arguing about the rhetoric, right? So it's kind of a tough game. And in fact, I'm asking for advice and help is how do we interact with people that aren't like, I like the idea of kind of the pro-Israeli, but if there could be moderate pro-Israeli, but allowing people up that although they are indoctrinated, we'll just use that word, they're not necessarily already part of this kind of debate group. So that I think you could have made the same argument, but because it's personal and it is dangerous, if we did this in a softer way, I think it could have come across. Like, that's what I loved about her, and I let her speak. Up until this argument, honestly, she was very moderate and just speaking about personal experience, or at least that's the way I saw it.
Yeah, no, and here's the thing, Moist, though, right? Like, I agree with you. Like, I don't like oppose her opinions, and like I want her to speak, right? But like, if you're going to have like in to engage in a debate, you got to be ready for it. We're all adults. And
Yep.
like you can't take it personally. Like you can't take it personally. It doesn't matter if someone disagrees with you.
I'll throw it
If
out
they
there. I've taken nothing any of you said personally. I asked basic questions.
No, yeah,
No,
she's just
and
loud.
I wanted basic answers. You
yeah,
don't have to agree with
you
my
didn't.
standpoint.
No, no,
It
no.
doesn't offend me. Please let me finish. It doesn't offend me. It doesn't hurt my feelings. It doesn't anything. I
Okay.
am a teacher.
Okay.
I
Okay.
am an academic. I thrive in history. That's where my academia has gotten me.
I'm just gonna
and I'm
interject for 1 second,
literally
CJ.
in
I
the
just want to say something, please.
process.
I just want to say something, please. I just think if somebody is, if they're saying it's a dangerous territory and it's uncomfortable, this topic has been really heated and really hot, and like it's just not. If it's uncomfortable, then let's not go down that route. Like I think that's what we're.
And that's
what we're
fine, but
stating,
that's
so.
not where this conversation started. It was supposed to be an open, honest conversation.
But
and
that's
I
where it is, though.
asked
That's where it is, though.
open, honest questions
It didn't start that way,
while
but that's how it is.
providing open, honest reflections of my
I don't
own
have a
mind
problem
No, you
with your
didn't. No,
question.
you
in
didn't.
why
I just have a
I'm
problem with your
asking these
No,
questions.
you
not
weren't.
not solidifying them as truth.
No,
It
hold on,
is
CJ. I don't have.
this is
I
what
don't have
I've
an hour
seen.
for you to respond to
So
something.
if this
Okay,
is
I don't have an hour.
happening,
So
what are your thoughts?
hey,
Those
listen.
were my questions, and
Okay,
it has been taken
CJ,
completely down a
you
CJ,
said
hold on.
completely
I
you
different.
don't have
said
an.
that
I
this
don't
is
have an.
not about a question. You said that regardless of my question, the statement that I made is factually true, and
Thank
it's
you.
not.
Thank you, Jake.
Hey
We're just
guys,
gonna
can
go
some
there.
voice
Just gonna
cake
go
up, please?
It's not factually true, right? Like this is what Antonio has been trying to get, like try to say to you, and this is what I'm trying to say to you is that you're
What
saying
isn't factually true? What I actually witnessed isn't factually true.
you
You're
weren't
full of
there.
shit.
You were
Not
not
for this
Where did you?
conversation.
I was there.
You're
Guys,
not there.
I seen it
Okay.
happen. So yes,
1
I'm
second.
asking that if this is happening,
Okay, there's
and
no
I've
what
literally
IEDs.
witnessed it
There's no there's
happening.
okay. You were
How
stationed in
do we?
Israel.
How do
Wait,
we
you were
counteract
stationed in
that?
Israel.
That was
No,
my
hang on,
question.
CJ. Hang on,
And
CJ.
all of you
Guys, can
went to
somebody
this
let voice?
whiny
You were
fucking.
stationed in Israel.
Can
You were
somebody let?
stationed in Israel in 2016. Okay, there was no war in 2016. What IEDs were children clearing in Israel or in Gaza or in the West Bank? What IEDs were they clearing when there's no war? What IEDs were they using to clear them? Like where? Like
Joined
you can't
the
give a location. You
military,
can't give any
not
information.
when
Can
I
you
seen
voice
them.
cake up?
I was asked when I joined, not when I seen this. I answered
No,
the
you were not
question
asked that.
that
You
way.
weren't asked that. You weren't.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm Moist's phone died. He's on his way back. Respectfully though, I think this is derailing the conversation. CJ, I am gonna drop you, okay, because we want to get back on track, and it just seems like this is a little bit emotional.
Yeah, for
Due to
everybody
personal
else, I get
experience, but I
that.
definitely want you to
I
come
get
back.
that.
Yeah,
No,
I
I
don't
get
know.
it.
I
yeah.
just
So
came up
I'm
about
gonna drop
Everybody
you and
else
just
the
ask
whole
you.
hasn't
military thing.
actually experienced anything, so
I
I
mean,
get it.
I don't think she was in
Yeah,
Israel.
I know.
I think
I
maybe
think
she was.
Cherry, just
I
1
don't
second,
know.
please. Just stop, please. Stop, please. Just stop for a second. Stop for a second. CJ, I think it's just best if we just think, yeah, we'll just call it quits for today and like come back next time and maybe we can, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, host. I appreciate that.
And it's
I like
just
having good
like
dialogue, dude. But
yeah, no, it's good dialogue, and like I mean
No,
that's the
and
point of a debate,
this
right?
is for this
Can
is for
I
Moist and he
interrupt?
wants to
My
have this
bad. Moist
conversation.
is back. Let me interrupt
Yes.
for a sec. I just want to speak to CJ because I love CJ, and I think like me, she got excited, got into this, and I can't wait to have her back. And I kind of threw her under the bus because here I am being the host of the Pro Pally, and she's not even part of this debates, and I let her run the whole thing. So I think I kind of set her up on this one. So CJ, I want you back. I can't wait for the next debate and conversation.
Yeah, man. I mean,
listen,
at the end of the day, I don't have an hour for like one answer to a question. So it's like I mean, everybody else wants to speak. So I don't think it's fair that everyone has to wait for an entire rant for an hour. just to answer a question.
Yeah, I'm okay
that you
with
know
having
that's gonna be wrong.
I'm okay with having a debate. I don't
Say
care
for
about
Mike,
questions.
can everybody? I got it.
I'm not offended over
North
questions. What
Texas,
I get
everybody,
annoyed.
Jake. Let me interrupt. Everybody, let me interrupt. Mike has been so fucking amazing. Like, I love that. These are the kind of people, he's being the same as me and just shut up and sat in the corner. So just for fun, man, even if you just want to say hi, could you speak? And
Shout
then
out,
North
Mike.
Texas just got here.
Shout out, Mike.
Okay, thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm just kind of listening. I honestly, I don't believe what CJ was saying about Israel or the IDF forcing people to clear mines or whatever. But she is right about. I had to sign a disclosure with my clearance that I had in the military that I wouldn't disclose anything classified. So depending on where that is, I mean, I hate to back. Well, I'm backing up the truth. I mean, I had to sign it. She may have had to sign it, but
she
Yeah.
wasn't stationed in Israel.
I was gonna say, Mike, can I ask you, like, when you signed that, were you in service and you weren't a civilian?
I was in the service.
Yeah.
When I was
That's what I'm saying.
and I had to sign it when I got out. But those clearances last for I don't know how long, but I don't want to.
A century. I'm one of those, never being part of the military. And just because I was family to the military, had to sign and held under the same Secrecy Act. I'm Canadian and British, dual citizen. So it does exist. It really does exist.
No, I know that I didn't question that. I said was that she definitely was not stationed in Israel, and she definitely was not correct in her assumptions, saying that they're using children to clear mines. Okay, in 2016, if she was actually stationed there, it would have been before.
Whoa,
our
I didn't hear
military
that.
base.
Hey, shoot.
In 2016, it would have been before our military base, and it would have also not been in a war zone. Right, there was no war going on in 2016. There was no war in 2014. I would have maybe potentially believed something, right, because there was an active war zone. But to say that there was something going on in 2016, that she was stationed there on a secret mission and that she saw Israeli children being used to clear IEDs is the most ridiculous thing I've heard.
Right. And like Mike, right? Like, you know, you serve, right? So it's like one, yeah, there is classified there, but you have to be a secret, like you have to be at a certain, not secret, but a certain level, like to sign that. Like you can't just be a regular person, like a regular, you know, foot on the boot gunman, right? Like you're just you have to have a certain level for that to sign that, right? And
Not
then
necessarily. I'm going to just jump in here because I've never been active military service, never, but I am a military family and was forced to sign those documents. So it does, I'm not saying it's common. It's probably pretty rare, but it does at least exist. So I'm just giving her benefit of the doubt. How's that?
no, I got you. Yeah. No,
I'm okay,
and I
I'm
know what
okay
you're
with
talking
her
about.
saying that she can't disclose information, whatever, but don't say that children are being used in an active combat zone.
I'm willing to hit you guys on a lot of arguments, but Jake, you're right. That what I'm finding a little tough because I would have thought I'd have heard about it. So you know what I mean? Blah 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 blah. I don't want to attack it.
Yeah, no, I get what
See,
you're
Moise, CJ's in the comments there. I don't know if you want to address her now.
CJ, I have to respond
Because I don't think she heard what you said.
CJ,
Yeah, let Moise, because I know he wanted to say like for when he
Yeah,
starts
I'm
going
just going to speak to CJ. Come on, come up.
Yeah, no, Moise, I
I'll
get
bring
where
it
you're
up.
coming from. I get what you're doing. You know?
I have to respond to this. This is very important. I served in the ID for 3 years. Okay, I was there. And if she's going to use her personal experience and not give receipts, I have to use my personal experience. That never happened. That is not how the IDF works.
Thank you.
That was my point. Yeah, that was
Can
just
we
my
move
point.
back to the topic though? Hey,
But
I'm
like
really
this,
waiting for
yes,
Moise
ma'am.
to cook you
She's
guys.
saying
Yes, ma'am.
just so those of you who are coming in understand, you're not welcome if you actually know what's going on. CJ, you don't know what's actually going on. That's the reason that you're not up here, because there are a lot
Just
of
Jake,
people.
because I want let Moise like address it because he wants you to come back and debate like again.
Moise
So I
is
don't
being
want him.
extremely diplomatic, and
You know
I'm
what?
on the opposite
I'm
side of
mixing.
this.
I
Yes, I know,
get where
but you know
Moise is
what?
coming from though. Yeah, I get where he's coming
Moist
from.
is trying to be completely neutral, okay, but like the problem is that this is so ridiculous. You
No,
cannot
I didn't
just make
Jake,
blanket
I didn't mean to bring
statements.
her up. I'm mixing people up, CJ. At least
Thank
for
you,
the rest
Anna.
of this conversation, if you don't mind,
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
rather not.
Yeah, for dialogue.
Accent, I
Yeah.
apologize. I love you, but no, it's going to derail. This is going to turn into an argument and be like every other useless conversation on TikTok. And I
Which is
loved
what's
where this
happened.
was going. Yeah.
No,
So
I
CJ,
don't.
come back next time. Speak for yourself. I'll be the first one to get you up, and I will force everyone to listen to your opinion. So don't feel like I'm backing down on that.
Yeah, and I'll listen to Moist, and of course, you know, I love Sonia, so I'll
Hey,
you
thank
know,
you, Captain.
it's not about that, right? Like, I mean, it and I get what you're doing, Moist. It's like for to engage in dialogue. And I think that's the most important part of any conversation, any live, really. Is just so we can have dialogue and context and have different opinions so we can learn, right? Just like how you and Jake were talking about it. Like, I'm not well versed in that, like, for the situation that's happening in the Middle East, right? But like I shut up and listen. But what I'm not gonna do is sit there and like make false claims about stuff. And so I think that's where kind of like, it kind of went left,
It's a fine line. Very fine
Yeah,
line.
it's a very fine line. It's hard.
I don't
CJ
listen.
was
If you ask the question,
It's a
hey,
debate. Let's go.
if you ask the question, hey, are there children being used in the IDF? I don't know, right? I would have taken that and been like, okay, no, there's not, right? And we can move on. But it wasn't a question. And when I did question that, her statement back was, no, this is a fact, right?
Yeah.
And you don't know because you guys don't read history.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
that's. I
don't
think
want
that's
to
where
talk
it
about
went
her when
left.
she's not here. I think we should move on though, please.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Drop this.
So Moist, what's your
Because I mean, we had really good conversations before, so I'd like
Moist, what's
But
your
it's
question?
honestly,
Moist?
guys, I want everybody to have this opportunity to fight the CJ again on the next one. And once we do this, I want her
Can't
to
hear you, Moist.
Hey, brother, we can't.
I
Yeah,
can't hear
brother,
you.
we can't hear you.
I can't hear you at all. Right?
Whose background is
You know what? I'm going to drop and reset. I'll be back.
Who's got the background though?
I think it's Derek.
Hey,
It's
sorry
just
about that, guys. I'll just mute up for a bit. Let me get set up here. It's the machine running at the moment.
It's just very important for me while the people that are listening hear it, that's not true. And it's important. Like, I'm very honest about my military service. And
Yes,
maybe there
no,
are
I
things
know. I
that
didn't
weren't
hear
perfect.
that part, so I know that it's Moist's first time, so and I know he wants to.
No, Moist is doing amazing. He's amazing, and he's a very intelligent guy. Like,
About free speech, I thought he was doing well.
yeah, very powerful voice.
Well, he's really excited for this because he's gonna cook you all after, and I'm gonna.
Yeah, no, he kind of sounds like an older brother. I'm like, all right, let me shut up. Like, all right, cool.
There he is, I think.
Yeah,
Where
no,
did
he's a
he
good man.
come at? There he is. Oh, did he let himself up? There we go. Sorry.
Hey, SO, is that
It's
your
so
dog?
cold here, you guys. I'm gonna.
I'm back. You guys
There we
hear
go.
me now? Is my mic
Yes.
working better? Okay, good. Yeah, I love CJ, but it did derail. But you know what? It was not an intentional dog pile, but I deliberately brought up a bunch of pro-Israelis, and she wasn't even pro-Pally, but it turns out her arguments were kind of there. So let's let that one go. Drop it. She can speak for herself on the next discussion. How's that?
Yeah, no, that's fair. I didn't mean like I don't think anyone really meant for it to go that way, but it kind of tensions were high, kind of went that way. So I think we should let it go.
Sometimes though, I think you do have to dogpile if it's an outrageous statement.
No, you know what? You're right. It's not
Heard
really.
the statement. I'm going to say which side made it. That one side is exhibiting cannibalism. And to me, that's just outrageous. I don't think either side is eating the other.
Yeah, it's an extreme. Is that North Texas speaking, by the way? I'm not seeing boxes light up properly.
Oh, yeah, and I'm not seeing that either.
Yeah, I don't know who's speaking. I'm just fucking guessing.
I think that was Mike. That was you, Mike?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I agree, Mike. I really do. You're right. Cannibalism's a good one to use as an example of where this was derailing. So, yeah, I'll take that 100%. What about North Texas? He was really wanting to pop up. Can we let them speak?
I know you're driving.
It's quite legal.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you for your service, man. I appreciate that. Man. Yeah, thank you.
But now the problem is that we don't like unless I start playing the pro pally position. I think we've lost enough ops. Do we have anybody else to start again?
No, hey, no, Moise, I know what you were doing, man. I see it, and like that's it. I think that's also important, like to prolong the conversation, the debate, and everything, and not like to be equal and not biased. So I get it.
Yeah, 100%. Well,
I get
does
it.
anybody else have something to say? Because like I could throw out my pro pally position, like I could create the next argument. But does anyone else have anything to say?
I don't know. I mean, I think. Oh, okay. Jake is back. Yeah, because I'm not that much into it, so I'm just learning from you and Jake, honestly.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm still learning, which is why I got to be so careful with the receipts, especially with Israelis. Man, like,
Yeah.
they're good. They're real good.
Yeah, I'm trying to like learn and like read more about it and like kind of get my information about it. So that's why I'm like really quiet about that specific topic. No, that's crazy. I don't think I've seen that. Right. Like a farm? Like a farm, maybe? Oh, okay. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's on all accounts, man. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. I mean, I don't have a word. I don't have words for it. Like what can I say? Uh.
There's horrible shit on there, mate. But when you type in Palestine and Hamas, they so proudly post their videos of what they've done, and it's just unforgivable. I
Yeah.
couldn't do that to your worst enemy. It makes makes what happened in Germany 1942 look like a kindergarten. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was heartbreaking where they had a blow up pool, and what sort of age people would be playing little blow up pool in the backyard. What AK-47 makes it look like. It was so with this thing about free Palestine and whatnot, you can't say that they did not know. They organised front-end loaders. They smashed the gates down. You can't say somebody how could someone not have known what they were about to do? With all the internet and whatnot, the anti-terrorism stuff that even particularly we have in Australia, someone knew that was going to happen up the chain in Palestine. They have you seen the one where they went to that festival with all those young people dancing at the festival? Gorgeous, gorgeous girls and really nice looking young gentlemen. How they put them in that room. They're in this room, concrete room with compound fractures, massive, horrendous injuries. And then the guy pulls his phone out filming so we would see it. And they threw a grenade in a room that would have been probably, 5 meters by 4 meters.
Yeah.
What that would look like after that,
Is it better now? Like that? Right?
Go again.
I've tried to bring up Jake like 5 times. I can't do anything. It's bitching that you're not there, SL. Something's really messed up.
Anyway, they definitely struck first, and to see that there's heaps of footage there, it can almost, you won't, I wish I never saw it, but I'm glad I did, because those people that are going, like, free Palestine, I know it's not right, but, mate, if you're a country and someone did that to you, what would you do, You'd be that pissed off, Yeah, and our cowards, as soon as the Israel military got engaged, they ran, mate, and they dropped their guns, and they started crying and pretending that they were all sad about what happened, What? No different to coward wolves, mate, They pounce, but it's all there. It's all there for you.
Sorry, guys. I had to pick my kids up and my phone died.
Okay, wait, what is?
Oh, that's okay. It's wondering.
Anyway, that's all I want to add, guys. Like when you people talk about that, see it first, and then I be interested to see what you guys think after you see it. But it's not for the light-hearted, and we'll stay with you. The site, what's the site called?
Dude, your stance, dude. Your mic is so much background.
Yeah,
it's very difficult to hear you.
It was like he's driving something.
I thought that was SL.
No, not me.
No, I heard SL's dog.
Yeah, my dog was here. You can probably hear me yell. He probably ran away.
Okay,
I was like, oh no, I let it die.
Sometimes I wake up, I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to feed my dog.
So Moist, what's your next question?
No, my phone, I meant.
Are we ready to have a big argument? Because I got a wicked one that'll set all the pro-Israelis off. Oh yeah, hot topic. And I've always wanted to
by
make
the way,
this
in the comments, guys, there's like 16 people in here. Guys, keep liking the live. Lexi, keep liking the live.
Do you want me to restart? And
no, I think it's fixed now. No, everything's come back.
I just meant if you want people in here for your argument.
I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm open. I don't care.
They'll join.
Yeah, I'm chilling today. It's up to y'all.
I don't have it in the description. That's why.
I got a wicked controversial question though, and I've always wanted to ask pro-Israelis this.
Go for it. Go for it.
All right. So one of the biggest arguments I hear in these debate groups is the whole, and again, I'm not trying to protect age group. I'm not there. So please don't take me that way. But yes, maybe I'm kind of touching a sensitive topic. So I'll shut up once I've said it. But when we talk about civilians, or children, when I make the argument that Gaza roughly 2 million people, about 40 some odd percent are under 14, I don't care what side of the fence you're on, those are children. But on the other side, yes, these were young people. But my argument would be, not only are these not technically civilians, they're obviously old enough to drink. So they're an adult. But more importantly, and this is the sensitive topic, because of the way conscription, or it's not conscription, the way in which Israel works, a big chunk of those people, and I've seen the videos, they drop into military formation.
right? And it saved their lives. Like, I'm not saying that that's bad, but can we really talk the way where they're all civilians? And I know there were a lot of civilians. I'm not trying to downplay that, but to say that the whole group, because it was a dance party or whatever it was, I think that's a touch disingenuous, especially when you look at the argument from the other side when I argue about almost 1 million kids under the age of 14. So I'll drop it there. I think you know where I'm going. So
Wait, are
run
you
with
talking
it.
about October 7th?
Yeah, specifically October 7th. Yes.
Yeah, I would say people who are at a music festival, even if you want to go ahead and say that it's the IDF, right? Truthfully, the IDF, the actual like people at a music festival who are unarmed, regardless of training, right? Because
Yeah, but does unarmed mean civilian? Right?
Yes.
I don't. You think that unarmed means? So that means when you got a military base and they're all having a party at Christmas, that's not still open game in a war theater. I wonder that. I don't have the answer, but
moist. You have to
Have you
understand.
seen the footage of what they did when they went in there? Have you seen the girls, everyone wearing miniskirts, looking amazing, young, happy people? Most of them were actually females. That girl they dragged alive behind that motorbike.
I also want to say this real quick, moist. Also, if like this is the thing, right? Is that the other thing to understand? The IDF outposts and things. Also, can we bring up Lexi? But the IDF outposts that they had and all those people have nothing to do with the legislative power and the legislative decisions on the blockades, right? So I don't think that's fair game. I don't think that that's fair game, right? That's not how it works.
can you see where my argument is coming from? And it's only because I want to reset the position. Like, rather than arguing history, I want to reset the position so that we start really focusing on, like, we focus on age group, and like, you guys know the numbers better than me, but according to Google, there's only about 30,000 age group out of about 2 million people. About half of them are kids. So, like, is that really a fair argument? Like, I don't know throughout history, I'm sure it's happened before, when the opposing side, whether they be civilians or supporters of the T group or the freedom fighters or whatever it is, if they are literally children, even if they're radicalized, they are still children. And that's what it infuriates me about the argument. And I'm not trying to downplay the abuse and so on that happened during October 7th. What I'm attempting to do, and I'm sure it's uncomfortable, is to say, is it possible there were bad actors within that group that did do it wrong, but the actual goal of the group was, let's just say, hostage taking? And yes, that is a questionable position. It is guerrilla warfare, blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm not trying to defend it, but what I find is, as they switch back and forth, you've got the pro-Pali side saying, hey, they're all kids. And then you've got the reverse pro-Israel side arguing that, hey, October 7th was kids being attacked. And I'm trying to put that in perspective and actually use numbers. So I'm very careful when I start pulling up that side of the argument with pro-Israelis.
Moist, it's not about that. It's not about.
No, I know not for you.
No,
but I'm saying from the other argument, I at least even from my side, it is, because I don't call them
Moist. Can I ask you, Moist? Can I ask you a question? Right? Are you aware of what the definition of G side is?
Oh, you know what? Only because I do, but I'm really getting into depth, but I'm not there yet. Like, this is an argument I want to have with you, but can we wait a couple of days? I'd rather not do that on our first live.
Just real quick. I just want to say this real quick, 2 seconds, right? The number one thing is the definition of G side has to do with intent and to eliminate a group of people or ethnicity, like religious group, whatever, a group of people, right? In whole or in part, right? So the importance of this is that to understand that I can go like with a group of people, right? If a paramilitary organization of a few thousand people says, I'm going to go into a Native American reservation in New York and go unalive as many people as I can, right?
Could I just quickly hit your
right
question
there,
the same way you're hitting
right?
me?
Hang on.
No, Jake, no,
that right there
I
is
never
a
interrupt.
G side.
Here's my problem, is that if we start defining the word G side, I'm going to start pulling up receipts. You're going to pull up receipts, and we're going to have different versions of different definitions. And you're going to say that
No, no,
definition doesn't
there's
count.
one
No, but
blanket definition.
I've been here and at least watched from the comments. So I've done enough research to know that there's more than one definition of the word G-side.
No, there's not.
Well, no, it's because you're not accepting the other side. So you're saying that
No,
your
no, no,
side
no.
is right.
It's defined in international like court. It's
But you're
defined in
being
the fourth
other
Geneva
groups are
Convention.
saying that it is. Here's the problem. If you say that, I could start pulling up receipts of other internationally recognized groups that disagree. Obviously, like even the UN one's going to be a little tough with you guys, but you're winning on that
That's
argument.
the UN. I'm using the UN.
Exactly. And that's why I'm kind of bouncing around. But
No,
like,
but Moist, the importance of what I'm saying is that the goal on October 7th was to unalive as many people and take as many hostages as possible, right? To increase their in order to basically eliminate Israel, right? If they could have eliminated every Israeli on October 7th, they would have.
CRT, critical race theory in Canada, America, and how they look at that from a legislative standpoint. So when you talk about the word just racism has gone from just disliking someone based on the color of their skin to people arguing that white people can't be racist, and it's because they're adding it's the prejudice plus power. And so that's
you meant to say
where
black
I'm
people.
hitting
Yeah.
back. Do you see what I'm saying? Can you at least see where I'm
But that's wrong, right? Anybody can.
But don't cut him off, though.
It's wrong.
Really alienating by making. That's why I think that Israel is now losing the media war, because by saying that, by arguing against critical race theory, and I'm conservative, you've got to understand, I was against CRT, but I'm now at least, what I'm actually arguing is that the people arguing for CRT are uneducated. I'm starting to read it and say, you don't even know what you're saying. So I agree with not what they're saying, but where CRT comes from, and I'm seeing the complexities. But from a media war, Israel's hurting themselves, because by saying no, CRT doesn't exist, you're alienating yourself from the entire Black community, and not just of America, Canada, or any other sympathizer. So I personally argue Israel's losing the media.
Israel's losing the media war because of like social media, right? The way that things work, and also because there's 2 billion Muslims, right? There's 2 billion Muslims and 16.6 million Jews. Yeah, they're completely gonna lose that battle, right? Like it's not that difficult to see.
Do you guys want me to restart it?
Minority, and they've won the media war in a lot of countries for a long time.
I think real quick, guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think when you're not here, host, other people.
No, it's Moist Live.
Oh, what, it's Moist Live?
I'm letting him run it.
Oh, no, but
no, Lexi's right though.
No, but when you're hosting it, other like mods can't let people up when you're gone.
No, I don't want them to. This is only Moist.
No,
Oh,
Lexi's defending me. No, Lexi's also defending me.
my
When
phone
you
died,
accidentally leave, yeah. But when you do leave, like even if it just goes on pause, I actually lose control of the live, and I've only just learned that, and I think that's what Lexi is trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't fuck around then.
Guys, can we get some likes? By the way, there's a lot of you guys in the comments. If we can like the live.
If you wanted to, like, if I put this it's not in the description, right? But it's up to you guys. If you want to just continue as you are with the conversation, it's up to Moist.
Hey, Melissa, I just let them up to fill boxes, and I think we need a little bit more ops on other sides. So does anybody have anything important to say, or can we let Melissa throw something up?
Go for it.
Yeah, you guys are killing it. Like I don't really have much.
Hi. So,
Hey,
you know, I'm sorry. So I appreciate you bringing me up, and I will say that I do support Israel. What happened on October 7th was, I mean, horrific, and I think everybody should agree with that. And I believe they have the right to defend themselves and the right to exist.
I agree.
They've always been an ally of ours. And I believe that the United States should continue to support Israel.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
agree.
Moist, can I ask you a question, Moist?
Yeah, please do.
So, as far as like where you stand on this conflict, right? You're not in opposition to Israel in the sense of a Jewish state, right?
So just for me, like, because I'm still learning my position. In a sense, I don't have skin in the game, but I do actually
kind of do, at least from an argument standpoint. So where I stand over, and I think what you're really asking is almost like the Zionistic argument. That's why I try to avoid that word now, is no matter which definition you use, right? Everybody argues about the definition of Zionism on both sides. So I believe every group deserves their own place. So within my moderate argument, I would be like, yes. But where I'll move back to the pro-Pali position based on some of the arguments I'll start doing over time, is that at the point at which, even if not deliberate, I'm not claiming that Israel's original intent was to end up with 1 million kids in an open air prison. I don't believe that was in the intent, but I believe that's the situation that they're in. And so from that standpoint, if Israel doesn't handle this properly, especially since there are, more complications, it's not like this totally naturally happened. Again, no intent, but Israel did actually finance H group.
No, they didn't.
If it came down to it, I'll be honest, even though I'm moderate, I am pally enough. If Israel doesn't change and start really working with this situation, I could see me going to that. Whereas if it's between the 2 points, I would actually argue for them.
Moist,
So-
I'm gonna help you out real quick with that argument because I've heard it a lot, and and this isn't your fault, right? But this is a wrong argument. They did not ever once fund age group, right? In the 70s and the 80s, they implemented policies which allowed
Yeah,
for.
I'm going to call you out on that one, buddy. I could get it from the Israeli Times with Netanyahu admitting it and even admitting the fact that it was a mistake.
Wait. Hang on. You're talking about the Jerusalem Post. I've read the article. I know what you're talking about.
Times, actually, Israeli Times specifically.
Okay, all right. Well, you're talking about the policy of allocation of Qatari funds, right?
Fair enough.
Okay, so if that's what you're talking about, right? Those are
No.
those are 2 different things, and I'm gonna
I got to disappear one sec.
Yeah, it's perfect timing. Hey, real quick, Jake, man, I love you guys. Like it's a very good debate. Can Lexi go up? I think she wants to speak.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, then Moist
I
left.
just wanna address this point because I think it's a point that I keep hearing a lot of, and it's a wrong point.
No, for sure.
But
Like,
Lexi, go ahead, Lex.
Well, what I was just going to say to Moise before he left with regarding the age group coming in, how I like to think of it as well as what if the age group hit America?
Oh, do you want to hold on, Lexi, from your point? Because he got a call.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I do.
You
have
know
to
what?
leave
I
in-
think I should restart. I'm going to restart on my iPad. Will you guys come right back? That way my phone won't interfere anymore. I have 2 devices.
I have like 5 more minutes, but I'll come back when you restart.
Yeah, I'm going to restart right now. I got it right beside me. I'll just restart.